This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Check 1 2, check 1 2. We're going to get started in just a second. Thank you for tuning in. If it's your first time here, you know what to do. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this with your friends. Maybe we'll even play a game together. If you're not a noob. Man. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Harry's World 1-1. What's up? What up? Welcome, one and all. Look at this fucking guy. So, I acquired 2 more of these guys yesterday. And it's too many to have going on the track. Unless I make the track bigger, which I'm thinking about it. But they'll run into each other if I have more than however many's on there. I think there's 5 going right now. So I have these 2 extra ones. And I threw this guy on my backyard bridge. He's fucking funny. This guy's just chilling. So I have an idea. And I'm going to do this on stream. I'm going to take this guy and possibly this guy. But I'm going to take this guy. And I'm going to send him way over there on top of that mountain. Oh, it's going to be a pain in my ass. But it'll be worth it. You know what? I didn't think about, like, I could just build up to this thing. That'd be a lot easier. I was going to take him all the way around. Well, actually. Yeah, if I could get him up there, there's already a track that goes up there. So I think I'm just going to do that. I'm glad I reevaluated what I was going to do. Holy shit. I need real food, not this bread. Bread don't stay fed. It's true because it rhymes. So today I'm going to be listening to some podcasts and knocking out some Minecraft. As you can see, this is my world. It's amazing. The goal is to make this one day available for download for the public. But we are not there yet. Don't even think about it. It's going to be years probably before that happens. If we're all still alive. I'm going to listen to some, wait, first of all, this happened on stream yesterday. This happened. After 15 years, however long this game has been out. When did this game come out? I was part of the first. Like, the game was just blocks. Like, there was no actual game behind it. It was just like literally a sandbox. And we loved it. But when they introduced supercharged creepers, I guess, that's how long I've been trying to get one of these things. And I finally got one. So it's the centerpiece. I got these guys. Where's my little guy? I have a couple more. Hold on. I just got to show these off because I've seriously wanted these for so long. Look, there's one here. So this trident right here, it's got channeling on it. When it thunderstorms, you can strike lightning with whatever enemy you hit with this thing. That's what channeling does. I learned this way too late. Especially since I had it. I had it on. I thought channeling was like a faster throw. You know, like how when you wind up a bow, it takes a second. I thought channeling was like it makes it faster. But that's not even correct. Yeah, my idea was to take this guy by track. I was going to use what track I have laid down already. Get him all the way over here. Look, that's new. It's lit up too. So it'll be replaced with color when I figure out the color scheme. So I'm just getting the shape and location down first. But look at how crazy that looks in the sky. Crazy. We'll go check it out. But I wanted to do an introduction real quick. Kind of show you guys what's been going on before I get listening to the podcast. See, I connected it right here. And I was going to start sending this guy up and over that mountain. Get him on the train track. So I would have permanent roller coaster riders. That's what I think I'm going to do with both of these guys. But I might put on the skeleton horses because I have 2 skeleton horses. I got 2 more yesterday as well. It's pretty crazy. I think my idea of connecting up to here is better. I'm gonna need some dirt. Alright, I'm gonna play the podcast. I don't know what I'm starting off with first. Let me get this started real quick. I'm gonna play the a Ross Coulthart interview over. This is on News Nation, which you can find on YouTube. This is with Jake Barber. So we're gonna listen to this and play some Minecraft. As I get this set up, do hit that like button. Do hit that subscribe button. I do appreciate it. Let's learn something. All right.
Have on my bedroom wall the hello and welcome to Reality Check. Before we start, I want to tell you a little bit about our sponsor for the welcome to Reality Check.
Reality Check.
So you've
News
seen
Nation.
the full News Nation special investigation hunting UFOs, where we detailed the allegations of a first-hand whistleblower for the very first time, telling the inside story of the retrieval of non-human craft. I know it's an extraordinary allegation to make, and there's millions of armchair experts out there who think they know everything about this story. Well, today, for the first time, the bloke who told that story to me on News Nation is telling his full account, the full interview, for the first time. Jacob Barber is a guy I first met 2 years ago, and he's not used to the limelight. He's fundamentally somebody who's been trained in intelligence. He's been trained in how to operate in the covert world. And the only reason he's going overt is because he thinks you, the public, have a right to know about the illegal and criminal and improper things that he believes are going on inside what he calls the program. But be aware that, I think as George Herbert once said, the life of a spy is to know, not be known. It's difficult for any person to make the decision to step out into the limelight, let alone the excoriating glare of many hostile people who are looking for any excuse to pull Jake down from his pedestal. And the interesting thing is, he wants to be investigated. He wants the government, the Congress, to tackle this story and begin the slow exposition of what he knows. And it's a difficult story, I think, for a lot of people to grasp because the scale of it and the implications of it are immense. Not only does it mean that there is a non-human intelligence that's been engaging with this planet, and contrary to what the Pentagon says, we've known about it for decades, it also means, of course, that the government or sections of the government have been lying to us and continue to lie to us. And that's an egregious breach of public faith. And at some stage, there is going to be a reckoning. But ultimately, the big decision now for Congress and for the new Trump administration is whether they take the allegations of Jacob Barber seriously. So he wants, and we've always intended, for his full story to be told. So here today, for the very first time, is the full interview with Jake Barber, a great and loyal American who wants you to know the truth.
Hey Ross, my name is Jacob Barber, and for the last 30 years I've worked for the U.S. government and its private partners in both an official capacity as an enlisted man in the United States Air Force and in an unofficial capacity for the broader intelligence community as a contractor. Over the last 3 decades, my work has been very diverse and has included the recovery of downed UAP of non-human origin. I am pleased to share that as of a couple weeks ago, I have fulfilled a promise to our friend David Grush by getting myself into a skiff with Congress, and I have provided top secret SCI testimony on the subject matter of UAP. With this behind us, I'm pleased to be at a place where I can share information with the public. The type of information I can share will be limited by my DOPSR restrictions and personal restrictions I have set in order to protect the privacy and quality of life of my friends, family, and colleagues. So with that, let's talk.
So Jake, you've just made an historic revelation that we are not alone. How did it feel?
Felt pretty good, actually. Get that off my chest.
You've lived with this secret for how long?
You could say more than a decade.
So let's roll back. Let's tell the story of Jake Barber.
Okay.
You say you were an enlisted man and then you ended up working for the intelligence community as a contractor. Tell me that story. How did that happen?
Well, in high school, I was 17 years old. I was prospected into a program, an enlistment program. It was a guaranteed enlistment or guaranteed training enlistment program contract for a specific career field at the time called combat control. Career field is still called that. The contract was unique at the time. It was a 10-year commitment to Air Force Special Operations. I finished my screening for that program in September of 1994. I shipped off to Air Force Basic Training. Upon completion of that, I went to a place known as Operating Location Hotel. This was Air Force Special Operations selection. I completed selection roughly 4 months later and then entered into what is known as the pipeline. The pipeline is approximately a 2-year specialized training schedule where you go to a number of schools. At a certain point in my pipeline, I was approached by some individuals who had a discussion with me and convinced me it might be a good idea to consider becoming an airplane mechanic.
Was that to be your cover?
Yes. Yes.
Because I notice your DD-214, which is your release discharge document from the US Air Force, which you've provided us, it says you're an aerospace mechanic.
I was a mechanic. I spent a lot of time on the flight line at Pope Air Force Base and an obscure maintenance shop known as the Dash 21 dual rail shop. And I spent a lot of time there in my cover capacity, and I worked hard.
You're constrained very heavily, aren't you, by what's called a Defence Office Pre-Publication Security Review.
Correct.
And that's called a DOPSR for short.
Yes.
And if you accidentally or deliberately reveal information that you're not allowed to reveal, you can go to jail for the rest of your life.
That is correct. Yeah, they've created quite a landmine of words to avoid.
So there are certain agency names, certain designations in the military that you're not allowed to reveal or use.
Yes, and for good reason.
Let me clarify something though. You were trained as a top special operations soldier.
Upon completing that, I was given orders to Pope Air Force Base, where I spent a lot of time actually working in a maintenance capacity in an obscure maintenance shop known as the Dash 21 dual rail shop. My time outside of that was spent in any number of clubs, you could say. I was a member of many clubs where I got an opportunity to do a lot of interesting training.
You were given extensive special operations training.
I trained in things like survival. I was in parachute club. I was in scuba club. I was in weapons club. I was in pilot club. I even was in Spanish club. I was in entrepreneur club, paramedic club.
So they were fully training you for whatever that covert role was going to be.
Nobody was training me. I was there on my own free will, out of my own interest, and trained in a number of clubs.
A mechanic, but you were training yourself in a whole range of different skills. And I noticed your
Correct.
DD-214 document, it actually shows that you've got a sharpshooter's achievement.
Yes, yeah,
So how many mechanics have a sharpshooter's achievement?
not many. I will say that the standard for marksmanship in the Air Force is pretty low, but I did qualify as expert marksman in a number of small arms.
Right. And you've also, I noticed, you're able to talk about the fact that you earned a commendation for the use of combat medical skills to help save the lives of 2 men in a horrible accident.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is every once in a while my club skills would show up in the ordinary Air Force. Part of what goes on when things are heavily compartmentalized is often the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And so serving in my capacity as what is known as an OPFOR, an oppositional force, by the time I was deeply immersed in my club training, I soon began to be deployed as what's known as a red team member. I became a red team expert.
So an opposition force person, what do they do? Just explain to me what you do.
So OPFOR is the bad guys. So an OPFOR is a utility team, and that team's utility is in pressure testing or stress testing the effectiveness of what are known as blue forces, which are the good guys. Sure. So OPFOR is trained to deploy their own intuition and innovation in order to make the regular soldiers' lives hell. And that was where I was uniquely qualified and was deployed in that fashion in a number of real world scenarios and training scenarios.
Now, it's a very useful set of skills that you acquired in the Air Force.
Yes.
You've essentially had the training of a top Tier 1 operator at, if you like, Delta Force or STS-24 level, which is the top US Air Force elite group, but you were not a top Tier 1 operator.
That is correct. There's no evidence that I was ever assigned to any task force that was associated with those teams you just mentioned.
What were you?
What was I? Ross, I was a highly talented airplane mechanic who got to deploy on a number of presidential support missions. I was a security escort for what are known as HVTs all over the world. I also I deployed in Bosnia in support of the hunt for war criminals.
So why do countries like America have covert people like yourself? What's the purpose of it?
Well, there's a lot of utility in what you could call a hidden hand. For better or for worse, the U.S. government and its agencies tend to paint themselves into a corner, and they're bound by their own regulations and rules of play, and which makes it extremely valuable to be able to outsource to folks who don't have to follow those same rules.
So you were operating outside of the normal rule book, but to be clear, there's nothing wrong with a covert role. The US government uses covert operators all the time.
Absolutely. It's 100% in the best interest of everyone in this country, and to maintain superiority from a national security standpoint, that we play the game that way.
And do you regard yourself as a patriot? Do you love
Absolutely, first and foremost, before anything else. And I'd like to be clear, let's do this right now. I'd like you to know exactly what side I'm on. Firstly, I'm on the side of my family and my friends. Second, I'm on the side of the American people, and I'm on the side of the government and the military third, and only as long as they're taking care of the first two.
In that time, when you were being trained, learning all these skills, did you have any idea about aliens?
No, not at all.
One way you can validate that you were doing special work is that you were actually recommended for a heroism medal, weren't you? The US Air Force Air Medal.
I was.
And you're not allowed to talk about that operation, are you?
No, there was classified missions that took place in Bosnia. And, but every once in a while things showed up in my record, and at some point I had the presence of mind to start making copies of certain things. Which was a little nerve-wracking, because it may have been illegal that I was in possession of certain things, but this was a letter recommendation that calls out my particular act of heroism.
Were you awarded that medal?
No, it was squashed by my case officer.
And do you think it was squashed because they didn't want you to be conspicuous?
Yeah, because what the hell would an aircraft mechanic be doing chasing war criminals in Bosnia, and doing so to the extent that he would find himself in a situation that would be worthy of a medal of heroism.
Now, you can't name the agency, the organisation that you were working for, can you?
No.
You're forbidden by your DOPSA.
Forbidden.
At any stage during any of the training that you received, was anyone ever telling you that you were part of a government that was aware of the existence of non-human intelligence?
No, not at that time. And I'll have to tell you that everything changed for me right around 9/11. And I left the Air Force and basically made a left turn at Albuquerque, never part of the global war on terror, and quite literally made a left turn at Albuquerque, and was sent out to California at that time to begin establishing my cover basis for an independent contractor, so that I could serve what was coming down the line next for me. And that is the path which led to the UAP subject.
In your time in deployment, you met certain people from an aerospace company, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Now, it's also part of the constraints you operate under that you can't name that aerospace company.
Correct. There's no good reason to name them, even if I wasn't constrained.
What were they doing there?
Well, they were supporting us with some new weapons technology that could be used to disable vehicles and aircraft.
I can disclose this. My understanding is that they were essentially using, it was actually, I think it's a matter of public record, that microwave weapons, pulse microwave weapons, were being used at that time.
Correct. There were some early prototypes that were being used at that time. And I met individuals that were there representing the companies that were providing that service to the government, made some friends, and those relationships led to opportunities later in the California desert, where I began my journey.
Before we go any further, had you ever, as a child, experienced any kind of anomalous phenomena yourself?
No.
This was completely off the books for you. It was a complete revelation to you.
I was born in the 70s. I grew up a fan of Star Wars and Star Trek and Back to the Future. And it certainly was a pleasant and fun idea. But during that same time, it was also very clear that the culture it was clearly nostalgic, like the subject matter of UAP and non-human intelligence, which wasn't an acronym we used back then, aliens, let's say, that it was 100% a fictional story. So while I was interested in it, it was purely as an adolescent from being interested by any other fictional subject.
Before we get into the nitty-gritty of what happened after 2001, let's talk about what you perceive are the rights and responsibilities of American citizens under your Constitution. As an enlisted man, did you swear an oath to the Constitution?
I sure did, yeah.
How much do you care about the ideas and the principles that are espoused in the US Constitution?
Those ideas are absolutely paramount. They come above everything else. Even though I mentioned my family and my friends are whose side I'm on first, I cannot facilitate protecting them without the fundamental nature of the US Constitution. So it is paramount to everything else.
Is it fair to say that the reason why you're speaking to us here today is because you think it's important that the American people be told about what we're going to disclose in accordance with the Constitution? Article 1 of the US Constitution enshrines the idea that all arms of government must be transparent and accountable to the Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Is that happening?
I can't really speak to that. From what we're being told, there is no evidence of extraterrestrial presence here. There is no evidence of non-human intelligence. There's a little bit of admittance and evidence that there's something anomalous in the sky flying around and we don't know what it is. So the bad news is I can't really help further that question that everyone wants answered. The good news is I'm going to begin to be able to start answering that question. And that's the primary reason I'm here to speak to you today.
Do you think Congress is being misled, deceived about what is secretly known about non-human intelligence, alien life, engaging
it's
with
clear they don't have the full story.
What's being held back?
Just about everything. But there's another problem. I don't even know that they're giving it a proper attention to begin with. So unfortunately, Congress is very ignorant when it comes to the subject.
So very recently, the Pentagon spokesman assured press reporters in a Pentagon briefing that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial engagement with planet Earth. Is that true?
No, that's not true. Now, they like to hang their hat on some key words there, extraterrestrial. So that means outside of the planet Earth. And that is yet to be determined by my best understanding.
So you're saying you know for a fact there are aliens?
Yes, 100%.
There are alien craft?
100%.
Have you been involved in the recovery of those alien craft?
Well, Ross, yes, I have.
How does it feel to say that?
I'm kind of over it. Like, this has been a fact I had to get over. It wasn't easy when it first hit you, but that was years ago. And it's actually quite therapeutic to get to talk about it. And I'm encouraged that it's becoming commonplace, because that's where it needs to be for us to move forward and start gathering some evidence, which we intend to do.
So you're building up a cover in California shortly after 9/11. What are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a number of things. One, trying to fill out a sensible explanation for my backstory. I mentioned one of the clubs I was in was Pilot Club, and you'll speak to my good friend Don Paul here shortly, who I met during that time. But there's no record of that. So one of the first things I did is I had to go to commercial pilot school in order to create a legitimate training record so that I could operate in an official capacity this time as a helicopter pilot.
So you'd learned how to fly as a covert operator, but they didn't give you a license for it in the military.
No.
Because you weren't allowed to have that qualification because that would undermine your cover, I suppose.
Correct.
So you had to go and pretend to not be a pilot in order to get your commercial pilot's
that was
license.
loads of fun, actually. I found it quite challenging to pretend I didn't know how to fly. So it was amusing. Yeah.
You must have blitzed it.
Well, pretending to be bad was quite easy in the beginning. The hardest part was faking a natural learning curve. So how to show that I'm getting better in a progression that they've seen before. So that was fun. A few times I took the liberty to mess with my flight instructor, but he just thought I got lucky.
So this happened for, what, a couple of years?
Yeah, a number of things were done. So one of the rules we go by is that legitimacy is the best cover. So in order to provide a certain utility to the government by way of a contractor, I have to go and establish a lot of legitimate businesses. I have to function in a legitimate way under existing contracts to build a cover. A cover is not a hollow shell. It has to be layers deep. And the best way to have many layers of cover is to just go do something genuine to begin with.
So let's be clear about this. You're a very financially successful businessman in your own right. You've done well in business.
Yes.
You are not being paid by us or anyone to do this interview.
No.
In fact, you're deriving no financial benefit or in-kind benefit at all from doing this interview with me. Why are you speaking to us today?
Well, because I've got some good news, okay? So I know everyone's been waiting for people like me to speak out, and we haven't been doing nothing the past several years. There's been a lot going on. And I'm very pleased to share that we are moving forward in an official and transparent capacity to explore the answer to these questions that there appears to be no evidence for. And our number one goal now is to function in a private capacity with the backing of venture capitalists and in coordination with some of the most key departments in the government in order to start answering these questions in a transparent way related to the UAP topic.
Are you a front?
Am I a front?
Yeah, I mean, you've worked, obviously, in counterintelligence. You're a trained intelligence operative. Is this some kind of disinformation propaganda operation?
No, and I'm going to say no, and I'm going to tell you I'm not lying to you, but unfortunately, there's no way that I can convince you of that if that's what you're thinking.
A lot of people watching this will be thinking, oh, you can never trust a spook. You know, there's obviously wheels within wheels. This is part of some official government disclosure operation.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it's not. And again, I'm not going to be able to make you believe that. But what I can invite you to do is, I'll paraphrase the book of Matthew. You will know us by our fruits. So I'd like to invite you to stay tuned in and watch what our new project is about to do and prepare to be dazzled.
So you're part of a team that is proposing to do private retrievals of alien technology.
Yes. Yes.
And you've got the backing for it?
Yes.
Wow. So let's talk about now what you do know.
Okay.
When you finally secured your pilot's training in the commercial world, what happened?
While I was getting my pilot's training, I was also working to set up a number of businesses in order to pursue government contracts from the DOI, the DOD, and all the organizations and departments within those. And mostly what we did, a lot like in the 90s, you know, the cover capacity takes up the most of your time is spent operating in the cover capacity.
So you were working in legitimate businesses, earning a living like everybody else?
Like everyone else.
You're just waiting for the call.
Waiting for the call. The incidental benefits of the capabilities of the companies you set up are those benefits that are on standby to be deployed in the subject matter of UAPs.
So you've set up all those legitimate businesses. When did you get the call?
So as a helicopter operator, we provide a number of services to a number of departments within the military industrial complex. And that includes the Department of the Interior as well as the DOI. The Department of the Interior has a number of other departments within it, and we worked mostly in those for our CONUS or within the continental United States. Those operations include things like firefighting, long haul, short haul, which is our external loads for helicopters, working for the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, anything you could do to provide utility anything that you could do with the utility of a helicopter, we were put to task on.
Now, at this stage, there was no indication of any anomalous phenomena at all.
No.
When did you first start becoming aware of strange objects in the sky during your work?
Well, a lot of the work we did was on what I call the range. And the range is a particular geographical area where the U.S. government and its private partners use to test all kinds of things. Weapon systems and resilience to weapon systems of certain craft. And so you see a lot of exciting things. And I have to remind you that my particular role is very basic: security and transportation. It gets a little broad as you drill down, but I'm a security and transportation expert, and that's the service we broadly provided to the government and its partners.
So you start seeing at the range,
Yes.
interesting objects.
Well, yeah, it's always interesting out there. It was a process for me getting to the point until we had our first experience with something that was obviously non-human in origin. But up until that time, there's lots of interesting things in the sky. I can tell you that our technology, and by our I mean anything that lies within the inventory of the United States government and its private partners, is pretty spectacular. There's some cool things. And from an observer standpoint on the ground, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. Things come in and out of sight. Things disappear for a moment and reappear. Things seem to move very quickly. Things change color, they change shape. And a good reference for this is, I'm sure we've all seen these drone shows like that get put on at the Super Bowl halftime or other places. And those are pretty amazing to see, visually amazing. But we all know that's human tech and we accept it. But if you kind of think about that and think about perhaps what we might be doing privately, in the interest of national security, your imagination could fill in the blanks on what you might see on a test range that's being used by the U.S. government and its partners.
I mean, I guess we all expect that there's technology that we don't know about that's being kept confidential for very good reasons, because the United States doesn't want foreign adversaries to know that it has an aerospace advantage
Sure.
or a weapons advantage over a potential rival.
Yep.
And were you telling yourself that for a long time when you started seeing anomalous objects on the range?
Yeah, because just like it is now, you kind of have to train yourself. Even once you become a believer in the UAP subject, and you take some folks outside who are believers, and they look up, they get really excited and falsely identify a satellite as a UAP or something else in the sky that you might not be able to see its position lights or its strobe.
So you know what Louis Elizondo has described as the 5 observables.
Yes.
Instantaneous speed, incredible hypersonic speeds, transmedium travel, water to air, air to
Sure.
water, positive lift, some kind of propulsion system that isn't explained by conventional
Yes.
systems, and stealth. So you were seeing objects that complied with those weird observables.
Yes. And at that time, you would also see things when you talk about the transmedium. So one of those that would raise your eyebrow is more of the transmedium characteristics, because things would come from the ground, like from the earth, from a ridge, from a mountain, or it could pass through.
So they'd come out of a ridge.
Out of a ridge, yeah.
Now that is clearly technology that is certainly not known.
Now again, that is the visual understanding of what you're seeing.
And was that human technology? You just don't know.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
That I do not know.
So there came a time, though, where you began to realize that this was something else.
Well, let me add too. We also know of circumstances, and you'll speak to some of my teammates here, where we did recover things that were exotic in nature in the sky, and we know they were classified craft, and we recovered them and took them back to where they go, and that was a regular thing.
So there are things that we're trying to protect that are far beyond what we know about publicly.
Yeah, much like everything in my story that we're talking about, 80 to 90% of the time, it's very ordinary and boring once you get acclimated to the lifestyle. It's but for a 5 or 10% that is the most outrageous and exciting time of your life. But the majority of what we see and do is explainable and is ordinary and is known by many people and is not classified. But there is a certain percentage which is extremely sensitive, and that extremely sensitive bit does include what we know is our own man-made advanced technology. And we work to our recovery efforts, if this is where we're going with the conversation, when we look at a recovery mission or a crash recovery team, you don't put together a team like that with the intent of recovering non-human craft. That team is trained and provided the training and tools and technology to conduct a recovery mission for a number of objects and craft. But in the rare occasion, or let's say the hypothetical occasion, something of a non-human origin or source were to interface with the ground, you would deploy that same team. And that is the segue in how we got involved with this particular subject.
So tell me about the moment when you realized that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien tech.
So it became very clear the first time we recovered something that was non-human in origin that it was precisely what we were dealing with. Our communications changed. Our communication process and procedure was modified. It was also clear to everyone on the team that what we were dealing with was something that was unexpected versus expected. And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell that it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
How close did you get?
Well, I was a helicopter pilot, and I operate with 150 foot to 200 foot long line. So I got within 150 feet of this object.
What did you see?
I saw an egg, a white egg.
How large was the object?
I would say approximately 20 feet, plus or minus a little bit, about the size of a large SUV.
Did it have any seams?
No.
What? And it was
Seams.
pure white.
It was like pearly white, like a metallic pearly white, the best I could assess.
I mean, what you're describing sounds like something out of a TV show.
Yeah. Well, fortunate, I'm going to share some images with you, and you can see one of these flying in the sky, if you like, in broad daylight.
So you actually saw it in the sky before it...
No, not this one. But in our new venture, we've already begun work, and we're capturing sensor data of the exact same craft flying in the sky.
How did you know that that egg-shaped object was non-human in origin?
Well, visually, after seeing all kinds of things in my past, it was clearly something that was ridiculously looking. It's inconsistent with anything I'd ever seen before. I can also tell you that the reaction by my team, who was very experienced, was atypical. We changed we modified our entire process for recovery that night. Our communication process changed. We all knew we were dealing with something extraordinary. In addition to that, it has also been verified by me, by high-ranking members of the UAP task force, that what we recovered that night was in fact known NHI craft.
So the implications of that are actually quite shocking. It means the government's lying to us, which shouldn't come as any surprise to us, but we're being lied to.
I can't comment on that because I don't know what the government knows. This operation, yeah, I just can't comment to that because...
Do you think it's possible that there are even senior people in the Pentagon who aren't aware of what you know?
Absolutely. There are senior people in all branches of government that are unaware what's going on at the bottom.
So when Air Force General Pat Ryder speaks at a press briefing in the Pentagon and says there is no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation or engagement with planet Earth, he might actually be telling the truth because he hasn't been read in like you were.
Correct.
Now you have what's called, I understand, a top secret SCI clearance. You have compartmented intelligence clearance to certain programs.
My clearance is given like as like an as needed basis. So like when I go, it's not like I go, there's no record of me having top secret clearance anywhere, but I get dispatched.
Well, there is, because in the documents that you've showed us, there is one document that shows a NATO top secret clearance. And what does that mean?
That means you are cleared to the highest level that you need to be in order to function in the capacity that you've been assigned on a particular mission.
And it's quite a high clearance?
It's a very high clearance.
And so the best effort was done to secure your cover, and as part of protecting that cover, it wasn't allowed to be known that you had high clearances. But what you have been able to demonstrate to us is that you were in fact given high clearances as part of your role.
Yeah, the clearances kind of accompanied me like a shadow. If I got deployed on a particular mission, let's use an aircraft, an HVT mission, for example.
High value target.
High value target. I spent a lot of time in the 90s living out of a hotel room at Pope Air Force Base with a pager. That was our technology back then. So I'll give you a short story that'll tie this together. So a typical situation for me would be told to go stay at the lodging on base, and I could travel to the chow hall, I could travel to the gym, but I had to stay within that response area. We would have a sealed aircraft. A sealed aircraft is an aircraft that has been configured and swept, and then a metal seal goes on the door to where if that door is open or broken, we know someone has entered that aircraft in an unauthorized capacity. So we'd have a sealed aircraft there. If we got dispatched, I would go to an aircraft. There would be manifests that go with that aircraft that would list all the crew members, their security clearances, and a rough description as to the mission. At those times, the crew would be briefed, security clearances would be issued to that crew, and anytime I was on a HVT mission that was highly sensitive, I would operate under what is known as a NATO top secret security clearance. And there are documents, a few documents that I was able to make copies of that show that.
And indeed, the document that you've showed us shows very clearly that you and the pilot were the only people on board the plane that had a NATO top secret clearance.
Yeah, and probably the reason he was assigned is because I was there. So, not to sound arrogant, but the fact that I was being deployed on that mission meant that the aircraft commander also needed to be read in to a certain degree, which would require that clearance.
And is part of the reason why they keep your clearances secret in that covert role, so that they have plausible deniability if you ever did decide to speak publicly?
Yeah. Here's the funny thing. Like, the U.S. government can make a bunch of rules in order to create a scaffolding that keeps things intact, but they make a bunch of rules so that they can break them and hack the system and get around them. It provides great obscurity to create the rules that separate the known from the unknown. And I want to add one comment here is when we're talking about circumstances like the first time we recovered a UAP, which was the flying egg, that immediately, regardless of where you were or what level of security you're operating under at the time, when that shows up, you're instantly now in a top secret classified situation, regardless of people's clearance.
So before you flew out that day to go and do the recovery of the egg, what were you told?
I was told that we were going out to do our normal thing. We were going to provide range security, and we transport crew, and we're doing our normal range work.
You weren't told that this was an anomalous craft that was clearly of non-human origin?
No, and I genuinely believe no one else knew this was going to happen either.
It was a shock to everyone.
I think it was a shock to everyone.
And at no stage were you ever subsequently told that the craft was of non-human origin?
No.
So how do you know it wasn't human? How do you know that we don't have top secret tech that is shaped like an egg?
Right. Well, I'll tell you that because of the reaction of my leadership structure and because of my experience working in that capacity, everyone involved was convinced that what we were seeing and dealing with was, in fact, exotic in its origin. I will also tell you that during this process over the last couple of years, it's been confirmed to me by ranking members of the UAP task force that what we were working with that night was, in fact, NHI, and it was not a unique experience. The egg, as we're referring to, is known by, and there have been many others that have encountered this type of craft In our atmosphere, outside of our atmosphere, broad day, nighttime, all over the place.
You got a good look at this object, didn't you?
Yeah.
Was there any visible propulsion system on it?
No, not what we would know. There's no engine. There was no thermal signature. I was operating at night when I finally came in to pick it up. So I'm working under night vision goggles at the time. And it was quite clear. I flipped them up, flipped them down, and looked at it a couple of different ways.
Was there a thermal signature?
There was not a thermal signature.
So it wasn't hot?
No.
No. The general laws of thermodynamics, if an object's been flying or driving an engine, it's going to show heat, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So how do you think that object was being propelled?
Well, that's a great question that we're looking forward to exploring with our new venture.
So when you went back to base, was it the sort of job where you could go to your bosses and say, hey, listen, what was that object that I picked up, that strange-looking egg thing?
No, that's not quite how it works. When I go back to what you would call my base, when I go back to our facility, that's back to my normal working business. And the people that are involved there have really no idea what's going on when I'm holding myself out for work for the government.
So this is how the compartmentalization system works.
Yeah.
It's a need to know. There was no need for the people that you were working with to know, so they weren't briefed in.
Yes.
And you only found out incidentally because you saw it on the range.
Right.
So let's keep on going. That's twigged your interest. For the first time, you've seen something that does appear genuinely anomalous. When was the next occasion when you became aware of anomalous non-human technology?
Well, there's another craft that we recovered that I can talk about, and that craft was what we referred to as an 8-gon. An 8-gon is basically a disc-shaped object that, when viewed from the top, has 8 different symmetrical sections that are delineated by some form of ridge.
So it's an octagon-shaped disc.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What, by any chance, was there a nickname for the egg?
Yeah, the egg we actually called Nanus, like from the Mork and Mindy show from the 70s, because it's ridiculous. That's exactly what it looked like. And so it's funny when you look back at what may have been the motivation for the 1970s, because where else would an egg is a ridiculous idea for a guy from Mort from Ork, right? So you have Mort from Ork who flew to Earth in an egg. It surely gives credit to the idea that some like to think that perhaps there was a PR program that utilized our fascination with Hollywood and television to paint pictures of actual fact as fiction, making it now some weird hybrid you could call faction.
So what time of day or night was it when you came across the octagonal object, the 8-gon?
We did recovery on that both day and night.
So talk me through it. What happens? You're in your chopper?
Yeah, I'm in my chopper.
What sort of chopper?
At the time, it was a Bell 212, which is the same as a UHN1. It's a twin-engine, twin-bladed Bell helicopter.
You're flying at night?
Flying at night, yeah.
What time at night?
Oh, God. I don't remember. Like after midnight.
Have you been given any pre-flight briefing?
I'm the one who would be given the briefing, but we are given a loadout on the particular object. That when you're flying an external load, we designate 2 different sites. One's called the drop site, one's called the pick site, you could say. The pick site is where the payload is that you're flying in to pick up. As you're making your first trip into the pick site, the payloads are already rigged and manifested for you to prepare them for flight. When you're en route to that object, you're given some basic information like weight estimates, size estimates. There's 2 objects that I'm here to talk about. One was the egg, the other is what we called an 8-gon. The 8-gon was essentially a flying disc with what looked like 8 delineated sections when looking down. And I can tell you what it looked like from looking down because that's primarily how I saw it, because I'm a helicopter pilot. We did recoveries with the 8-gons. There was more than one that made its way to the ground on this particular operation. And the recovery was done at night, and then more was done in the day. Because of where we operate, Sometimes things can make their way into the steep terrain. The terrain where we operate is the highest mountain range in the whole continental United States. And so the decision was made to wait till daylight to recover some of the object or some of the material that was brought down or made its way to the ground that night. During the recovery of the object at nighttime, I make my way in the helicopter from where we configure the line and we fly to where what we call the pick site. There's two locations. We designate a pick site, drop site. Drop site at the delivery location. We have a crew both at the pick site and the drop site on the ground. The pick team configures the cargo for flight.
So whatever it is, the craft is sitting in a sling waiting for your helicopter.
Yeah, it's saying we have these things called pumpkins, which are like rubberized bags or containers. And from my point of view, it was covered in a pumpkin, at least from the bottom and the sides. This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. This is, for me, when it became clear. As I get closer to this pick site, I start feeling odd. I start feeling extremely emotional. And the closer I get, the more the emotion starts to overwhelm me. And
what do you feel? What's the emotion?
I feel a sense of my mother. I don't know how else to explain it. I feel this intense hybrid of sadness and happiness and beauty and song. And it was very disruptive to me because I had a very practical responsibility at the time to operate a helicopter in the mountains at night. And I began wondering what was wrong with me. It was late. Am I just stressed? Am I tired? Am I marinating in cortisol and estrogen? I don't know. But as I came over this object for the pick, there was this overwhelming sense of emotion.
What's it saying? The object. Tell me what you're feeling.
Like I said, it was an overwhelming sense of sadness, happiness.
Is it your feeling? Are you suddenly having a mental breakdown on the job?
No, I felt like something connected with me. I felt like something had tuned in to me and my soul and was providing me some sense of guidance on what to do and how profound what I was doing was. And it was so overwhelming that I began to cry. And
I can't imagine crying at night time with night vision goggles is the healthiest way to fly a chopper.
No, it is not. And then I'm confused as to why I'm crying at the same time. And then do I abort the mission? So I just did my best to focus on my particular cues when doing this type of work. And I got the load hooked up and I began flying away. And once it was just me and that object in between the pick and the drop site, there was about 20 miles in between, I felt like something was inside of me. I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I'd ever been possessed by. And
was it loving?
It was loving. But there was a sense of sadness at the same time. And
had you ever had an experience like this before?
No, it was a very feminine energy, I'll tell you that. It felt like the spirit of God, but not in any masculine sense that I had ever felt. It was like, again, the feeling of my mother and my daughter and beauty. And it wasn't like a soul, it was like a frequency that I was connected with.
Was it scared?
I don't know if is a thing. I'm still trying to figure out why that happened. I don't want to say that because I have a pretty good idea of what's going on now. And whatever that force was since that night, it has stayed with me. And as crazy as this sounds, it's what's guiding me now. And it's what's providing protection for me.
It's changed your life.
It's changed my life.
Do you think it's made you a better person, that experience?
It has made me a more sensitive and aware person, which I think all of us would be better people.
So that was a moment when you became aware of, at the very least, a technology that had the capacity to touch you remotely. Telepathically. Now, telepathy, we are told, is a nonsense. It's a fiction. So what happened after you flew the object in the sling to presumably the drop-off zone?
Once I made the drop, before I got there, I was really scared that I was going to have to stop flying and punch this thing off because I was so distracted. But then I was like, well, crap, now we've got another recovery site. Now we're going to have to recover this. I'm going to have to emergency land. I don't know. So it took everything I had in me at the time to get to my drop site, and I delivered this. Oddly enough, no one in my crew reported having similar effects from this. I do not believe there was a being in that craft. I've come to understand now, after being involved with other parts of the programs that are tested on the range, that there is a known and researched and implemented emotional or psychic, or what we call a psionic component to the research and development of the UAP program.
Now, Jake, I know it's going to be very confronting for our audience to hear this, but you think that you've discovered something potentially about yourself as a result of that experience, that you might in fact have abilities that you were never aware of.
I know in my childhood, if we look back to when I was a kid, I sincerely believe that the screening I went through in high school, my grandparents are, when I was a kid, the reason I joined the military is real simple. I wanted to jump out of airplanes and kill bad guys and make my grandparents proud. And my grandparents were the most amazing people I've ever met. They grew up during the Great Depression, dealt with World War II. And my grandfathers particularly were the strongest and the most sensitive men I've ever met, all wrapped up into one person. We can call them Navy Grandpa and Army Grandpa, let's say. So, Navy Grandpa was a very influential naval officer. He was actually a member of the SEALs predecessors, the Scouts and Raiders. Army Grandpa was an Army captain and a salesman. They both founded our neighborhood church and literally set the cornerstone to our church together. Unfortunately, their children, my parents, were very loving people, but made a lot of bad decisions. This led to step families for me at a very young age. And to get away from the abusive environment, I spent a lot of time outside. I would tell my mom I'm going to my dad's house. I'd tell my dad I'm going to my mom's house, and I'd bug out and just go live outside.
You were living in the bush somewhere?
Yeah, essentially I was homeless, but I just told myself I was a wild commando survivalist, and that gave me pride in what I was doing instead of shame. And so that I refined a pretty high level of independence at a young age. But my grandparents were still always there, making sure I had some outlet for certain things. And so they got me involved with an art program and a music program. I'll have to tell you, so my Navy grandfather, he was the superintendent. He got his doctorate in education, and by the time I had graduated high school, he had retired as a superintendent of our school district. So he was a very influential man.
And I understand he ran the gifted and talented education program for that school district.
Yeah, you could say he was the ambassador for this area for the GATE program, which was a program for gifted and talented kids. And my personal experience with that was great. It was, I just got pulled out of normal class a couple of times a day, at least twice, and got to go to a private classroom where I had one-on-one time with a staff member there who played a lot of games with me inside and outside, and we ran a number of creative classes together. And outside of that, I also, after school, I would attend, I had a private art teacher, I learned music. And so I felt like I had a unique education experience as a kid. My grandfather also got me involved in water polo and swimming. He was a diver and a swimmer. And water polo became a great outlet for me. I found the competition and the physical exhaustion was like great medicine for me.
Looking back though now, do you think there might have been something special about your selection into the GATE program?
Well, if we look into my high school years, you know, unfortunately, my senior year, I got in a lot of trouble. When I did show up to school, I was a bit disruptive in class. I had a smart mouth. I liked being a class clown. And I got in a lot of fights. And by the time my senior year came around, I was the varsity goalie on our water polo team. And 5 weeks into my senior year, I got expelled for fighting again. And at that time, I was on a disciplinary contract. So my accumulation of bad behavior throughout high school resulted in a contract, which was interesting. And it was a one and done fail situation. And 5 weeks into my senior year, I was expelled. At this time, my grandparents decided to hold an intervention, and I don't even think my parents or step-parents know, but the two men got together and met with me and decided to research military programs that would be available at that time. And so we made several trips down to UCLA, to an office near there, and I began going through a series of tests of all kinds. There were physical, physiological, psychological, creative tests, and we assumed that, you know, all of this was pretty typical.
You know now, don't you, that the US Air Force has been secretly testing people through the GATE program for certain psychic abilities?
Yes.
Were you tested?
Yes.
Do you think that might have played a part in what happened to you that night when you were recovering that craft?
Yeah, and I don't know that the Air Force realized that. I'll tell you, I know others that I've come to meet through the program that we'll talk about that were in a psionic program that have a very similar backstory. But for whatever reason, I was not used in that way. Again, my creativity and intuition resulted in, as I've shared with you before, being used for creative war games, being very creative in war games. But what I used as intuition, if we make a spectrum and we put intuition on the conservative side, let's say the right side of the scale, on the more far out side, that might be something that looks a lot like telepathy or telekinesis. And we call this psionics, which we can talk about. And so I knew I was intuitive, I knew I was creative, and I also know I had good imagination. And so looking back, it was clear that becoming a red team expert, those are the tools that I would deploy. My intuition and creativity is what made me successful in that capacity.
I'm quite struck by how many very senior elite soldiers, special operations soldiers, when they admit what they do in a combat situation where they're facing imminent harm, there's often a moment where they talk about intuition, precognition.
Yeah.
They knew something was about to happen. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, I would say that I have a keen ability to make good decisions, short term and long term. I also find comfort in chaos, you could say. And I actually see things more clearly in chaos and tend to make very wise decisions.
And is that a quality that you recognize in a lot of your colleagues in special operations?
Yeah, you might be interested to know that people at an elite operator level, there's a lot of them that are left-handed, a lot of them that were artists as kids or still are, very good drawers, illustrators, musicians. They're also, if you were to describe their personalities, you might find yourself using some oxymorons like peaceful warriors, sensitive savages, you could say. That's a real thing. And I'll add one more. We're a bunch of dead serious goofballs. So there's this dichotomy between feminine and masculine at the extremes that I don't know if you could go as far as to say as the big blue Air Force and the big black Department of Defense knows what they're doing, and they're prospecting for these kids at a level, and they're planning this long-term, well-thought-out path. But what you will find is that we end up making our way there.
Something made you connect with that machine that night.
Yes, it chose to connect with me, and reportedly no one else on my crew.
So when you got back to base, did you report the fact that you'd had that extraordinary...
Hell no.
Why not?
Because I didn't know what happened, and I don't want, you carry a lot of responsibility as a pilot. In this process, I've moved from being a very pragmatic person with a tremendous amount of responsibility in day-to-day grind in this dimension to a place where I've had to take into account and incorporate things that are basically metaphysical. And find a balance between the two, all while maintaining the trust that I could do my very pragmatic work. So this was something pretty new to me this night. The last thing I'm going to do is go back and tell my team that I almost had to pop the load off because I was connected with a goddess that was making me cry.
So you've had those two anomalous incidents with craft.
Yeah.
Clearly, these are objects that are being recovered that do not appear to be human technology.
So this is a good thing to talk about because what we're dealing with is either non-human intelligence, if we want to use those words or that phrase or that acronym. It's either that or we need to dramatically redefine what we think human intelligence is.
Because this object, whatever it was capable of communicating with you in your mind.
That object, or whatever was controlling that object, was also connecting to me through the mind, through my mind.
Now you learned, didn't you, that this was the tip of an iceberg. It wasn't
Correct.
Just you.
Correct.
What did you learn?
Well, my work, coincidentally, shortly after that, led me in support of another particular part of the program, which deals directly with looking at this piece right here, which is there a component on the summoning side that we call, and the operation side of these non-human craft that has to do with consciousness, or at least a field of consciousness that perhaps humans can tap into, and maybe all beings in the universe can tap into.
What is a psionic?
A psionic person is someone with a predisposition for extral, temporal, you could say, abilities and sensitivities. Someone who has a fantastic intuition.
What did you discover the psionics were being used for in the program?
In the program, there was certainly a desire to explore the idea that perhaps UAP could be summoned, could be communicated with, could be controlled, and could be persuaded to land, all by deploying people with psionic abilities to interface and communicate with the UAP.
And did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
So there were people who were purportedly psionically gifted who were brought into the program.
Yes, there were.
Where did they come from?
They come from all over. They're not, and all over, I mean, from outside the United States as well as in.
And how are they detected? How are they picked?
I don't really know. You'd have to ask somebody else.
I'm told that there are particular indigenous communities around the world, Native Americans, people in different third world countries, who apparently have enhanced psychic abilities that are recognised.
Sure. I think most people could grasp the idea that perhaps people that are from other cultures, our culture leaves a lot to be desired when we look at the contaminants that exist in our food, contaminants that exist in our drugs, and contaminants in our culture. And some of these contaminants, it turns out, aren't great for your spirituality or your consciousness or your psionic abilities. And so those who live a particular lifestyle or live in a culture where they have a more natural or direct way of life with nature and their surroundings seem to, within those groups of people, there's a little bit higher demographic than there typically is for those with a psionic ability. So these people are sought out and are used to contribute to the research that might be going on with the psionic.
I want to put something to you.
Yeah.
I've spoken myself, you haven't told me this, but I've spoken myself to people of Native American background, Indigenous Americans, who say that this is a particularly popular thing for recruitment from the program to happen in Indigenous American communities.
Yes, I know that for a fact.
There are also people from countries in the third world where these abilities are recognised and not treated with stigma as we do in the Western world.
Yeah, there is no stigma. In fact, if there's any stigma, if you're the one who's not playing along, you might be the outcast in those cultures.
So the irony is that part of your discovery inside the program is that there genuinely are people who can actually make a mental, spiritual connection to a technology.
Yes, 100%.
Was that a revelation to you?
It was fun. It was actually fun to learn. That's one of the things in our work that was like, oh my gosh, there's more to life. It answered certain questions and intuitions, if you will, that you have going back to your childhood, and if anything, that were most present in your childhood, which is very satisfying because, something as a child, you have this particular feeling, and it kind of dies out as you become more mature and have to take on more responsibility. And so to be able to nurture that and accept that might be the case, and to see organizations as serious as those who we worked with taking this seriously was actually a heck of a lot of fun.
So this is an ontological shock, I think, for many people watching this, because we're all being told, firstly, there's no such thing as aliens visiting this planet.
Yeah.
And secondly, we're all being told there's no such thing as telepathy or psychic abilities. It's rubbish.
Yeah, I don't think there is going to be an ontological shock. I think people are going to react to it the same way I did. I think it's going to be an ontological relief, because I think everyone deep down knows that there is more to life than what we are being told and experiencing. And to know that there might be something like a sixth, seventh, eighth sense that has a spiritual connection, and that might actually have a good nature and application behind it, like, not only is it not shocking, but it should be welcomed, I would think.
Well, I'd go further, Jake. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And isn't that the message you got from whatever that intelligence
Overwhelming
was?
sense of beauty. Overwhelming.
And love?
And love.
And it's funny hearing an elite soldier talking about love
Yeah.
and benevolence.
You know what fuels every elite soldier? Is a preservation of love or something that they love. That's what's behind all the strength.
So let's go through the psionic program. When a psionic operator engages with technology, how do they do it?
Using their mind, something like meditation. And I need to preface this by saying this is stuff that I've come to know recently. The night that I had this experience, There was another team involved, come to find out was a psionics team, and they were also working that night.
And do you think it was them that had attracted the object in the first place?
Yeah, I do.
And so how did the object come to land?
I think it was invited to land by the psionics team.
Is that always how they make the objects land?
No, there's a number of other ways. So I have to tell you that weapon systems are tested out there.
I know this from other sources. I know that high pulse microwave weapons are being used to bring down some of these craft.
Yes.
Now, how often was it done where the objects would land on their own accord, and how often was it done that weapons would be used?
Yeah, I can't tell you how often. I can tell you they are brought down both ways, that they are invited to land by the psionics team. Other times they are invited in by the psionics team, but then HPMs, which are high-powered microwave weapons, are deployed, and they have an effect where they can disrupt the flight pattern of the object, and when it is an object, sometimes it's not, and it can result in that aircraft being forcibly brought down.
When they did the attraction of the objects, was it purely psychic, or was there machinery that was used as well?
So there's 5 components to our operation, which might answer a lot of your questions. So the first component is a calling phase. Calling is either through man or machine-based summoning systems. We have man-based systems, which are our psionic assets, which make a connection through intuition or consciousness with the object and can invite it in. The other is a machine-based calling system, which uses many systems, which I'm not going to go into detail about. You could refer to them as a dog whistle or a lure. And UAP, certain types seem to be specifically attracted or responsive to our machine-based calling systems. And then from there, once they're brought in, we communicate with them. Now, the psionics can have a dual role, because in this communication phase, we do a lot of data collection. So it's verifying that what we are seeing is something tangible, also that it is responding to our efforts. So we might invite it to move left or right, or to position our particular machine-based systems in a particular direction, and then measure the response.
The implication of what you're saying is that this intelligence that's behind these objects, whatever it is, seems willing to share.
Yeah, I think it ultimately is working for us. And it is commonly talked about that what we are getting, even when we weaponize it, is a donation, a gift. And even when we deploy equipment, when there's a combined operation with a psionics team and a machine-based team, all the equipment kind of has to be blessed and brought in when it's a psionically led operation for summoning.
A lot of people watching this, Jake, are going, I'm sure, this is crazy. This guy's making this up. This can't possibly be true. Yeah. Alien vehicles, psychic techniques to engage with technology. This is disinformation, fabrication.
Yeah. Well, we intend to prove that's not the case, which has a lot to do with the timing as to why I'm coming out now. We plan to produce that evidence in our new venture with our teams that we've used for years. In the legacy program, we've now gotten out and we've pooled our resources, and we're backed by venture capital. We're also working in coordination with the most forefront government agencies that you would want involved with us on this subject matter. And we're going to start producing evidence on all of this, and we're going to share it with.
But crucially, you know it works because you've seen it done.
Yes. Yep.
And so have your colleagues.
That's correct.
What would you say to people who might say, there's no way a secret like this could have been kept for so long? I mean, you're describing an operation that, in your experience, has been going for at least 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
Do you know how long the program's been doing, the psionics?
I would say, I'm sorry, get over it. I don't know what else to tell you.
So it can be kept. A secret can be kept.
Oh, yeah. Secrets, there are lots of secrets. Some kept for good reasons.
So let me briefly summarize the implications of what you're saying. Aliens are real.
So I would like to know, unfortunately, we got to get really specific with the semantics, okay? So what do you mean by alien?
Something non-human and intelligent built craft that you have been involved in recovering.
Yes, something that is inconsistent with our idea of what a human is involved with these craft.
Are these intelligences, whatever they are they extraterrestrial? Are they from somewhere else, or could they possibly be living on this planet?
I got to remind you, I'm a security and transportation guy that has been involved in this program really within the purview of those two categories. So you're going to have to ask someone else.
I presume you got a chance to talk to the psionics.
Yeah.
When they mentally, telepathically engaged with whatever this intelligence was, what did they tell you about it?
Well, that they refer to it as a they in a very spiritual nature, something like angels, angels and demons. Let's say there's certainly good energies and bad energies, but it's talked of in a very nebulous way like this, because no one really knows what it is. No one, especially on the psionic side, we're still trying to figure that out. We're still trying to figure out exactly what it is. And there's probably a number of things going on. There might be biological entities, and we use the word biological for a very specific reason. Biological, we limit it to that because we aren't here to imply that it is sentient or has a consciousness. We really don't know that. There is some evidence that shows it might be the case that these are something like soft tissue drones or lab meat that was programmed in order to operate craft.
Meat robots.
Meat robots, yeah.
Okay.
So it really begs the question, but ironically, while some of the biological cargo that comes with these craft is not conscious, consciousness itself is how you interact and pilot the craft, which is ironic because for the first time ever, the biological creatures inside are not conscious, but the craft is.
The other implication too, from what your experience shows, is that whatever and wherever the intelligence is that's behind those craft, it seems friendly, benevolent.
Benevolent, yeah.
In fact, loving?
Loving. It's, if you want to connect with it, if you want to have a relationship, and if you want to see stuff flying in the sky, you need to be channeling a loving energy. That's just the way it works.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is. In fact, there can be individuals in the group that throw off that vibe, that can mess up the vibration of the psionics work and their communication with the beings, and then you aren't as successful.
Have you, in any of the work that you've done, and I know you're being very limited in what incidents you're prepared to talk about, have you ever come across malevolent intelligence that's non-human?
I have not. I personally have not.
Have any of your colleagues?
You'll have to ask them.
Okay. The implications, though, of what you're telling us are incredible. We are not alone.
We are not alone.
There is a non-human intelligence that has been engaging with this planet.
Yes.
To your knowledge, is it just the United States that is having these encounters?
No. No, I can tell you for a fact that my team has been sought after for our unique service that we provide by organizations outside the United States.
But let's to be clear, I don't want to put you in the position of imputing that you might have been helping unfriendly countries. Neither of the countries or none of the countries that you worked with are foreign adversaries.
No, not. And when I say that, I use the word organizations instead of governments because there are many other folks that may be operating in a private capacity that. So let me say this. This situation is not unique to the U.S.
To your knowledge, are Russia and China doing retrievals of non-human craft?
I have no idea. I imagine they are.
Why would you say that?
Well, because this particular activity is not unique to the United States. I know for a fact that members of my team have been asked to provide our expertise and service for organizations outside the U.S., not China and Russia. But, the U.S. government does not have a monopoly on the UAP subject matter. I mean, the skies are not classified. Your conscience can't be redacted. So the NHI can connect with whoever the hell they want, and whoever the hell they are can connect with NHI. And this lends itself to a particular situation or formula that you can imagine exists, which is if you have a belief that this is a worthwhile venture, which ironically the government has made extremely clear. Like, there are many people, myself and our new organization included, that is not waiting on the government to say this is something you should invest time and energy on. And that's become abundantly clear in the last 2 years. But prior to that, anyone that had the will to believe that and the money to invest and the tools and techniques and talent in order to do it could set up their own communication, crash recovery, and reverse engineering program anywhere in the world. The NHI does not hold itself out exclusively for the United States.
Why has this been kept secret from all of us?
Oh God, I don't know. I really don't know. I imagine, I have to trust that, be careful what you wish for. There might be very good reasons. I imagine that some of what we see, I know that some of what we see is our own advanced tech. And it's absolutely imperative that we keep a competitive advantage over our adversaries. As a patriot, that's paramount. We need to be able to defend ourselves. And unfortunately, you can't tell the public things without telling your adversaries. So therefore, the public, for their own good, is going to be kept, they're going to be kept out of the know on certain subjects. And so there's this difference between secrecy and privacy. And I will lay this out because we need to be able to flip back and forth between the two. Privacy is something that protects responsibilities and the dignity of whoever needs that privacy. Secrecy is something that typically hides vices, amoral intentions, and crimes, let's say. I know for the most part that what we're dealing with when it comes to our government, the subject matter, is a matter of privacy, not secrecy, if you want to look at it that way.
Somebody you discovered was recording these operations in secret.
There are videos of these operations that were captured illegally during these operations that are out there.
You became aware, didn't you, while you were doing these retrieval operations, that there was concern from a private aerospace company that certain computers had gone missing?
Yes.
And those computers were Panasonic Toughbooks.
Correct.
5 Panasonic Toughbooks. 6. What happened?
Well, we were deployed on a particular task to recover what we call HVTs, or high value targets. Those high value targets were Panasonic Toughbooks. And whatever was on these Toughbooks was highly sensitive material. And this came about, I have to tell you, after 2018. It is quite possible, I will say, that the sensitive material that is on these Panasonic Toughbooks has to do with sensor data, video, that was illegally captured during some of these operations, some of which may be incriminating or classified.
Now, I can understand a lot of people watching this may be indignant, but there are good reasons why some things are classified in the US military.
Absolutely.
So you were tasked to get these laptops back?
Yes.
Because the concern was they could break the secrecy of the whole program.
I can't speak to what the implications were of this sensitive information getting out. You know, my job's pretty simple. I get tasked on something, I get given a pretty narrow scope, and after doing this for 20 years, that's enough for me, because everything that I've done up until now is I've been very well taken care of, and everything, I trust the process by which we operate. So I'm only preloading it that way because that wasn't the case by the end of this operation. For the first time in my career, by the end of this operation, we began asking questions we've never asked, which is, who are we working for? What is going on? And why did it turn out to be that there were two seemingly adversarial parties trying to employ us to go after these HVTs?
So what happened?
So my team and I worked in coordination with our contact for this particular task. There was obviously another team involved, which is an intelligence team. Most of our intelligence came by way of HUMINT, which is human intelligence, which is essentially the reporting of information by a human, by their own observation and experience. And we recovered our first two tough books. They were in the high Sierras, I'll tell you that. And we had first began recon on that particular target for the first two in the winter time, and there was tons of snow. So we continued to just observe that location in order to keep tabs on who might be coming and going. It's very remote. There's no way there. The only way to get there would be by foot or horse or helicopter. So we did a couple snow surveys, and at the time the snow was over 9 feet, so we had waited for the thaw before we would deploy to get these first two.
Are you and your men armed?
Yeah, we're always armed. Yeah.
Because whoever this was is potentially very dangerous.
I'm armed when I go to Starbucks, so that's not saying much, but we were armed, yeah.
So what happened?
So we recovered our first two tough books. We got back to our base location and then went through them and took photographs, discovered that the hard drives were missing, which is something we expected could be the case. We then took pictures and detailed reports of the tough books and the contents of the casing that we found them in, and we delivered them to a very familiar facility, which is consistent with the company we are working for. And then we went back to task and waited for more instructions on where to look next for the missing components of these computers, as well as the other tough books that were thought to have been out there. The next piece of intelligence that came through led us to a lake, a high altitude lake, and we found the hard drives in a sealed steel container 25 feet underwater.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
someone's going through a lot of effort in order to hide these things.
But you can't blame them. I mean, this is worth a lot of money if you sell it to the right buyer.
Yeah, depending upon what's on there. It was clear that, again, it was clear that whatever was hidden was highly sensitive to the employer of the task we were on and to whoever was in possession of these at the time they were being hidden. Yeah.
At any stage, did you find yourself under threat?
Yeah, so we didn't get much past that mission. We never recovered any more. The very next time we went out, things got strange for me. And my spidey senses, my intuition was on high alert because our intel contact changed. The rhythm and style of our intel changed. I'll leave it at that. And when we deployed to the next location to begin our reconnaissance and in preparation for going to have a look around, the intelligence began to change last minute. Also, we were given a partnered air asset instead of using our own, and we took it in good faith. And as we got closer to the day in which we were going to deploy, intelligence kept changing. And so that raised my concern. We ended up going anyway, and when we got there, the HVTs were gone, and it was clear that shots had been fired, and I'm going to leave it at that. So when I got back to our home base after that, I made contact with our dispatcher, let's say, and said, we're out, we're done, and I needed space to breathe. We then deployed our own air assets, and we got the hell out of there.
You felt you were in significant danger.
Yeah. And I was concerned that we were being set up, we were being prepared for the one thing that we've always offered employers, and that is plausible deniability. And that we were perhaps going to be the hidden hand that gets severed. And that perhaps we were the ones who may be responsible for capturing that sensitive material on the front end.
Do you think that you and your team had come under suspicion for the videos? Is it as simple as that?
I think that's very likely. Or we were a suitable patsy.
I do have to put one thing to you.
Yeah.
Because it's an incident that I've been told about from 2004, and I've been told about it by multiple people. I've been told that a private aerospace company was testing one of its own vehicles, what's referred to as an alien reproduction vehicle, an ARV in the colloquialism. That vehicle crashed somewhere south of New Mexico, possibly in Mexico, and I'm told that a team from that private aerospace contractor was deployed, and while they were there, another team arrived from the US military, and they had innocently been deployed by their government to intercept what they thought was a potentially anomalous craft. And in the course of that encounter, I am told 2 men were killed. Can you comment on that incident?
Yeah, there's nothing I can add to that story or comment on. If I did have something to add, or if I had knowledge of that, it would certainly be something I would expect to get squashed by Dopster. And quite possibly, if I was involved in something like that, I probably wouldn't share it for one of my other reasons, which is maintaining the privacy and quality of life of my friends and family.
It's too dangerous for you to talk about, potentially.
It certainly, it would be, yeah.
Can you speak more broadly, without referring to that particular incident, speaking broadly about the implications from the program? Do you believe people have been hurt or killed as a result of attempts to protect the secrecy of this whole venture?
Yeah, it is my understanding and belief that, unfortunately, that is true.
People have been murdered.
That seems to be the case.
You were in a situation where what you were doing was plausibly deniable. You felt under threat. You were asking who you were working for. Who were you working for?
Yeah, for the first time in my career, let me start by saying that for my entire career, both in the Air Force and as a contractor afterwards, I've been very well taken care of. I was given time off to get my head right when I needed to. I was given time to take care of my family when my wife had twins. I've been very well compensated. I've been trusted, in everything that needed to be laid out before me when put on certain tasks was as advertised and as promised. That all changed in 2018, and I cut ties and had to get rid of everyone on my team and build a brand new team from scratch, the same way I always had. But we cleaned house, and I went back and recruited through very reliable sources the type of team members I always have from the places I always have. And we set out to try and figure out exactly who the adversarial parties were that were both interested in these laptops. And again, it was obvious to us at least who the employer was, but they were now in question, in my mind, as being part of the problem we ran into. And it became clear to me, after working in this world, that perhaps it wasn't this company. Perhaps there was someone in mid-level management or someone completely external that was masquerading as representatives of this company, and they liked wearing their merchandise, okay? So we came up with a plan, and I decided we're not gonna ask questions down here, we're gonna go to the top. So I reached out to the director of security for the particular organization and a sister organization, and set up a meeting with them and went and spoke to them directly about our operation to find out which was true, because there was only two truths in my minds. Either they were complicit or they were compromised. So either their company and their chain of command was compromised, meaning the top had no idea what was going on at the bottom, or they were complicit. This mission that we were asked to do was directed from the top down.
So the question in your mind was this a rogue operation? What did you find? What did you find out?
Well, I found out that the people at the top claimed to know nothing about it, and they didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and they advised me to leave it alone.
So this leads you to the possibility that this was a rogue operation. Somebody was tasking you to do things, dangerous things, where your life had been in danger and your team members had been in danger.
This is a good example for everyone watching as to how something like this could be kept secret, because you could think of me as, again, I'm just a security and transportation specialist. Everything else I'm speaking to and that I know about, I gain just from my own knowledge and interest of being in the environment. But I speak to a lot of things that aren't necessarily my specialty. I'm on the very fingertips of this thing, which is part of why you haven't heard from me before. I operate in the shadows by design. I'm the fingertips of this thing. I have firsthand accounts of working with these craft and in these organizations. They're up here at the shoulder. Like our friend David Grush has worked at a very high administrative level. He didn't know who I was. He had to find me through the process. And so there are things that the shoulder is intending to do, if we're going to use a joint analogy, that ends up being facilitated by individuals on the fingertips. There's another joint in between. That's the elbow. This is that mid-level. Something could be dramatically redesigned and repurposed at the elbow joint to where the mission of the fingertips is not consistent with the mission of the shoulder.
When you confronted the head of security for that unnamed private aerospace company, what was his reaction? Was he nervous?
Oh, he was nervous.
I mean, it's quite unusual for you to go and knock on the door of a very, very senior person in such a huge organization.
Yeah, no, he welcomed me in. This is something that we had made arrangements for.
Right. But was he perhaps freaked out, frightened when you confronted him about what you told him?
No, I like to think I know how to make myself come across disarming.
And so he told you to forget it.
We had a lovely talk, actually. It was very personable, very congenial, and he shared concerns. Maybe I would go as far as say he had more concerns than I did, and he was at a point in his career where he didn't want to deal with this anymore. He was making changes in his career to try and distance himself. If he had any knowledge at all, it was clear he's trying to distance himself from it. He didn't want to get involved, but he did provide some advice on where we should go. If you look at the inspector general function of any organization, that is certainly a place that he recommended we go, but he made it clear that there were some inspector generals that may be a better place to go than others.
And is that what you did?
No, I didn't do that.
Why didn't you go to the Inspector General? Because these are the oversight agencies that the US government has set up to properly investigate these kind of abuses of power.
It wasn't, at that point, you got to remember, I had lost all faith in everything. I was starting at ground zero. I even fired my whole team and was rebuilding my own network from the ground up. So at this top level, I'm a fingertips guy. So my knowledge of the shoulder, I was not going to go, I didn't know who to trust. So even going to an inspector general, the expectation would be for me to just spill all. So I hadn't done my homework enough to where I felt comfortable going to an inspector general, and I wasn't sure that that was going to provide me the outcome I wanted.
So what did you do?
So the first thing I did is I began expanding the list of people whose opinion I was going to ask. And through that process, I found myself reaching out to the one thing that was always my get out of jail free card, which was I knew if anything got bad, I could go to members of Congress, particularly the Senate Intelligence Committee, the monitor for the CIA, and plead my case and ask for help. So we started there. And unfortunately, that was a very disheartening experience because me going there, asking for their help, very quickly turned into them asking for my help.
You're kidding?
No. Which was extremely disappointing, to say the least. But they were scared. They were scared, and they were running into their own problems of being in fear of they were being harassed, and they were afraid for their own personal safety.
So people investigating this UAP legacy program for Congress were feeling threatened.
They were feeling threatened. And other people they were speaking to as sources were being threatened. And so they very quickly, after learning who I was, began asking me for personal protection and for strategies to mitigate threat.
But you're not getting the help you need.
No, I'm like, I came to you. So that pretty much was a devastating moment where I'm like, shoot, we're all alone. And it was unfortunately a much more grave situation because what it indicated was that our Congress was not only ignorant to the subject, they were neutered. They were neutered by what they could do about it.
Why? How? I mean, it's in your Constitution, Jake. The Constitution enshrines the idea that Congress rules. Everything is accountable to Congress.
Congress needs an enforcement arm. So laws without enforcement don't exist.
So, Jake, hearing your story about a psionic program inside the legacy UAP retrieval program makes me think back to cases like the 1980 Bentwaters incident, where at an RAF base, a Royal Air Force base in the United Kingdom, Christmas 1980, a craft allegedly landed in an adjacent forest, the Rendlesham Forest.
Yeah.
What do you think happened there?
Man, that's one of my favorite cases. Once I began looking into the history of this thing, that's one of the ones that stood out to me, especially when you think about where we are now. I'll tell you this, if Bentwaters happened tomorrow, like this thing would be over with. And
because they couldn't conceal it. Like
no,
they did back
well,
then.
you couldn't conceal it, but it's just everything we're looking for has already happened. Like your book, for example, In Plain Sight. If you just look, it's so obvious. But that one case has everything we need, and I don't know how anyone can say there's no evidence of extraterrestrial. And maybe they're hanging their hat on that's why we have non-human intelligence. Maybe they're trying to hang their hat on this one little narrow place they can slip through, which is things are not from outside the planet. I don't know how they're doing that, but whatever the case, what went on at Bentwaters has everything we need. It has firsthand experiencers, people that have made physical contact with the craft, the most reputable people in the Air Force at that time, working on a nuclear facility. OSI shows up immediately.
The Office of Special Investigation.
The Office of Special Investigation.
And that's a U.S. Air Force office.
Yes, people are sworn to secrecy. It happened on multiple occasions. There's multiple sensor data that goes with the firsthand witness testimony.
What do you speculate brought that craft down?
Well, I'm certainly speculating, but after my experience, I think what may have happened in that case is it may have been a craft that was attracted to a psionic asset or was being operated by a psion. If that craft was ours and it was being operated psionically, there's this thing called link loss. Link loss is it's a common phrase used with drone operation. Drones are, or UAVs as we call them, unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAS, they're also called that, unmanned aerial systems, are operated remotely. In the off chance that there's a disconnect between the operating system or the transmitting side and the receiving side within these craft, it's called a link loss. And when that happens, our man-made systems are designed to RTB, or return to base, or they can go to designated landing sites in a link loss. So that same system would be deployed, because commonly what happens with a psionic asset who is using a form of intuition and consciousness to connect with the craft, there's a disconnect, we call it, which is like link loss. I can tell you, when we run exercises using the psionic assets in an intentional environment to get samples to the ground, we intentionally disconnect the psionic asset so that the HPM systems can be energized, because there are some potential issues that can happen if the psionic asset is still connected to the craft when it's hit with an EMP or other HPM.
I'm told part of their consciousness can stay in the craft.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that the human being can suffer some form of cognitive injury by still being connected to that craft when that craft is de-energized.
There is a case at the RAF Bentwaters, during the RAF Bentwaters incident in the United Kingdom. There was an airman called John Burrows who was exposed to what we now know was an extraordinary amount of gamma radiation, dangerous radiation.
Yeah.
And he suffered quite terrible injuries, but had a terrible time persuading Veterans Affairs that he deserved medical assistance because he couldn't prove that this was an occupational exposure to radiation.
Well, I can tell you, I came to know the name John Burrows because I've been seen by the same doctor as him, Dr. Gary Nolan, for the exact same reason.
So what happened to you?
We're not quite sure, but the first time I got exposed to what, in hindsight, is obviously a radiation exposure of some kind, is we were transporting HVTs.
High-value targets.
High-value target, which are, at this time, was a large sealed container. I'll tell you, I was near the continent of Africa. And after this particular mission, me and everyone on my team got extremely sick.
How sick?
Like physically ill in the hospital. Within weeks after this, I'd lost every hair on my body, which they call an alopecia, migrating alopecia. And I also lost the skin on my arms.
So the skin's actually falling off your body?
Yeah, like not just falling off, like it was lopping off within a couple of days, like a severe sunburn. This led to a series of all kinds of other, what I have learned since being with Dr. Nolan, is autoimmune issues. I ended up developing a severe heart murmur that I'd never had before, which is the same thing that John Burrows had. And throughout my career, I would have reoccurring autoimmune dysfunction when exposed to other things. I ended up recovering from that at the time, and because of the nature of my work was classified, the VA was only dealing with symptomology, not causation, in the treatment of my injuries. And I didn't even really understand that it was radiation.
So were you treated for radiation poisoning?
No, I was not.
Are you being now?
No, I'm not being treated now for radiation poisoning.
But you're being investigated for what sounds like a radiation exposure.
Yeah, because I had other occurrences later in my career after 9/11 when I left my enlisted capacity and went to work as a contractor. I've had other episodes where I've had other illnesses, and I've lost the hair on my body and patched out several times. And to me, I don't know if my fear is that there's something permanently broken that might show up in the form of cancer or God knows what later in life. And we're going to be way behind in trying to figure out how to deal with it. So I did leave the service with a service-connected disability through the VA, and so I'm getting treatment through the Palo Alto VA under the supervision of Dr. Gary Nolan right now, and he's dedicating his expertise and his clout to get me the best treatment I can get.
Now, Professor Gary Nolan is one of the world's top immunologists, hugely respected scientist who has as I understand it, he's spoken publicly that he's been involved in a program for an intelligence agency investigating Havana syndrome.
Yes.
So does it give you some comfort that you're now getting the medical help that you should have got all those years ago?
Hell yeah, it does. And plus, he's got the best bedside manner I've ever experienced. So.
But clearly, because of the covert nature of the job you were doing, you weren't told what you'd been exposed to.
No. We transported what we called mystery boxes all the time. I have no idea. It could have been empty. It probably wasn't empty, but we don't know what was inside the boxes.
And what were you told if somebody tried to seize that box?
What was I told? No,
what were your orders?
We maintained the authority to use lethal force if anyone tried to seize those boxes.
So whatever that box was, it was extremely valuable to the US government.
That's correct.
I have to say, Jake, the idea that you would be so recklessly exposed, you know, a person who's clearly patriotic, somebody who's clearly been a highly trained operator at the elite levels of special operations in the US military, it offends my sense of decency that employers would expose you to something so recklessly.
Yeah. Can I put on my speculative hat for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, so if the Air Force, let's say, knew that what we were working with that night had any type of radiological signature or could turn on or turn off, there's a whole set of process that we're trained in on how to deal with that from a hazmat perspective and a containment perspective and a measurement perspective on our person to detect the level of risk that might be associated. And the fact that none of that was apparent that night tells me they didn't know what was in the box, and it got turned on or turned off, which leads me to believe, in hindsight all these years, that it may have been something of non-human origin or exotic. Let's just say exotic. It may have been something exotic that activated or still had some fallout, let's say, that they were unaware of. You know.
Are you the only person that you're aware of inside the program who's suffering health effects?
No, not at all.
How many are there?
More than me, and probably 51% or greater, I would say, are suffering some form of health effects. Yeah.
Over half.
I'll just say that, just so you know, it's more common than it's not.
That's heartbreaking. I mean, we ask our men and women in service to do so many things. The idea that because a program is secret, you wouldn't get the help you need.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I don't think this is something that's unique to the program, as we keep saying. I would say 51% or more of the people that come out of the military have, and they sacrifice their bodies for good reason. That's part of what we're willing to do. I mean, the ultimate sacrifice, they say, is death, which we've all agreed to do, is to give up our life. So anything less than death goes in with that obligation that we gave up voluntarily. So the military at large, or anyone that works in this capacity in the broader service of our nation, you get injured, especially doing it 30 years.
Met Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yeah, I did.
What was the purpose of meeting Dr. Stephen Greer?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, you could say what you want about Dr. Greer, but the guy's been 30 years ahead of everyone else on a lot of the details of this subject.
So a lot of what he says is correct.
To me, he's like the Bentwaters. Like, we had everything we needed in 1980, and now we're fishing around for morsels of that. This guy, he's been ahead of everyone. And what I find quite funny is the one thing he gets the most shit for is the one thing he's probably most right about, and that is his CE5 protocol.
So CE5 is when he uses meditation and he claims it engages telepathically with the phenomenon.
Yeah, that's his term for it. Like, we don't use CE5. We don't use Dr. Greer's protocol, nor do other people in the program or subsequent programs.
So CE5 is real?
Yeah, if we're going to use his term. I'll tell you what is real is the ability to go into something like a meditative state and summon UAP and pilot UAP. That is real. That's 100% real.
Wow. I have to process that for a moment, because that is just the most extraordinary claim.
Yeah. Well, we hope to prove it soon.
On what basis did you approach Dr. Greer?
My understanding was that whoever was in illegal position, whoever was in illegal possession of these HVTs may have the intention to expose that sensitive material as a whistleblower.
You were concerned he might take it to Dr. Greer?
Yeah, I was still working in my official capacity of protecting the sensitive data that was on these HVTs. That was my job at the time. So Dr. Greer was scheduling a whistleblower conference in DC and was holding a large event at the press club in Washington, DC. And so we reached out to him. One of my teammates made a bump with him in the Virginia area and shared with him some information to pique his curiosity and to also bona fide ourselves as someone he should maybe consider listening to. And we set up a meeting, and I explained to him up front what our intentions were, that we believed that there were whistleblowers that might come forward with something that is sensitive and it may not be appropriate to disclose. And I asked to be put in a position of authority with him where I could vet his whistleblowers. So we offered our service to help vet whistleblowers at the time, thinking our guys, whoever had these HVTs, might show up with the contents.
Did they?
Nope, they never did. But it was on this trip that what was interesting at the time is we were contemplating our own whistleblower path forward.
Because of what had happened?
Because of what had happened. It was happening at this time. And so what surprised me is during this event, a young Marine named Michael Herrera came forward with a very particular story and spoke of a particular operation that we were aware was taking place, or operations like it, let's say, were going on. And I saw this young guy get up there, and it just spoke to me. Call it my intuition that was blessed. I was blessed with that night. I made contact with non-human intelligence for the first time, but my intuition was on high alert that night. And when he spoke, I knew what he was saying was true, and no one else was believing him. And he was wrong about a few key things that he was speculating on. And so I made the decision after he spoke to go to Dr. Greer and ask to speak with him privately.
So let me summarize very quickly what Michael Herrera alleged. He was on a relief mission in Sumatra, Indonesia. They were deployed, he and his small patrol, to a particular area, and they were helping find people who needed help.
Yeah.
In the course of that patrol, they were carrying weapons. That's something that's been vigorously disputed by some of his colleagues, but he's adamant that he was carrying weapons. And they stumbled across a craft, a gigantic craft, many meters wide, hovering in the air. And below that craft, there was a platform with trucks, Ford 150s, and there were containers that he described. That pushed buttons with you, what he described, didn't he? He told the Greer disclosure conference, which was in 2023, that the paramilitaries pointed their weapons and threatened to kill the Marines, that they were American, they took their guns off them, and they basically threatened that they were going to be killed.
Yeah, that's exactly what he talked about.
Basically, they were told, eventually they were released, they were told to walk away, their weapons were unchambered, there were no rounds in the weapons, and they were told to walk away. They allowed them to leave, but they were told not to look back.
Yeah, I can't speak to all that, and let me be clear. That is not the type of group I would ever volunteer to be a part of, but I know that there are guys like that out there that get shopped out and become part of these programs. The particular part that struck me were two things. One, the description of his craft. Although the size was enormous, I have no experience with a craft that size, but the craft he designed was precisely the same craft that we had come in contact with in our operations within the United States, and that is, it was a disc with the 8-gun construction when viewed from above. The other thing was he spoke of the containers, and his initial speculation was that they must have been moving drugs because they had something on the top that looked like some sort of HVAC system of some kind. And I knew right away those were the same type of containers we use for the SCI team when they're operating and being transported. So
What are the containers used for?
the containers are used for transportation of the SCI team and also just as an operating base. It's a mobile operating base. And so this quickly went off the rails because for some reason the term human trafficking got put into the story got put into the minds of the people that were hearing his story after I got involved.
So what did Michael Herrera think? He thought they were either gun running or drug running, didn't he?
Yeah, he thought that's what he assumed, they were running drugs. And I knew that those type of containers, when associated with that craft, were used for the SCI team. That's why they had mini split HVAC units on the top, provide comfortable environments inside for humans, for either transportation or for operation. You can operate inside those containers. And they're sealed. They're kind of like a Faraday cage in that regard, where it allows you to concentrate. If you're going to operate from those, you can concentrate on your work as a SCI asset, or they're used to mobilize.
So clearly, whoever those men were, they were American, they were private military contractors, and they weren't very friendly.
No.
Are they the people that you feel pose a threat at times to the legitimate operations of the program?
Yeah, I think it doesn't take many bad apples to ruin the batch.
Because to make the point, you're at pains, aren't you, to emphasise that generally this is a well-run operation that runs on ethical boundaries, moral boundaries.
My primary message that I want to get across is that this mass vilifying of what's referred to as the military-industrial complex is a very bad idea. And there are very good people that work over here. Not just good, the best and brightest that America has to offer. And the goods and services that are provided by those organizations which fall under the military-industrial complex are the goods and services that make our country the greatest in the world. And we benefit from those on a daily basis. And so to mass vilify it en masse is not only, I mean, that's a crime in itself, but it's a shame. And we're so hungry people are so eager to quantify where their threat is coming from. We want a bad guy. And this is not an entire cabal of bad guys. There are a few bad guys like it everywhere that operate within the military-industrial complex, and unfortunately, their operations get the spotlight.
So you decided that Michael Herrera, his account made sense to you from what you knew about the program. What did you do?
I told him what I believed was going on, and that I knew that there were operations going on OCONUS in third world countries to recruit and train psionic assets, and whether or not this was an opportunity to recruit or provide job opportunities to new people, or he stumbled upon an operation in which they were currently being deployed and maybe they had to evacuate themselves from that area because of the natural disaster. Who knows? But that's all speculation.
There's two implications that come out of that. Firstly, we're recruiting psionics from Indonesia, a foreign country.
Yeah.
Are those people given, are they voluntarily going? Are they?
Yeah, it's my understanding they're very well taken care of. You have to think, and this is where the human trafficking idea was a very unfortunate turn in Michael's story, especially after my involvement with it, because now, oh great, now we got this guy that is at least somewhat indirectly informed that there's a human trafficking operation. And when we talk about human trafficking, we think of sex trade and all kinds of other things. And this is not it at all. It is my understanding that the programs that are conducted to recruit psionic assets in third world countries, these people come willingly. And if you were to go down there and try and liberate them with any type of, liberation army, you would be liberating people that don't want to be liberated. They get very well taken care of. They get fed. There's actually a sense of pride, especially within the Native American communities that have been involved in this program that do cooperate outside of CONUS as well. there's a sense of pride with this skill and ability. And so, again, this is another example of, it's almost like we want there to be darkness in this area, and there is not darkness. And I'll tell you, by nature of my experience, as I shared, non-human intelligence itself does not operate that way. And so these people whose skills are nurtured are basking in a glow of light, I would assume, most of the time when they're doing their work.
For them, it's a very positive experience,
Very positive
engaging
experience.
spiritually with this phenomenon.
Yeah, that's what you say. They're basking in some divinely beautiful frequency in order to do the work properly.
The implications from what you're saying are that if Michael Herrera is telling the truth, if he really did see a gigantic octagonal craft floating in midair with no visible means of propulsion in Indonesia and Sumatra in, I think, 2009,
Yeah.
it suggests that a private military contractor working for an aerospace company was operating some kind of reverse engineered vehicle.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, I would say, especially based on what I saw. I dealt with a much smaller version of an octagonal saucer. This was a bigger one. I could certainly see that being possible.
Can you answer me this question? Have you seen any alien reproduction vehicles, any replica vehicles made from non-human technology?
I honestly can't tell you with certainty once we get into the space. But I can tell you what I know has been human, what has been non-human. When it gets into the hybrids, I just don't know.
Can you tell me how many retrievals you've been involved in?
No.
That's a classified thing.
Yes.
Can you tell me, were the remaining, I think, 4 hard disks ever recovered?
The 4 tough books, to my knowledge, no. We stopped at 2.
So there are still 4 hard disks containing potentially incriminating material at large somewhere.
Or somebody else was hired and they recovered them.
Is it a question mark in your mind that maybe it was a foreign adversary power that was trying to procure this incredibly sensitive
Yeah,
evidence?
that's certainly possible.
Was there a name for the psionics? Was there a term that you used for them?
There's a term we used,
Which is what?
P3 program.
Why the P3?
There's 3 Ps. It's the psionic predisposition potential.
P3.
Yeah. Now, that's not an official program name that you'll find anywhere. That's why I'm able to say that.
From your understanding of the kind of people, obviously, who were capable of psionic ability, obviously there's people of Native American background, people from third world countries that are deeply spiritual, that appear to have this capacity to engage with the phenomenon. Was there any other group that was especially susceptible to being able to engage with this technology?
Yeah, kids,
Children.
children.
It's been suggested to me that left-handed gay men are particularly good at it.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be the case, that there's a larger distribution of the predisposition amongst children and gay men. For whatever reason, the demographic, when compared to normal society within the program, that gay men and kids and females are more often seen as having the predisposition for the psionic ability.
I'm again exploring the boundaries of where I can go, and you might want to say no comment to this, but I'm going to put it to you anyway. I have another source inside the program who has told me that one of the aerospace companies holding this tech at one stage relinquished a craft to the US government, saying that they hadn't been able to successfully reverse engineer it. And it has been put to me that this was a lie, and that they have in fact got a fully flying, intact, reverse engineered craft.
I've heard the very same thing from a very reputable source. So I would believe that's true.
The implications of this are that there's a whole secret program involving potentially energy technologies, anti-gravity technologies that are mind-blowing.
Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
It is fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the message that I'm getting from you is one of kind of optimism.
Yeah. I'm very pleased to be at a place where this is becoming fun again. You know, when I started this journey 30 years ago and a 17-year-old kid, as I shared with you, my intentions were very simple and clear. I wanted to jump out of airplanes, kill bad guys, and make my grandparents proud. Somewhere along the way, things got very confusing, and very complex. We're now at a point where things are very simple for me again, and I see clearly what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I have my why, and fortunately, because of my experience, I have the how, I have the capability. And we, over the last 2 years, while we've been hiding out, we've been working to find a way to bring this operation out of the shadows and into an open environment where we could build a public-private partnership with full transparency and explore all of these things that have been explored in secret in a way that we can start from scratch. But we may be 60, 70 years behind what everyone calls a legacy program, but I'm telling you, we're going to catch up very quickly. And the reason it's going to work is because we have all of the people like me that have been working there. I call it the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but we have been recruiting guys from within the program and women and those who are associated with the program in a very open way, and have formed and are forming a new team in coordination with government agencies. The two we would want the most coordination with are coming on board with us, and we also have the funding through venture capital.
Can you name those agencies?
Not at this time, but I hope to very soon. We have some really important meetings next week, and I hope that after that time, I'm going to need to ask permission out of just good faith with those folks to see how much they want to be.
I guess a lot of people watching this might be worried that you're getting sucked into, say, an intelligence agency or a military agency that is going to try and shut you down.
Yeah, well, or it could be where we're just the legacy program 2.0, and this all goes underground again. I'm giving you my promise right now. Our organization is called Skywatcher. We are part of what has been defined as the Explorers Club, and it is full of people who have the best intentions in mind, and there's going to be accountability with there. There's not going to be transparency, and I know that sounds like a lot coming, or sounds like could be a load coming from a guy like me with my background, but I'm not going to be able to prove it to you in this conversation, but I'll say pay attention, and I'll paraphrase a quote from the book of Matthew and say, you will know them by their fruits. So stand by and judge us for our fruits.
You've been really touched, haven't you, by this experience? It's touched you spiritually.
Yes, it has.
There was a gathering at Esalen.
Okay.
And a lot of very high net worth individuals who were interested in suppression of non-human intelligence attended. What happened?
I think something epic happened. I think something happened that, if it was fully documented and understood, would go in the history books.
I had a feeling last week that was historical.
It felt absolutely historic. What you had was a combination of the world's leading, like most frontier scientists. You had people that were top experts in all their fields. And then you had a variety of fields that was outrageous. We had neurosurgeons, doctors in neurosurgery. We had physicists. We had high net worth individuals in the billions that were extremely open-minded and had a frontier attitude towards all this. We had mystics. We had psychic kids. We had children from Germany that could harness and actually showcase their ability to perform telekinesis, their ability to psychically see things with their mind, and were able to prove that to all of us. We also deployed some of our psionic assets that we've used and are part of our new team with Skywatcher, and we summoned UAP. We had the UAP come and fly around and visit, hang out with us, and take off.
And I have to say, I saw it too.
Yeah.
And it was profound. It's a spiritual experience, and what you're trying to do now is replicate in the private sphere what's being suppressed in the public sphere.
Yeah, we're not looking back. we can leave the bad actors of the past, we can leave them with their lies. We have no need for that. We're looking forward. I am absolutely confident that we are capable of generating the type of high quality sensor data and photography and film evidence that everyone is wanting. I'm also confident that if we continue on the path with our government agencies, that we're going to get a craft, we're going to get material in hand. I know it's possible, it's just a matter of working out the logistics.
But I'm just exploring this with you. The implications are that there's one part of the black world of the US government that is being hidden from Congress, hidden from some presidents I know,
Yeah,
working on retrieved alien, non-human technology.
yeah.
It's being kept from the knowledge of the American public. And yet they're being funded with taxpayer dollars, billions of taxpayers' dollars, if you believe it.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Well, it doesn't sound right, does it? But you could probably tell that same story around a number of other things that have nothing to do with aliens. And unfortunately, that's the government and the world we live in.
But the exciting thing is, the thing I find breathtaking from what you're saying is, you're saying, as somebody who's come from that black world,
Yeah.
screw the secrecy.
I'm going to say it a little differently. The monopoly the U.S. government has on the subject matter is not respected by the non-human intelligent spirits. Again, the skies are not classified and your conscience cannot be redacted. And ultimately, why I feel safe and why I feel optimistic about the future is I know that the NHI is guiding us that way.
Can you explain how it is that you're not authorised to do this interview, but you ended up applying for a DOPSA? I think our audience might be confused. They might think that this is somehow an authorised interview and that there are people in the Defence Department pulling the strings, telling you what to say, and that this is some kind of disinformation operation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But for what it's worth, I can tell you that's not the case. I mean, the DOPSA process is very interesting. It's way more casual, especially on the onset, than you might think. When you take into account the ramifications for violating the mandates that come out of it and the subject matter that it's supposedly protecting. But they get put in a really tough spot, and this is part of something we aimed to take advantage of, I guess you could say, by interrogating the DOPSA system. One of the things I haven't shared yet is in our effort to find out who we were looking for, one of the ways we came up with on how to do that was to query for who might want to redact statements we intended to go public with through DOPSA.
So you filed, I think, a fictionalised account of some of your experiences to DOPSA.
Yeah, so any author or anybody that's going to be contributing to an author to put something in writing or to share it orally like this has to go through the DOPSA process if you ever held a security clearance working for a government agency in the subject matter that you are intending to go public on. So right off the bat, there's a tell right there. The fact that I had to go through DOPSA tells you I had a security clearance on the subject matter right there. So there's their first failure of poker face. And that's exactly what we set out to exploit. And so we came up with a reconnaissance mission. The reconnaissance mission looked like this. We were going to write a detailed manuscript as fiction through a ghostwriter. When we completed that, it was about 120,000 word manuscript. We broke that manuscript into actual sections that we called episodes because DOPSA wants you to complete or submit the entire document. We submitted our first 20,000 words, our first 10,000 words, which was 20 pages. And within that first chunk of information, we included 4 types of information. And that information's purpose, again, was to inform us as to what they considered sensitive and the SMEs, which stands for subject matter experts, that they were outsourcing the information to.
Because what they do in the DOPSA process is they send it out to all of the agencies that might be affected by you going public on something,
Yes.
even in a fictionalized manuscript.
Yeah.
And they say to them, is there anything in here that needs to be redacted to protect national security?
That's correct. And it could be, you could present it to them as fact or fiction. It doesn't matter the context.
But more importantly, if it's protecting national security and it's redacted, it has to be a legally authorized program, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So this is what we use to set up our 4 categories of information that I want to get through with you. Category 1, we included in that manuscript information we knew was classified, that we were privy to. And we knew that was patently classified on a very high level. Information category number 2 was information that was classified, but we knew only existed within the hearts and minds of the operators that were at the fingertips of that operation. Information category number 3 was information that was classified, but you may be surprised to learn was already in the public domain and open source. Because of the nature of the internet, there are things that the DoD and its partners would say that shouldn't be out there, but it is anyway. So we put some of that in there. And then we had our 4th category information, which was the most fun, which was where we took a little liberty and went fishing. We took our information that we knew was compartmentalized, connected it with other information that were these fact islands we were aware of because of our, I won't say how, and then we took our own creative liberty at connecting those 2 dots through a particular pathway as to why that might exist, and filled that space with other fictional classified information.
What happened?
6 months later, it took 6 months, we came back with 7 pages of redactions of all 4 categories.
Wow. So 1, that confirms there is a classified program relating to this information.
Yes.
Wow.
Now there was a counterplay here. So although that was informative, I have to tell you, when they came back, our intention was now that reconnaissance mission having bared fruits was now going to inform how we went back and edited. Remember, this was the first 20 pages of a multi-page. I would say the first 10,000 words of a 120,000 word manuscript. We were then going to take that information and write around it in order to extract more intel through the DOPSR process.
So you were running a counter surveillance operation against the very organizations.
That's a red team's best tool right there.
You were doing OP4, opposition
you play
force.
3, 4, 5-dimensional chess. So you play multi-dimensional chess.
So even though they know you and your team were thinking about publishing something, they don't know that you're speaking publicly on national television about the legacy program.
That's a good question. No, they don't, but it doesn't mean I was limited to do that, because I have to tell you about the counterplay. So there is although they have no poker face, they're in a really tough spot, because not redacting information means that if they just chose, hey, this is sensitive, but we're not going to redact it. Well, now obviously that makes it into the public domain. But by redacting it, they prove that it's sensitive. So they have no idea as to how you acquired the information. They know based on your security clearance and your background, because it had to be submitted under my official name. It's a social security number and my record in order to get triggered. And that's how they know what SMEs to send it to. The SMEs who I worked for squashed all kinds of stuff. Then it went to one of the other SMEs I worked for. They squashed their stuff, and it came back with all these squashings in the form of black ink. Now, let me keep going, because the counterplay for them would have been to let certain information go so that it could be formally categorized as not sensitive and the fictional liberties taken by an author of a fictional book. So they could do that. They could have done that, but we didn't really see that. What they did do, however, was they got a sense, they got onto us. They figured out what we were doing, and they said, stop, you cannot submit anything else. You have to submit the whole manuscript. And we told them, well, that is the whole book. We're going to release this like episodes of a special. This is the whole season, but we're going to release it in episodes, so we have to send it to you 10,000 words at a time, because that's how it's going to be released. And they were kind of caught there, and they didn't quite know how to respond. So I can tell you that since then, and this was 2022, I believe in January when we first submitted the manuscript, and they haven't gotten back to us on the rest of it. It's still sitting there.
Do you think that there are people in private aerospace who think that it's inevitable that eventually this story is going to be told?
I know there are. And we have a lot of people in private aerospace that are part of our Skywatcher program that have come on our side.
Just echoing the point that you made earlier, that the military-industrial complex is not one big monolithic organisation that says the same thing and has the same view. There are people, I know, inside the military, inside the intelligence community, and you've been one of them, who basically think it's implausible to try and keep this secret, and moreover that the public has a right to know.
Yeah, it's going to come out. It's all coming out. It's coming out probably like this year.
So you think yourself the public has a right to know this information?
Not all of it, no.
What sort of things need to be protected, do you think?
Anything that affects national security. Like, we have to be careful of what we wish for. Like, we don't know what we don't know. Even me, I don't know what I don't know. And if we're at the point where we have so little trust in our government that we're just going to, there's a reason it's called catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic is not good for those calling for heads any more than it's good for those whose heads are being called for. Like, we as a public do not want catastrophic disclosure. What we need, again, there's a few bad apples. We need to maintain our institutions. We don't get rid of them. We need to find a way to get the right people promoted to positions of power and trust, and we already have that. It's called the Gang of Eight in Congress. They're a big part of that. Right now, it's not functioning that way, but we're not going to change. We can't change the structure. We need to get the right people into power, into positions, start looking into it. And again, you don't need to rely on the government. It's already there. Like, what we need to know is this. We need to know that we're not alone. We need to know that there's a profound spiritual component to our existence. And that's just for the sake of our own fellowship as creatures sharing this planet. But also there's an extreme amount of utility in our ability that has been suppressed forever. So if we could learn how to use that, and also for those that are keeping the secrets, keeping a secret is a bad way to try and study something. We need an open source. We need all hands on deck, all brains on deck, all consciousness on deck in order to find out how we can exploit this in the best of ways in order to come up with things like zero-point energy, let's say. Until we do so, we're going to be stuck with the same problem we have been for all the civilization, and that's battling for limited resources. And if we could solve that problem by something that might come out of disclosure, that would be something I say should be disclosed. Things relative to national security, no. And we can't trust ourselves. We can't say, give us all of it because we don't trust you. We have to put trustworthy people in position and let them make that decision.
Okay, let me ask you this way then. Do you think the public have the right to know that we are not alone?
Yes, I'll say yes to that.
And the thing I find shocking though, is that the most beautiful thing that you've described to me, the most exciting thing, is what I think our audience is going to have the biggest trouble with, is believing the idea that human beings have the capacity to do things with their minds that have been suppressed.
Yeah. I just kind of smile because that makes it more entertaining for me because they're going to be shocked. But you know what? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there's more people that believe it. They're just not talking about it. And I can tell you for a fact, even within our world of hardened operators at the highest level, guys that are still in, behind closed doors, we all know it's true, and we have the most emotional talks, like we're part of Oprah's book club. I mean, it's true. And right now we're in a moment where the truth is being obfuscated and twisted. But the truth, I'll tell you, is our weapon. And when we're willing to accept the truth, no matter how profound or earth-shaking, is when we move into a position of power. And it's going to liberate this subject. And you know what? How fun would it be if we're right? I'm not telling you, it'd be different if the government and what was being hid behind this subject matter was the fact that there was an asteroid on course for Earth, that there was no way we could we could redirect it, or there's no way we could defend against it, and we were all going to die in the year 2020X or whatever it is. That's not what's being hidden. What's being hidden here is something extremely positive, and it's something we've all hoped for. It's the one thing we've all looked for in all of our religions that we celebrate across the world. It's the one thing that we want to be true of our religion, and it's the one thing that, the one common thread amongst all religions. And so that's what's being hidden, and that's what we're going to find out, and you can't bottle it up.
The implications of what you're saying also are that potentially there is some kind of capacity to draw incredible amounts of energy from
I've seen it.
the quantum vacuum.
I've seen it.
You've seen it.
I've seen it.
There's also, obviously, the capacity to use propulsion systems that are far beyond what we're describing.
Yeah, that seems to be the case as well.
Anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity.
They know about it. Anti-gravity, zero-point energy. Those secrets are being suppressed from our knowledge.
I've seen demonstrations recently that, again, proves that the government doesn't have a monopoly on this. They have, we know that they have been working on it. They've seemed to have been doing a good job in keeping others from making their own independent progress. But that time is changing. Independent progress is happening right now, and it's coming out. That's why I'm so confident. We don't need to rely on their body of lack of evidence, let's say. We don't need to rely on that. Like, it's here. Like, the shift has already happened. There's people in Silicon Valley and around the world that are so financially independent, so intellectually independent, and yes, so emotionally and psionically independent that they don't need the government to tell us those things. But we still have to work through that.
Do you think the aliens, the non-human intelligence, wants us, humanity, to know about their existence?
Yeah, I do believe that. That's the message that we're getting.
So you felt that yourself
I feel
when you
that
connected?
message. And there are others that I know of that are being sent that message directly, and they are extremely confident.
So Jake, in early October, you made the decision on the invitation of the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence to go to Congress and give evidence.
Yes, I did.
How was that day?
It was great. It was nice to finally get it done, and it seemed like by the time I went, I held out so long that by the time I got there a lot of people had already done the heavy lifting, like Dave and others, and so
Dave Grush.
they were like, okay, we know we don't know, and we know that we haven't proven to be the most they know that they can't offer whistleblowers the protection we know they need, which was my primary objection the entire time, is that they offer protection, they have no way of providing it.
They've got no enforcement power.
They've got no enforcement. They can't protect me. And so things had certainly changed.
What was the reception in the room? What kind of comments did you hear?
Well, for the most part, it was fantastic. You know, there was 8 or 9 people. I'm not going to say versus me, but it was a 1v9 situation where it was me in there, and then I had at times 7 to 10 people. A few had to come and go because we went for 4.5 hours, but it was all ears. It was listening.
David Grush and Commander David Fravor gave evidence to the Congress along with Ryan Graves. The 2 F-18 pilots sat with David Grush and gave evidence to the Congress last year under oath. And they insisted on doing it under oath to emphasise the veracity, the truthfulness of what they were saying. If you were asked, would you be prepared to do the same?
100%. And I told them that. I told Congress that during our time in the skiff. Yeah.
What impact do you think you had on the people listening in the room at the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence?
Well, we laughed, we cried, we had a lot of serious talk. So if anything, I would think I came across sincere. Keep in mind, we were scheduled for a 2-hour block. We went 4.5. So they were definitely engaged. They seemed like they were sincere in their effort to find out what's going on.
Why hasn't somebody like you with first-hand knowledge of the program come forward so definitively before?
That's a good question, and that's what I kept waiting for, more to come forward. I feel uniquely qualified to come forward at this time because I know we have this private venture coming, and I've already begun negotiating with those government agencies who I thought may have come after me, let's say, if they had ill will, and it's been proven to me that they don't.
So there are government agencies that don't know about this program, that are aware of the obvious illegality of parts of it.
Yeah. I
Operating.
don't know if it's that. It's every department has within it a responsibility to deal with shit in the sky flying around that we don't know what it is. I mean, just start in the FAA, for example, which is Ryan Graves' particular case he's trying to advance, is that, you know, there is a safety of flight here. There is an aircraft separation issue, a collision avoidance issue in the air. If there are things flying around in the sky and the FAA doesn't have a way of managing that or producing safety reports on it, we've got a big problem, and the problem gets much bigger from there. And so while we like to speak of the government as the government, it is not one big cohesive machine that works together. And so every department, like the FBI, like Department of Homeland Security, like Border Patrol, Department of Defense, you know, they have their own niche responsibilities in order to make sure things in the sky aren't our adversaries, aren't carrying payloads, aren't causing safety of flight issue, and they also have a responsibility to figure out whether or not aliens are visiting the planet.
And you think they are?
Yeah, I do.
So the truth is out.
The truth has been out for a long time.
What would you like to see happen? Like, what's your dream? You've seen this technology.
Yeah.
You've felt the sincerity of the intelligence that you were engaging with. What would you dream of? What's your aspiration for the future?
You know what would be really cool? Is to be driving down the highway, look up and see a billboard advertisement for the United States Air Force recruiting kids into a career field for UAP research and study, for psionic exploration, for piloting technology to other galaxies. Like, that would tell me we've arrived, and we are at a place where clearly the public and the government are working together.
Because the suppression of this secret, it's not just suppressing technology and weapons, which I can, as much as I don't like the idea of it, I can understand why somebody might have made the decision to do that. It's suppressing spiritual knowledge that you think the public's got a right to know.
Well, and here's where I would say we need to respect the fact that we don't know what we don't know. Imagine weaponizing consciousness. We don't think of, in this story we're telling, we're assuming consciousness is the good, benevolent, harmless thing that should be disclosed, everything we've researched and understood. Imagine if it is the case that consciousness could be weaponized, and that people like the President of the United States could be under mind control. That's a huge problem. And imagine if someone could independently develop. We already see this problem with drones. We are so out of control with the drone issue that drones can fly around with a payload and cause mass casualties because we don't have it under control. The FAA doesn't. We just, unfortunately, we don't have the CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations, and the people hired to deal with something like drones. Imagine if we had to manage and police the malevolent use or the weaponization of consciousness. That could be a really big problem.
Have you done any operations yourself, retrievals, or operations involving the legacy program in Arizona?
No.
Have you seen the rubber duck video, which was shot by Border Patrol from a surveillance plane over parts of the Arizona desert?
Yes.
Do you know anything about that object?
I don't know anything about it.
Are you aware of any underground bases?
Yes.
Have you visited any?
Yes.
So they exist?
They do.
Can you tell me any more?
No, Ross.
You can't blame me for trying.
No. I don't blame you.
Do you know anything about the Phoenix Lights incident?
I'm familiar with that story. I remember hearing about it when I was a kid and going, oh, that's interesting, but not believing it. But now knowing what I know, it seems very clear to me that was a legitimate non-human intelligence that had flown some sort of craft over Phoenix.
Which raises the question, All over the United States right now, US Air Force bases are being buzzed by what they call drones.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, nobody's seen one of these and been able to recover one because so-called electromagnetic pulse weapons don't work on these objects, whatever they are.
Not all UAP respond to the same weapon systems.
It raises the question, is the phenomenon making itself more overt, do you think? Is it trying to wake us up?
Certainly is to me, in my experience, but it's hard to say. I don't know how to look at that from a completely objective. I don't know how much it's shown itself over the decades and centuries.
Because a lot of people watching this, sad to say, you're pushing them up against a barrier of doubt, indecision, stigma and taboo that's been attached to this subject for 80 years. A lot of people aren't going to believe this. What do you say to those people?
I'm not here to make anyone believe anything. It's exhausting. Like either you're going to get it or you're not going to get it. Like in our own capacity, we've operated Skywatcher already. Me and my team on the very first outing summoned a white egg in broad daylight. And while I have pictures of it, I'm happy to share with you. We calculated this object to be traveling, depending upon the slat range distance, anywhere between 3,000 and 11,000 miles per hour based on the size. We're still analyzing the data we collected from the range. And we're happy to show that to you. And so what else could that be? There's this other way of looking at this. Like we can put all this information before you and you could say, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. We're at a point now where the amount of information is so overwhelming, the probability that any alternate explanation for its existence is there is so much less than the probability that what I'm telling you is exactly what is going on.
You want this investigated, don't you?
Yeah, I want to do the investigating. That's what we're doing. I want to investigate.
But would you quite like to see, as a result of this story, would you like to see yourself questioned and held to account for evidence and tested, your allegations?
Yeah, we have an opportunity right now to work with the U.S. government and as a private partner. The place where we operate right now, we've been successful before in conducting our whole operation, all 5 phases of it. The U.S. government has shown an interest. They know we're capable. They know what we've pulled out of the sky. It's consistent with the egg and everything else I've told you about. And what they're offering to do now is give us exclusive use access to facilities because they don't know what's going on. Departments, there are departments within the broader branches of the 3-letter agencies that aren't being read into what other sections are. So they want us to help, and because we're one of the few groups of people that have experience, and we provide them a path to redemption.
So there's a real message here from you of incredible optimism about what this could represent.
Yeah, this is why I know disclosure is coming, and guess what? It's going to come out in the most beautiful way. I believe the United States government in the next 12 months is going to use me and my team as a peaceful, non-judgmental path forward to disclosure. They're going to help us conduct our operations and gather evidence in order to present this subject matter to the public so that these questions can be answered once and for all. And all the questions. I'm talking about, what do the craft look like? How do they operate? Who is operating them? How are they being operated? And where are they coming from? We should be able to answer those questions probably entirely in the next 12 months.
Can I put to you, there is a dark state. There are people who don't have good intentions, who want this secret to remain suppressed, aren't there?
It seems that way, yeah.
Are they going to win?
No, they're not going to win. They're not going to win. We've passed a tipping point. Like I said, when you're talking about these people, they aren't organized. You become a dark person by being filled with more vice than virtue. Virtuous people win. People full of vice, they lose. And they're dividing amongst themselves. They're on a sinking ship. All of the good people that are in these organizations realize they're in a position they need to make a decision as to which side they're on. And despite having all this leverage and threat that they have that's being held against them, They're making the decision to move forward.
Are there people inside the program who you know will come forward when you speak up?
Yes. I know I'm going to serve as a huge catalyst, and that's going to be an exciting day. The things I'm talking about are going to be, Dave did a great job of paving a path. I'm going to come along and try and improve upon that path and widen the road. I expect the next the next groups of folks that are going to be coming down this path are going to blow it wide open. Yeah.
Do you worry for your safety, for your family's safety?
No, I don't. I think I'm being protected, believe it or not, by the NHI. And also, I don't put up with harassment. I don't believe in the boogeyman. I am the boogeyman.
You know how to help yourself.
Yes. Yep.
So if somebody comes after you, they'd better watch out.
It'd probably be the worst decision they ever made in their life. I would intend to make it that way.
Clearly, at the heart of all of this, there's been an 80-year cover-up where we've all, outside in the normal world, been told that this is nonsense. Aliens aren't real. Telepathy is nonsense. How do you deal with that? How do we reverse decades of stigma and taboo?
You inform yourself. Why are we relying on these people that have been keeping the secrets to let us in on the secret? Why don't we make their secrets obsolete by capturing the evidence ourselves and becoming all firsthand experiencers of the phenomenon and the technology? Because that's possible.
And from what you're saying, Jake Barber, that's a beautiful experience.
Yeah, it was the most beautiful experience I've had in my life.
Would you like to see your kids one day doing that work?
My kids already are, believe it or not.
England. For England, James. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know I could make these. What the fuck? No. Alright. I'm gonna take a break. Been streaming for 3 hours. I need to get some water. And I encourage you to do the same. This ship looks amazing. So we will return right back here. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. We will be back in just a moment. Yeah. Sick. All right. Be back soon. Just a couple minutes. Thank you. And we will be listening to more UFO podcasts as soon as we get back. In the meantime, you can check out HeadshotH4rry on most social networking platforms. If you like today's content, check out Blue Sky. HeadshotH4rry on Blue Sky. We'll be back, folks, in just a minute.
We all joined in together, but is anyone left out? I think so. Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitations. Should we write? Dear Alice, would you like to come to a party at my house Saturday, March 24th at 8 p.m. So on. Why bother to write? This is just an informal party. Let's just phone everyone. Next business, refreshments. We have to feed the men and the girls too, especially you. Gee, thanks. The show. Well, we want something to eat, something to drink. Refreshments. All right, now next is entertainment. We want to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
We all enjoy being together, but is anyone left out? Think so? Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitations. Should we write? Dear Alice, would you like to come to a party at my house Saturday, March 24th at 8 p.m. and so on? Why bother to write? This is just an informal party. Let's just phone everyone.
Party time! Excellent!
Ooh, welcome back. Wow. If you're just tuning in, hey, we are listening to some UFO podcasts and playing Minecraft. Because that's how we roll. We build and we learn. And we do it together. So I'm just going to hop back into the next one. Let's see who we got on our playlist for today. That last one was pretty crazy. I listened to it twice. I'll probably listen to it again. Let's do Gary Nolan. This is him on the That UFO podcast, which you can find on YouTube. That UFO podcast interview with Gary Nolan.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to That UFO podcast. My name is Andy, and I am joined today by the Rackford and Carlota A. Harris Professor in the Department of Pathology at Stanford University School of Medicine, a renowned immunologist and co-founder of the Sol Foundation. Again, my pleasure to welcome back Professor Gary Nolan to the podcast. Gary, welcome.
Thanks so much, and hello everybody.
Yes, really popular guest, Gary. I think this is maybe your third appearance on the podcast now. So let's get to it. A lot to get through and a lot to talk about, especially the Sol Symposium that just happened. But before we get to that, trying to keep up to date with the UFO topic these last couple of weeks has been a bit of a bumpy ride. And I wonder, how have you found it as someone directly involved or indirectly involved in some of these stories coming out?
Well, you know, I think it's exciting at one level. Dealing with and explaining to people what each of the claimed revelations mean in a broader sense, and trying to separate assumptions and conclusions from the underlying data is where probably I've spent most of my time. I think the value of the community analyzing the results, or the things I should say that have been shown, or delving into the background of the individual that was the focus of the News Nation, is both good and bad. I mean, I think it probably, if it were me, I would feel a little exposed, some of the things that I've seen people go into. But, as far as I can tell, nobody's been able to come up with anything negative about his, claimed history of work, etc. So that's, or that, when I still mean negative, that he has not misrepresented himself. And so that is all positive. Analyzing the video, I've seen some interesting video analyses, again, that don't say one way or the other what it is that claimed picture was all about, what the video was all about. So, I don't know yet, because I've seen people who are excited about the revelations and those that think it was too much all at once. And so that in many ways mirrors my internal plan and agenda of how I've wanted to talk about this for a long time. I've wanted to talk about the nuts and bolts and the medical data, because those are things that are tangible and can be talked about with another scientist if the data, is available for it, as opposed to things that are experiential and can't necessarily be fully validated except by the person who it happened to. And many people in the community have, let's say, with me as the focus, felt like it was Gary doesn't want to talk about the woo. Or Gary's against it, or Saul is against it, which is ridiculous on the face of it. No, it's just you have to lay things out to the uninitiated in a much more programmatic way than those who've lived in it for the last 10, 20 or more years in the case of some experiencers. So, on the one hand, I would have preferred a more measured release of information. But on the other, for people who, such as this guy, Jake, he's like, look, I've been holding this in for the last however many years. I'm ready to get it out, and I don't care. And it's I don't know who first came up and coined the term. It is the catastrophic disclosure that people said that they don't, that the government claims that they don't want. And so, we'll see. I mean, I'm still a little tentative about what the current state really means for the field as a whole. But that said, I have not seen any strong or tangible negatives. My point has only been just be careful. Don't allow other people's interpretations of what it is that people are saying. Go back to the source. Go back to the data.
Yeah, that's very fair. Let's talk about this briefly now, then we'll get to Saul. We'll switch it round since we've got into a little bit of detail now. You mentioned that there's been an online reaction, which I think no matter what comes out in the UFO topic, it's always divisive either way. It doesn't really matter what drops or the quality of the data. Do you think if the interview had come out without the video attached, there would have been a more positive reaction to the content of what Jake was saying?
Perhaps. I think, look, we're visual animals, and we're attracted to things that move, and so a video engages more of the mind than does just words on a page or words listened to. So actually, I think it was more the mention of the psionic aspect, or as much that, as his personal and emotional reaction to it, which I think what you see, at least to me, is a person who is willing to wear everything he has to say on his sleeve. He's not going to hold anything back. And what I like about that is that I can then read all of the body language of the individual and assign it to the values that he's evincing. And so for me, I do that all the time, and that's just I'd like to think that I'm a good read of character and body language, and see if the two things align. And in all of my interactions with him, my red flags have never gone off. And more so in interacting with the other individuals around him, who were some on the interview as well. These are the kind of people that you should be very happy are protecting your country. They are serious, they are smart, they are dedicated, they know the levers of how to do the work that they do. I was impressed. Just as an example, when I was in college, I was in Navy ROTC, Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps, which is sort of they'll pay for your college, and then you owe them several years of work, or you need to go into the military for several years. I dropped out after 2 years because I just couldn't handle people telling me what to do. That's just my nature. I didn't mind that what they were saying is just like, that's stupid, I'm not going to do it. But I did spend a month away at sea in the Mediterranean, living and working with the enlisted people. And I walked away from that impressed with what the military can do. Not just the American military, but I think many militaries. It can take, relatively unstructured individuals, give them purpose, teach them, and make them work in unison towards a goal, in a way that I haven't seen in any company that I've ever worked with. So, and that was on really full display with the individuals who were around Jake. So, given who I saw and what they were doing and what they were talking about, and how they were carrying it out, that to me just gave me comfort that, okay, well, I don't see a reason why all these individuals would be acting a play for the sake of somebody who's sitting over in the corner taking notes. And that was essentially what my role was, to sit in the corner taking notes. So that was that was interesting.
I can see Jake's confirmed in the last day that the full interview is 2.5 hours long, and that's going to be released in full on News Nation as well. So that 40-minute interview that was, and I think I tried to remind some folks of this, and it's just my opinion, but it's made for a broader audience. It was, for me, it was 3 or 4 interviews almost cut into one, where you had the story, you had the psionics aspect of it, you had the biological effects, and then it kind of brought things together at the end, maybe for generations that have shorter attention spans, maybe for folks newer to the topic. It was punchy, it filled a lot in For some, clearly too much. For others, it was enough. Others were left wanting more. And then you had the aspect of the video being part of it. I don't think it was personally put across properly, and I think I saw you comment this on X as well, that the separation between Jake's story and the video were two separate things.
Yeah.
As much as they were very similar, it was very easy to not realize that the video wasn't what Jake was talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, and even if I think News Nation had done a better job of separating it, it still would have been linked.
Yeah.
So and that's not Jake's fault, but
no,
well, anyway, that's what I have to say about it. I was going to say something else, but I forgot.
No, that's okay. If we're entering this potential age of the whistleblower that perhaps started with David Grush coming forward, we waited with bated breath for more to come forward as we heard about 40 people in the background. They weren't all standing in a room waiting for the door to open. It was conversations happening behind closed doors, interviews going on. 2024 sort of passed by without many more coming forward. You could argue Jason Sands was a name. I know that's a story that's been controversial for many. We now have Jake Barber, and it appears other names ready to come forward. How do you feel? Do you feel this is a new phase of whatever the process is for this to go forward? It seems we had the New York Times story, TTSA, whatever was happening there. Other folks came out and got involved in. Are we now at a phase we are going to see people like Jake and his cohorts coming out and speaking?
Well, I mean, the fact that his cohort are all admitting, so it's not just Jake. Jake's just the tip of the spear. He has 3 other people on that video admitting that what it is that he's doing who worked with him is real. And then you have Blitch, who has even, higher credibility in terms of, his governmental associations. And you can just go read the list of them, which is extraordinary. So basically you have like 4, if you want to call them that, whistleblowers all coming out at once, right? So I think the biggest pushback, which I can agree with, is, okay, these are still just stories. They still fall in the realm of anecdote, although they are the people that, again, protect this nation and have every reason to not come forward with this information because it will hurt their career or disrupt their family lives. So you have that. But I think what's new about this group that is important for everybody to realize is this is not just people coming forward. It's people bringing their expertise in what they claimed they were doing and trying to enact it in a public way to address the many times comments that you see in threads of, well, I'm not going to be happy until an alien comes and shakes my hand. That there's this instinctive, again, back to the visual, I need to see, not just hear. Now I have 2 responses to that. 1, at one level, I agree. 2, I think if you don't like something, don't be such a Debbie Downer and state the obvious, which is, yeah, we want evidence. I mean, that's not a brilliant statement for anybody to make, right? That's just sort of obvious and me too. If you want to make a comment like that and it's not followed up with how can I help or what can I do, then you're just an armchair critic sitting in your basement, as far as I'm concerned. So I tend to just delete and/or block those people. Literally, I just go block, because it's not a helpful thing. I mean, in my group meetings around the science that we do, it very quickly becomes apparent who is just a critic because they think it makes them look smart, as opposed to those who can offer a suggestion in the absence of pure critique. I want to hear solutions. And so what you see with Jake and the group around him is people who claim to know how this is done and are operationalizing it, with private money. And people say, "Oh, it's a grift." Blah blah blah. I mean, again, put any of that in one of my threads, instant block. Just a warning. Because if it's not going to be done with public money, in other words, nobody's going to put together a GoFundMe. And if you want to know the amount of monies that are being expended on this, I won't say it, but you'd be shocked.
Mm-hmm.
That represents probably 1/10 or 1/100th of what the operation looks like when it's done truly by the military. Right. And while none of these individuals revealed to me anything that I shouldn't know from a TSI, a CI standpoint, I came to realize that what it takes to do this is an extraordinary amount of coordination, and not just coordination, in a totally secret manner, but coordination with various agencies to make sure that all the rules are followed. And that was the other thing that really impressed me, was the amount of effort that they took to make sure that nobody was skirting any rules.
And you've started touching on Skywatcher, the group that Jake has come out and mentioned that they want to, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, because it's been a bit of a wild few days, essentially demonstrate they can collect materials of unknown origin on their own privately without the need for government classifications. Is that wrong?
Data.
Okay.
Data. Yeah. I mean, because I think once you start getting into collecting materials, you're talking about, you're either talking one or two things. One, the things land and just turn off and give themselves to you, or some sort of kinetic action against them, which is not, in my opinion, given that you don't know who or what might be in it, or who it belongs to, and what the reaction might be to doing so, it wouldn't be a wise thing. And I made it quite clear. I said that I will not be involved in anything that involves a kinetic action. I just don't want to go anywhere near that. And I think that should be a red line that the community uses, unless it's clearly hostile, in which case, all options are open.
So in terms of that, the funding, it seems, is coming from Alex Clokus, who is
That's not correct.
No, again, that's something that's coming up online.
Yeah, I mean, he's involved, but he's not the only person.
Let me ask then, and the actual line of questioning, I don't want to get into, who's funding it? I don't particularly care. I'm just like that.
And I don't even know the names. So, but sure. I know that again, the amounts of money required to do this right, and to have a kind of what you would think of as a VC follow-on, are just, they're considerable. They're considerable.
Is this the benefit and the consequence of folks like yourself and Carl Nell attending a SALT conference, it being well received? Mm-hmm. And those events aren't there for folks to sit and listen to UFO stories. They're to get people involved who have serious backing, serious, influence. And this is the kind of thing that comes from those types of events that we maybe don't hear of for 1-2 years. If we
it is 100% correct. That you have people who say, how can I help? And you need somebody who's willing to organize it and put it together and structure it, again, in a legal manner. You're going to hear, I think, more from the Skywatcher group, and I don't speak for them in any way, shape, or form. I think many of the concerns will be addressed. But to me, and I've been out there actually pushing this, that we need investment, we need money, and if someone's willing to take or put their money forward and put down risk, then, or withstand the risk, then they should be allowed to benefit. But I think the objective here, at least as I've been involved, as much as I've been involved with Skywatcher, is that one of the objectives will be to make the information public, and public in a way that merits the term disclosure. And so, the moment they sign a secret contract with, name your favorite villain defense contractor,
Yep.
will be the moment that I say I'm done.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind resources coming in, but if it's going to be something where the results get funneled back into what it is that what we would consider the legacy program, without at least admitting that it's real, I'm done.
No, that's fair. Do you mind, just before we go into Sol, something that loads of people got in touch with? You did attend an event that News Nation showed a clip of with the group Skywatcher, and let's be fair, it's a couple of minutes at most on the show, but what is talked about within it, and please again correct me if I get any of the language wrong, is they are attempting to use psionics or psychic connection to summon a craft. Some folks have, CE5, human initiated contact, whatever protocols people want to call it, but they managed to establish a connection. They then used the language on News Nation that another UAP, UFO shows up. There's a dogfight, is one of the words used, and it seems to bring the craft down. This is the way it's sort of been presented in the narratives coming out. Are you able to clear up what exactly it was we were watching and seeing?
I never saw the dogfight. Actually, that imagery was new to me. They might have taken that separately or found it after,
Okay.
So I never saw that. I saw the picture of the lines look like squiggles in the sky. I still have to follow up with them on that because I never saw it. No, all I saw was an individual who was doing what they said that they were doing, which was trying to contact something. And then when he started talking out loud and going into some form of distress, then something happened, above, and then we saw the pictures and what it was the other individual claimed. Now, if you want to play devil's advocate, you could say that was all a show. You could say that was that was a signal for the other guy to say something. These are all things that went through my mind as I'm sitting there trying to be the neutral observer. And yet, when I literally said, call the medic, because of what I thought was a level of distress that the individual was going through, when the medic guy came in, he said, yeah, he could see the rapid breathing, the heart rate had gone up, etc. So it was pretty good acting if it was acting. And as I said on the News Nation thing, for me, it was correlation, not necessarily causation. And so now, okay, the real underlying question is not whether something necessarily showed up, but it was how it was claimed to be caused or called. I don't have a problem. Let's just think about telepathy for a moment. So we already know that humans have the capability with artificial intelligence to put a net on your head and read your dreams, right? I mean, it's there. I mean, something that 10 years ago people would have laughed you out of the room saying that you could do has been done. Okay, now advance us 10,000 years from now. What might we be capable of doing in the future in terms of either reading thoughts or putting thoughts back into somebody's head? Never mind just reading them. If you can read them, that means you know where they came from, which means you know the kinds of things you would need to do to, let's say, put those ideas or thoughts back into somebody's head. You know, it's advanced. We don't have it right now, but okay, whatever. So somebody I was talking to online said, well, why don't you think about it as a Bluetooth connection?
Mm-hmm.
That this is just an advanced form of mental Bluetooth, and it's not magic. I don't think any of it's magic. So I don't have a problem with it. I don't understand how it's done. I'm just processing the data and then putting it and contextualizing it against the many other reported interactions that people claim to do mentally. I don't know. I mean, I could say, you know, I don't know, but it's fascinating. I don't know how much time I can put into studying it, except seeing if it can be repeated. And that's really that's really what I think Skywatcher and any other groups, and I'm not aware of any others than this that might be set up to accomplish it, is do a repeatable experiment. If they do it 3 times and or 4 times or 5 times and stuff shows up, you know, I think then you have causation. What was interesting was after I had come home from that event, you probably saw in the News Nation thing that there were all of these sightings in the nearby towns. Mm-hmm. Did you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, correlation, causation, I don't know. I don't know.
Is that the first time you had witnessed that sort of event?
Yes.
Someone summoning a craft, yeah.
Yeah.
I say a craft, someone summoning something.
Something, and then something showing up on video. So there was the thing that the guy saw, which we never caught on video, unfortunately. And because we didn't have 50 sensors pointing at the sky. But the thing that we did catch on video, it not only went one way, but it came back. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they did a really good analysis and estimate of the speeds, depending upon what the distance might have been. And it didn't matter the distance. It was something that our aircraft can't do. You know, travel at those speeds. And so it was an object, showed up on the film pretty fast. I think it's fair to say it wasn't a bug, given the depth of field. And so, you know, it's preliminary data.
It's interesting stuff, and I look forward to more coming out quickly. I like the fact a full interview is coming out and that Jake's happy for that to be released at 2.5 hours. I think that may perhaps be one more for the community and the online community to really see more detail, conversation fleshed out in context. It can often be lost when it's punchy TikTok-esque clips being smashed out in news form. And also Skywatcher looks to be releasing more in the immediacy as well, so I'll allow that to happen and again kind of judge that on its own merit. Is Skywatcher something that you're interested in having Jake or others discuss as part of the Sol Foundation? I suppose we can link in to discuss in the symposium.
You know, maybe next year. I hadn't really thought about it. You know, I think I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe get them to come and present their results. I don't know. You know, my problem is that I seem to be associated with so many of these things. I'm going to have to pull that back on some of them, just because I can't do it. I can't do it all. I just simply can't. So we'll see. I have to talk about it with the other people at Sol. I hadn't thought of it.
Well, let's get into Sol then. The second symposium was held in San Francisco, November 22nd to 23rd at the Fort Mason Center, a bigger venue than the original conference. I think that was always a hope. I remember you mentioning at the time, can we get somewhere a little bigger and more accommodating for that kind of audience? One of the listener call-in shows, one of the gents on there helped out in organising the event as well, and he said it was fascinating to be behind the scenes of, and the production values are there, and I think people are starting to see that in the very early drops that are coming out now for some of the early access videos. Can you just briefly, Gary, give an overview to some of the audience who may be unfamiliar with Sol and what its goals are as to what it is?
Well, Sol's principal goal is to provide a field of discussion within which people from a variety of academic, religious, political, meaning policy, can come and talk about how the concept of UAP and the concept of non-human intelligence impacts humanity, right? Whether they're real or not is actually irrelevant because everybody's talking about it. And as we all know, perception is reality. And so, people are talking about it. So maybe it's a giant filet de deux, what's it called? Yeah, folly of two, where everybody's in a big circular conversation, only repeating things that they've already heard. Or maybe it's real. And if it is real, what does it mean? So there are established ways, in academics at least, that we talk about controversial subject matters. And there are rules and professional approaches. And so surprisingly, it needed an organization like Sol to come together to at least unify and determine what those positions might be. Now, that doesn't mean that there haven't been like a dozen other institutions before, MUFON, Scientific Coalition for UAP Research, UAPDX, or UAPX, UAPDF. They're all extremely important, and some of them predated us. We're just taking it from a much more academic point of view. So, policy work. For instance, we've been asked to talk to two of the major state legislatures now to help them craft policies about how it is that they might deal with something as simple as the drones and weeding out and helping them figure out which are just simply drones and what might be something a little bit more exotic. Because that's the first thing you have to do. You have to get rid of the banal than the prosaic. Drones around nuclear power plants is not necessarily banal and prosaic, but it's not our Sol's interest. Once we've defined it as such, then it goes into somebody else's basket. So that policy effort, I think, is important because people do look to academics, for better or worse, for the kinds of white paper policies that they can use to say, okay, somebody's thought this through. For those who work with ChatGPT now, for instance, a lot, it's pretty darn good at coming up with the list and order of all the things you need to deal with. So we're there to provide that kind of service, but around UAP. Jonathan Berta has a project that he's involved with to use large language models and AI to literally scrape all information that we can about it so that we can basically provide an AI chatbot that can answer the public's questions as well as those for policymakers to give them real data. And we've been coordinating with, and we actually instituted a meeting about 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago now, of all of the major, the cottage industry that's been set up, a council to cross-coordinate with each other to stop, any duplicative effort and kind of coordinate so that there's a one landing page place or set of places where the media will learn to come to, or policymakers will learn to come to, so that they can get real data and not the BS from the guerrilla skeptics of Wiki that have destroyed information. The anti-science group, the guerrillas. I mean, it's purely anti-science. It's so Luddite as to be, sad is the best way to put it. So we ran the first of the meetings at Stanford, and based on money that had been given to me exactly to do that and approved by Stanford to do so, right the way up to the level of the deans. And we have, once we got our charitable designation from the U.S. government as a 501c3, we've been directing all the donations, or the majority of the donations now, directly to Sol, so I don't have to, work with Stanford as the intermediary. And that started as of last summer, just to avoid complications. And so the new meeting, the one up at Fort Mason, was paid for entirely by either donations given directly to Sol, or by the attendance costs, or by high-level donors who wanted to pay extra to meet the principles. People again had these concerns about grift, and it's like, we didn't make any money. You should be thankful that there were people who were willing to put down the kind of money that they did as donations, or to have a dinner, so that the rest of the people could have a good time. And I think people need to look to the best qualities of what was trying to be done, rather than look for some reason to be envious. But I think, that said, the meeting was extraordinary. I mean, people came to us on a regular basis, said, this has been wonderful. I made so many, and it reflected what actually happened at the first meeting, is that I'm so happy to know that there are so many serious people and other professionals that are just like me. And we decided, especially this time, to open up the meeting a little bit more to the experiencers, and we brought Karen Austin from the John Mack Institute to give a talk on experiencers and give her personal experiences. So that was good, because that actually comports with one of Peter Skafish's interests in experiencers. And so, what you're seeing is us at Sol establishing ourselves in nuts and bolts and the issues around the military, stepping out a bit further into the academic realm to cover sociology, anthropology, religion, right? And now going a bit further in the experiential and, let's say, psychology of claimed interactions. And again, it's just about getting it into the appropriate silos and giving a professional polish to how it is that it's all talked about. So I'm delighted at how much we've succeeded so far. And if anything, I'm sort of overwhelmed and frightened by the amount of positive reach out that we've had. It's just simply beyond my ability to, as one individual, deal with it. And so that's the next step is, okay, how do you create a volunteer network? How are the volunteers organized? How are they vetted? What are the policies that you do? So all of that is, and it's not just us, it's because we can now coordinate and beginning to coordinate with all the other groups. We can look for ways to, harness the energy of the system. And so I would say to anybody who wants to say, well, I'm not happy because I didn't get X, is, you know what? Why don't you volunteer? There's probably a place we can put you. Harness that anger. And it's interesting that I say that when I was a graduate student or a postdoc and an experiment didn't work, I didn't get the results that I thought, or something. I felt that I got mad at the experiment, not at myself. And I harnessed that energy to make it work. It's like when I do software programming. I get a bug and it really annoys me, and I try to track the bug down, because you get the hit of dopamine when it worked.
Yeah.
And so it's, searching for that dopamine hit. So I would just suggest to the community is find a way to harness your frustration towards some kind of positive goal, and don't think that the positive goal needs to be the end of the rainbow. That there's a lot of steps between here and there that need to be enacted to accomplish it.
Yeah, that's good advice. I know we're marching towards the end of the time we've got, but how do you feel a third, and I'm presuming there's going to be a third annual Sol Symposium later this year, is that on the card still?
As long as we can get the right kind of donations. I mean, I don't think we can do anything much bigger than what we did. The Fort Mason was a lot of effort.
Would you consider bringing that international, like perhaps to the UK?
Oh yeah, there's discussions of doing it in Europe. Yeah, at the very least on the East Coast this time, as opposed to the West Coast, which is about as far away for everybody as it can get, apart from our Australian friends. But yeah, no, there's definitely been discussion about doing it in Europe.
And what kind of time scale are we looking at for the release of the videos to the wider public? Do we know that yet?
Well, you've already seen a couple of them come out. They're being worked on by one or two individuals. Again, we're indebted to the volunteerism because the quote to do it professionally was like, okay, we don't have the money for that. So all the intros have been done and approved. The little kind of soul at the beginning and then soul at the end, and all the accoutrements that you expect out of a well-produced thing. That Peter and I are absolute in our demands that it look proper. So that's been done, and they're going to come out in groups now. I think we had like Beatrice, hers came out, and then probably a couple more. We'll have. I think one of the next ones will be, because Jacques wasn't able to partake because he was sick, he had a cold. He's agreed to do a sit down of some kind, and we'll do a fireside with him at a different point in time. But then they'll come out in groups, probably of 3 or 4, and then I would hope that they're all done in the next month. It's not like we're going to tease them out one at a time.
Yeah,
we want them out, but we're limited by the volunteer and their ability to do it and still put food on the table at their home.
Well, the link's in the description, folks. If you feel you've got any of those expertise, and plenty of you reach out to offer to help me with stuff that I'm trying to expand my own toolkit this year with, like, video production and things, please reach out to Sol and offer those kind of services. And I know a lot of you want to get involved, and it sounds like that would be very much appreciated on the other end. Gary, I've got a ton of questions, and I'm going to have to only probably ask you a couple of them here from listeners. I'm going to steal one from myself, though. Just on this kind of year ahead, something that's being mooted and has been for some time now. This isn't a new idea, but it's sort of back on the tongues of people. Is this idea of timescales and people talking about something big's coming in 2027 or 2029?
Oh, I think that's all rubbish.
I was going to ask, how do you view that?
if I wanted to psyop and make people look ridiculous, it would be that kind of cult-like prediction of something coming at on some date, and how many of those dates have come and gone where
All of
nothing
them.
happened. And exactly, literally every one of them. So if you want to use, this is where I would use Occam's razor, where I'm always railing about Occam's razor. You can cut yourself with it by just assuming that the simplest idea is the best. I prefer the Bayesian prior approach that gives a probability. The probability that that's rubbish is very high.
And I would go with you on that. I struggle myself with predictions and timescales. And
I mean, it's nice, but it's incendiary and meant to be clickbait. It's when something looks like it is purposefully designed to draw you in and get you to be worried about something, you should worry, not about the event, but you should worry about who and the why of it. I mean, and people would come back to me and say, Gary, but isn't that exactly what is going on with the whole military idea and the threat narrative? Yes, it is. But it was designed to get people to pay attention, not to, because it was real, not to distract you from something more credible. Now, look, it's out in the zeitgeist now. It's there in the back of the mind. If some evidence shows up a year from now that there's something more credible to it, well, it's data ready for follow-up.
Well, let's finish with some listener questions, Gary, and I'm going to pick 2 or 3 here of about 80, I think I got just in the last day or 2. Thank you to everyone who sent them over. Rob asks, do you ever think the push to expose the phenomenon is potentially dangerous, like a Pandora's box for humanity?
Well, I think there's 2 ways to think about it. One is, is it a Pandora's box for the government? Yes. Because if any of the claims are true, or if many of the claims are true, then there's people who need to be worried about the consequences of the exposure of whatever their actions might be. Now, I'm on record as saying that irrespective almost of the extent of whatever it is that might be wrong that people have done, there needs to be some kind of blanket amnesty. And I'm sorry to say that. You need to start with a blanket amnesty and make a few exclusions of things that are just so far off the reservation as to be inappropriate or criminal. And that's not for me to decide. But I think until you do so, you're going to have people who might have information cowering in fear. So there's that. And then we also know that there's no partial disclosure from the government. The government has found a way to say UAP are real, but in the almost same breath they say, but they're not aliens. We have no evidence that they're aliens. Well, there's plenty of lawyerly ways to get around what it is that just said.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there might not be extraterrestrials, but maybe there's something else. And run the gamut of everything from how put us ultra-terrestrials to interdimensionals, et cetera, or something else that's already been here, or it's been here for a long time. And so it's so there's that. Because once you admit that there is an entity here, not just a phenomenon, then all the other questions become relevant. What's the agenda? Why have you lied? Et cetera. And so there's that Pandora's box. The other Pandora's box is that you're talking about is, okay, well, what happens if technology disruption occurs? That, disclosure leads to access to technologies that
What the fuck? There's fucking camels in this game. What the fuck? What is this shit? Oh. What the fuck? I don't have a saddle. Someone here's gotta have a saddle. Holy shit, this place is awesome. Wow. This place is awesome. Whoa, that's so crazy. You're coming home with me. I don't care how hard it is to get you back. Yo, let's screenshot these coordinates, yo. This is sick. These houses are great. These guys are way smarter than the guys I'm breeding. I need to be over here. Just stealing all your bread. Yo, these guys are sick. There's a lot of them too. Sick. You shack it up, homie. I like this color bed. So, this is sick. This must have just generated. I'm going to continue the podcast. Thank you.
the angry monkeys shouldn't have right now. And so that's a whole line of thinking that one needs to war game out. I mean, this is, again, something that I think that Soul should do is, you know, what are the scenarios and what are reasonable chains of thought of consequences from each of these scenarios. Mm-hmm. And again, to provide it as a, let's say, a Rand Corporation like analysis, you know, and so there's that one. And then there's the, well, what happens if we kick off some kind of negative interaction with whatever this might be? And I think as Chris Mellon, I think, has said something to this effect. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm sorry, Chris, if I'm ascribing something to you that you never said, but at least it's been out there that, well, admission that they're real might bring their, attention in some unwarranted manner. Okay, Well, fine. That's fine to say. So the appropriate response from a policy standpoint is, how would we protect ourselves against that? And what would be the mode of interaction with whatever such a thing might be? And I would just remind everybody again and again that the word alien, while it's used for immigrants or it's used in Hollywood, etc., probably the best Hollywood example of a thinking process that might be alien was Arrival, the movie, right? Where something is so unlike humans in its thought processes as to be not understandable, right? That we dare not anthropomorphize, is that the right way of saying it? The intent of something that makes very different assumptions about ethics and morals, if it even has such. So, so those are things I think that at least Saul or other groups should be dedicated to getting out there into the scientific literature or into the psychosocial literature, and into the policy literature, because there's a lot of good thinking and a lot of good thinkers out there who could do so. And so to me, that's just, that would be the way to harness your either fear or frustration, is to, start putting out your own thoughts. Even if they sound crazy or even if you think they sound, or even if they are amateurish, you have to start with an amateurish approach, even me, before I learn what I don't know. And then say, okay, well, if I don't know this, who do I go to find out more information?
That is all for this episode. Thank you very much for tuning in. Don't forget to leave the podcast a review on your chosen platform, Apple and Spotify.
All right, that was That UFO Podcast with Gary Nolan. Next up, another short one. This one's about 17 minutes. This is Simon Holland Films on YouTube interviewing Lenval Logan.
Hey everybody, Calvin is back in the news. Logan, who works for the US Air Force, thinks he saw something that looked like the Calvine diamond-faceted shape out of a US Air Force airplane window while flying between Reykjavik in Iceland and Frankfurt in Germany. Here's Logan telling his story to James Fox.
Hey, thanks so much, Logan.
Interviewing James Fox.
To hear you talk here. One of the
no,
in my humble opinion, best
this is just a clip.
Photographs
We're good.
Of a UAP.
Cheers.
Ever taken was the Calvine 1990, referred commonly as the Calvine incident, the Calvine UFO or UAP. You kind of blew my mind as to being potentially a witness. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yes. So in January 1990, I was assigned to go to my first intel unit overseas, going to Europe, and the exercise that normally would take place back then. Anybody in the military that's been in since the 80s and the 90s would know the term Reforger. Stands for Return of Forces Back to Germany, because we always thought we were going to fight in the Fulda Gap against Russian forces. And what was funny was on the flight over to Rhine-Main, the base that was open at the time, we were between Iceland and Scotland, and I was eating on a Philadelphia cheesesteak. If nobody's been to Philly, go get a cheesesteak. But anyway, we were coming down and the sun was just coming up, and me and the guy that was sitting next to me were eating, and I looked out of the window and there was a diamond-shaped object zigzagging in the clouds. And I was like, what is that? And the guy's like, yeah, what is that? And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, hey, I'm going to my first intel assignment. Oh my God, this is probably some super secret cool, what do you know? I'm going to find out about it. So I kind of played it off. This thing disappeared in the clouds and we landed. And I asked my bosses at the time, hey, what's out there that does all the zigzaggy stuff? Everybody looked at me like I was an idiot. So I found out years later, shortly after, I had NATO AWACS show up where I was at. They said, hey, what are you doing with the Americans? You're from England. You should come fly with us. So I was like, sure. So I took that as the opportunity to ask the question, what's out there that's doing all the weird zigzaggy stuff? And they were like, you know. And I was like, no, I don't know. And so they showed me this tape and they said, I saw something whiz right through the air traffic of all the aircraft that were flying around. And I said, what was that? They said, that was your SR-71. And I said, oh, then that's not it. And then they pulled out something else and they showed something zigzagging just like I saw it in the clouds over between Iceland and Scotland. And I was like, yeah, that guy. And they said, we don't know who he is. We always thought you guys knew who he is. We always just assumed it was you Americans playing with us. So, long story short, to fill in the rest of what James is saying, this was also at the tail end of the Belgian wave, which I didn't know anything about. But after I did the interview with James was throwing something at me and he showed me the Calvine picture and it was the exact same thing that I saw. And I was like, what is that? Because I had never heard of this Calvine picture. And he's like, dude, it was the same year. I think it was in August. You saw your thing in January. I was like, the only difference I saw was the object that I saw was kind of going between black and white. And in the picture that I saw, it looked kind of whitish, but it was the exact same thing. And I was like, okay, this just kind of adds to the picture that there's definitely something going on because I didn't even know about this thing. And James kind of shocked me with that one.
Oh,
so
my
let me
God.
ask you, when you say AWACS, so they picked it up on radar?
Yes.
So they picked it up on radar. How many sets of eyeballs on it?
On the screen, there was a bunch of guys in the back that all saw it. But I was asking the question, like, who is this guy? They said, dude, you know, he said we vectored aircraft towards it, and as soon as the aircraft get close, it zips off somewhere else and whatever. And I was like, who else knows about this? And they're like, everybody. I said, everybody in your squadron? He goes, yeah, we all know about it. And I was like, okay, if you say so. So it was just one of those notes that you kind of put down and put in the back of your head and just kind of, okay, someone verified what I saw and it was unusual, and you kind of throw it away. But it's, again, until James popped up with this image, I was like, oh crap, there it is.
So you're telling me you saw, and they picked up on radar, an object that exhibited a wild technology with no wings, no visible means of propulsion type of thing?
Well, you can't, on a radar, you can't see all that stuff. You just know it's an object.
But you saw it with your eyes too.
It's just zipping around.
But you saw it with your eyes too, not just the radar, right?
What I saw, yes.
Okay.
What they were seeing on the radar was something totally different.
Okay.
Now, I didn't correlate it to what date and all that other stuff because I was just in shock that they had something that was zigzagging around and whatever. But what I saw outside the window was it would go into a cloud, and as fast as it was moving, you would expect it to just pop back out at the same angle, but it would come back out at a different vector. And I was like, dude, what is that? And I thought I was seeing something at first until the other guy confirmed that he was seeing it too. Because, you know, you see all kinds of weird things out of the window sometimes, you know, on the ground. You're not quite sure what it is. It could be a car, it could be a truck, or, you know, some sunlight glinted off something on the ground. But in this particular case, I had confirmation beside me. And then when I talked to these guys, they confirmed that there was something out there that was zipping around, exhibiting the exact characteristics that I saw.
Wow, thanks for sharing that. That's really impressive. It's another little piece of the puzzle on that case.
Thanks, Logan and James. I think that's really interesting. The sighting, as he said, was in January 1990, and the famous Calvine photograph was spotted in August 1990, so the years add up. But it raises a few questions. Let's try and answer this. Is Logan's sighting the same craft? Where did he see it, and what can we learn from what he saw? Here's the air nav map from a commercial flight, Lufthansa, from Reykjavik to Frankfurt. I'm assuming the Air Force would take roughly the same straight line route. Now, Logan says that he was eating a Philly cheesesteak for breakfast. Yum. In-flight catering had worked out there was enough time for people to eat their breakfast while they were at cruise altitude before they started final approach into Frankfurt. So that would put them, as a guess, because I'd love to know, somewhere over Scotland or the North Sea, as you can see from this route. That might be a big clue. A lot of people have said that the object, the Calvine diamond shape, might have come from Leuchars. The other obvious base is Machrihanish, my old hometown on the west coast of Scotland. But I heard something different. While investigating all possibilities of what the Calvine object might be, people reached out to me. One person from BAE Systems from this airport called Wharton. And he shared some very interesting information. First of all, that BAE Systems have Harriers. In fact, a pair of Harriers, which could be hired by the MOD, NATO, or the US Air Force for some kind of flight test. And Calvine itself is only 30 minutes flight time in a Harrier. So if it was a Harrier in the famous picture, and possibly a second Harrier, I think that they might have come from Wharton. But he went on to say something very interesting. He didn't know exactly what the object was, but he did say it looked very reminiscent of a reflective radar object. But why flight test it? Because they would flight test it at Wharton on a pole at the end of the runway. Why would it be flying? The only flight testing that BAE Systems does, listen to this very carefully, he said, was off the east coast of Scotland at BAE Systems' secret North Sea range. Well, that adds up exactly to Logan's flight plan, and possibly while he was eating. And the northeast of Scotland is perfect timing for eating a Philly cheesesteak while at 30,000 feet before beginning your final approach into Frankfurt. So was the object that Logan and others, I wish we had the other witnesses as well, definitely saw somewhere over the North Sea, off the northeast coast of Scotland? And could that possibly be a BAE Systems test zone for exotic aircraft? I don't know. But that raises a much bigger question. Logan describes the craft he saw as a segmented or faceted diamond. Well, that's very similar to the Calvine object. But Logan said it was zooming around, zipping out of clouds. At one point he said it went in a cloud, disappeared, and then it came out of the cloud on a different vector, meaning a different direction. So it was a zigzag, high-speed object. That's not a balloon, is it? Over the last few days, I've had a lot of very interesting engineers challenging me about the aerogel drone possibility in relation to Jake Barber's egg, because they ask a very good basic engineering question, and that is, what's the advantage, Simon, of a vacuum balloon over a pressurized helium balloon? And I really can't answer that. I asked Joshua, the man who revealed the patent behind the DOE building aerogel vacuum craft, possibly at Los Alamos Laboratories and possibly for the NRO. But what is the advantage of having a vacuum aerogel craft over a pressurized helium buoyant craft? Well, let's first of all look at what these craft are, and they definitely exist. They are HAPS, HAPS. Some people call HAPS high altitude platform systems, and the idea is that they can loiter over an area of interest longer than a drone. So you can have a HAPS type surveillance system over a conflict zone for months. And I think that possibly is what happened in the Calvine case because of the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. But in some defense articles, they translate the acronym HAPS rather differently, and they describe HAPS as high altitude pseudo satellites. Well, that makes a lot of sense. A LEO, low Earth orbit surveillance satellite would only zip past the thing you're interested in for maybe 2 minutes, and then it would take 90 minutes to go around the Earth, if that's the right figures, people. But imagine a buoyant craft that can long loiter over the area of interest. Now, that makes a lot of sense. But does aerogel vacuum buoyant crafts make any sense? I'm not sure they do. Now, Joshua revealed the patent for vacuum drones, so I think people have been experimenting with a vacuum as a buoyant craft, but it has an inherent problem. The problem is a normal buoyant craft is a pressurized envelope, and you put helium in it, and it's pushing out, and it goes up, and it can long loiter if it's got some kind of station keeping. But a vacuum drone has to overcome the crushing pressure of having nothing inside it. So it needs to be rather heavier, made of solid stuff to resist that crushing. I mean, that's why early vacuum balloons were a great idea, but weren't adopted. Now, aerogel might be the answer. And everybody, it's not the aerogel, the friable stuff. It's the hard, probably aeroloi metallic foam, but that's going to have some weight. So an aerogel drone to have any buoyancy needs to be big, 20, 30, 40 foot. And sure enough, the patent says it could be egg-shaped or tic-tac shaped, which is interesting. But in the Calvine case, imagine you were deploying the Calvine craft as an aerogel drone. You would have to have maybe a 20, 40, 50 foot Calvine diamond up in Perthshire on the back, what, of a lorry? You know, you'd have to close the roads and take down the streetlights, you know, to get it there. And then it would be one thing which would rise up. Whereas a balloon, you could fit in a box and then pressurize it. It would pop out and then go up. Engineers out there, try and explain to me why a vacuum buoyant craft, which was solid and heavy, is advantageous over a helium craft. I mean, I asked Joshua and he said, well, helium's rare, but I mean, at these kind of payment levels, I think you could buy helium if you were the Los Alamos DOE laboratory. It doesn't really make any sense. If they exist and they're used, there must be some operational advantage of a vacuum buoyant craft. What I don't dispute is HAPS exists, high altitude, long loitering surveillance platforms. I would want one if I had the NRO budget. I don't. And I wouldn't have it tethered, because if it was over an area of conflict, a wire or a string going down to the ground would compromise, of course, who was running it. What you'd want is a station-keeping drone that would keep in, say, a kilometre radius, always looking down, that could be up there for, as I say, 6 months would be absolutely brilliant. Probably transmitting its signal from its sensors upwards to a satellite asset and having SAR, synthetic aperture radar, photographic capabilities and communication. I mean, yes, I'm sure they exist, but people out there, was the Calvine UFO a buoyant craft? I think it probably was, but was the Calvine UFO and the egg, Jake's Barber's egg, a vacuum aerogel buoyant craft? Well, if they were, and now I'm beginning to have some doubts, what is the advantage of a vacuum buoyant craft? We need to cut through the woo-woo and understand the engineering. Sure, Logan saw something from his plane. It was zipping around. A buoyant craft doesn't move around fast. It only goes up and down. He saw something fast moving. It must have had some interesting novel propulsion system. I think the truth might still be out there.
Let's go to the next one. This one's Podcast UFO live shows.
Friend, right?
Absolutely.
James Fox.
Interviewing
Hi,
James Fox.
Hey, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks so much for letting me come here. And the second time I've been here in the studio. Last time, I don't know if you remember, but we had some type of technical issues. I think I got all that stuff behind me.
I think it's the, other than CNN or National Geographic filming in here, you're the only other person that I've ever done on camera inside my magical zone.
Yeah, and it is magical. This place is just amazing.
Undisclosed location.
Yeah. But anyway, since we just started out like that, I think I'm going to just run a clip right here of this place that I just took I don't know, maybe 10 minutes ago? So here we go. I'm going to run this clip. All right, here I am in the studio with James Fox. We're going to see where it all happens.
Unfortunately, this light isn't on right here because I wanted to show you this is a lovely time I had in Texas on a lake with Hal Puthoff.
Oh, yeah.
This was during production of the first documentary. Well, actually, my second documentary, Out of the Blue. That's Tim Coleman, Boris Zuboff back in the 90s.
Yeah.
That's one of my appearances on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
This is just for fun.
Yeah.
This is my father, who was
cool.
A journalist. This is him probably when he lived in New York, working for Car
Love
Driver
that.
magazine back in the 60s.
Wow, what a great picture.
Isn't that lovely? Let me turn this light on here. This is the letter I got from Steven Spielberg to Larry King on my movie back in 2009. That's really cool. That's my dad and I on a beach together.
Awesome.
Goofing off.
And this is where you edit.
This is where I edit.
That's I've seen
There's
them
the
in this
computer.
thing.
There's all my hard drives. Those are solid state.
Yeah, big bucks.
20 terabytes of solid state, maybe more. Yeah. Wow. This normally, that disc is normally
I know.
floating. I
I've
don't
seen
know
these
what
things.
happened here,
They're
but
pretty funny.
it's just kind of funny, you know. It's
Yeah.
just kind of, it's a little silly, but it's fun.
All right.
Anyway,
Well, thank you. And this is
there we
the
go.
situation room over here.
That's the situation room. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, here we are. So, yeah, thanks again. And I wanted to talk to you about your movie, but other things too, because there's quite a bit going on, lots of changes. A lot has
Can't
happened.
keep up with it. I need, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So, how's your movie doing?
Doing well. It's only been out 3 weeks. It was at the top of the charts on Docs. I think it's number 2 on Apple and number 3 or something on Amazon. It goes
Awesome.
back and forth. You know, we have more promotions coming at the end of the month. We got more coming in February. But it's the most independent released film that I've ever done. Like we don't have, like normally you produce a documentary and you get completion funds and then you get a budget where you sign with a distributor or somebody buys the movie, like I've done with all my previous films, almost all of them. But in this case, we don't even have a distributor. We have somebody more seen as an aggregator. So it's somebody that can take the film and just literally put it on the various platforms like Amazon and Apple and all the other Google Play and Fandango and yada, yada, yada. And then we come up with all the PR money that you need to pay for the trailer and all that stuff. So it's the most independent production that we've ever done. So it's a very grassroots effort.
That's great. And I told you at dinner earlier that I've watched it 3 times and I love it. It's I used to say out of the blue, and I know you have your own, worst critic on your films. Out of the blue, I used to say, long before I ever met you the first time, I told people that was my absolute favorite film is Out of the Blue. And now I just love this one. I mean, I rarely watch anything more than once, and I watched that 3 times. And I just love the way you transition things so smoothly. It shows a maturity or something. Something's changed in your filmmaking, that this was just a real smooth.
I like pacing. As you can see on the board behind me, I generally do like very broad strokes when I set out to, I'm like winging it practically to make a production, and I'm capturing things as I'm learning them, as things are unfolding. I don't like a lot of reality TV shows feel very staged because they are.
Yeah.
Everything that's happening in my productions are happening. They're unfolding as they unfold, including the last interview that I got, the last possible second with Richard Grieve. he contacted me that I had mispronounced his name, so I said, I promise I won't. Richard Grieve. he's the we were actually right over here in the edit studio, and it was a really key bit of testimony on the 1990 Calvine UFO photograph.
Yeah,
because the photographers and witnesses had vanished for 34 years. The print had disappeared. Yes. And then thank God to the hard work and dedication of David Clark and others, the photograph was found. Craig Lindsay, the former RAF press officer, managed to get an on-camera interview with him. Then I got Nick Pope to go on camera, David Clark to go on camera, the guy that did some of the analysis work on the photograph going on camera, but we don't know what happened to the witnesses.
Right.
So the last possible minute, we're over here editing away. It was a bunch of people in the room, and I've been contacting Richard Greaves over and over and over, and then he kind of went dark, and I thought maybe I pushed too hard, and he slipped between the cracks like a bar of soap in the bathtub or something, and then he called, and so that whole interview was done just completely unprepared. Grabbed my cell phone, quick, grab your cell phone, film me talking to my cell phone, and so it was all. It all happened like that. I mean, even Kirk McConnell, the Senate Armed Service Committee chief of staffer, flew up at the last minute, from Washington, D.C. And actually, we actually filmed in here.
Wow.
For that interview.
Yeah, that was great having him on, even though it was just audio. But, I'm glad you had subtitles because he was a little difficult to understand.
Yeah.
But, that was really great. But so the story is those guys were, it's hard to even say this, Men in Black type of situation.
When he was first telling me the story, I was like, well, hang on a second. So this is what you heard? He goes, no. He goes, I was standing outside having a cigarette break with my coworkers, the witnesses that took the photograph. We were standing outside and this car rolls up. You saw this. Yes, I swear on my great. Yeah. One of my favorite lines in the movie. He said, I worked with them in the kitchen. I made poached eggs. They made toast.
That's right. And you just don't disappear after 34 years.
Yeah. And I had Patty Zuboff. She's been a copy editor with me for a while. She's very, very good at talking to I's and crossing the T's. And she contacts me and she's like, James, why did you leave that poached eggs and toast in? I don't. How's it relevant to the story? And I looked at her. I was talking to her. I said, Patty, you don't find that really funny, and it's kind of a personal thing. And she's like, Yeah, it is funny. Yeah, a good thing you left it in.
Yeah, that was funny. I did notice that. But that's great. And
you can't not notice that scene in the movie. Come on.
That's right.
I mean, it's a real moment. You know.
Yeah.
You only get a handful of those moments in the film, and it's like it's relevant. It's personal. It's humanizing.
And I thought there was a couple of mic drops. I mean, more than a couple. And one of them I really liked hearing from was Kirk McConnell.
Yes.
I want to say. And can you explain a little bit about him? He was an intelligence officer.
37 years on the Hill. Yeah. He was had multiple different clearances or security clearances. And he started in an official capacity investigating UFOs on the Hill. He'd been up there for a long time. Senate Armed Service Committee in an official capacity UFOs from 2017 since the New York Times article published the secret Pentagon UFO program up until 2024. And I guess he was frustrated from the excessive secrecy and lack of transparency that was going on, particularly with Sean Kirkpatrick, former head of AARO. And Len Val Logan was also part of the UAP task force, who's in the film. Called me up one day. I was filming in D.C., one of the last pickup film projects I was doing. He goes, "Hey, I got a guy. I think he's willing to come forward." And turned out to be Kirk. And we couldn't make it work while I was there with the camera crew in D.C. Long story short, he's like, "Hey, I'll fly up from D.C. and I'll come meet you." And it was like one of the last. I think maybe I got Richard Grieve right after that, but that was the last couple of interviews that I got. Squeezed them into the movie, and
and
they made a colossal difference.
It did. I mean, some of the things he's saying, it's like, what?
Oh yeah,
You know?
You know, one of the I kind of kicked myself because he got to, according to him, sit in a skiff with somewhere between 8 and 12 first-hand witnesses. Now, everyone criticizes David Grush because he's not a first-hand witness. These were first-hand witnesses with high-level credentials, really credible, you know, current officials testifying in a skiff that, yeah, this stuff's real. And I was asking him on a Reddit thing that we did. The Reddit community got together. This woman, helped put it together, Andrea. All the various Reddit communities got together to push for government transparency, and they featured Len Val Logan, myself, and Kirk McConnell, former staff member of the Senate Armed Service Committee. And I suddenly thought in the middle of it, and it was talk about a moment, I said, can you put us in that room, what it was like when you're sitting in a skiff with the senators, with a first-hand witness? What did it feel like? What were the expressions on the senators' faces? What did you feel like? And I highly recommend anybody watching this, go to my Twitter, now X, and watch it. It's probably somewhat buried at this point. We've had a lot of activity, but I can be found at James C. Fox, and I put a 2-minute segment up there, and it's one of the most powerful moments for me in my 30 years. Not the most, but certainly the top 5 of my 30 years investigating this stuff, because it really puts you in the room with a first-hand witness and senators and stuff, and the intensity of it, the atmosphere, and the aftermath, trying to process it all.
Yeah,
you know, it's pretty intense stuff.
I mean, can you imagine being in that situation and hearing what these people are hearing, and then you have to keep it to yourself? I mean, that, or your spouse or whatever it is. You know, you have to just be tight-lipped about it. It must be so difficult.
Nobody can really relate to it, because I remember I had a similar thing from the outside. He was experiencing that on the inside. But when I was investigating, you know, Moment of Contact, when I did the film Moment of Contact, and I was investigating this alleged UFO crash that happened in 1996 in Varginha, Brazil, every time I would come back from Brazil, like I was just like, I wouldn't call it PTSD, but it was profoundly moved by what I was learning. And I would come home, and a couple of times I started talking about it to my friends. You know, I would go to an event at my son's soccer class, whatever. I'm talking to fellow parents, and oh my gosh, you know, how did you guys back from Brazil? And I start talking a little bit, and I could see them looking at me like I was absolutely nuts. and so I was like, okay,
I think we all have to put up with that.
Note to self: don't talk about this particular case at all.
Yeah,
wait till the movie comes out.
Yeah,
and then trying to process it myself.
Yeah,
coming to terms with it, because it's such a game changer. It changes everything.
Right.
So,
and speaking of Brazil, you're going to be heading down there in a few days. I don't know if you can talk about that, but also if you could talk about anything else as far as that case goes, the differences that, well, you know, I know when anyone puts out a movie, all of a sudden they're contacted by people that are involved. All these new leads come up, you know, and then you feel like, oh my God, there should be a part 2. A lot of times you hear about that in books and movies. So anything breaking or new, and as far as Brazil goes?
So we have, I'm going. It's been on my list to go back. I mean, I've had a number of leads. It's so funny. Like George Knapp told me, don't read the comments. You know, on any of the appearances that you do. And sometimes you can't help.
Not bad advice, though.
Well, and for the most part, people are pretty enthusiastic and supportive, and that's great. You know, all one can do in the end of the day is try. And you know, there were a couple of comments people made about, oh, you know, James said there was UFO, there was footage of the Varginha. Yeah, just because I said I think it exists. In fact, I'm quite sure that it does exist, because I talked to several doctors that have seen it, that I chased down. You know, it's very, very difficult. It's a very difficult situation. The fear factor is very real in Brazil.
Yeah.
I mean, it's spooky poking around. You know, they're threatening their own people. So you can imagine a foreigner like me out there poking around, trying to reveal something they desperately trying to keep secret. It's real, and it's a little scary, and I'm aware of that. And but that piece of footage, particularly if we got the provenance, would be a massive, unprecedented, game-changing event
of the world. Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
I
obviously,
would.
look, there's
It
gonna be
really
a lot
would.
of
I
people
mean,
who are not going to believe it no matter what. So
yeah, that's right. But if it could
fine,
be,
but
the footage supposedly is in the hospital of the being, correct?
yeah, well, there's multiple different, yes, but one in particular, yes.
Yeah.
Humanitas Hospital. I mean, the doctors in 1996, they were, comfortable. They owned cameras.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Some of the other service people, like, the police department and the fire department, they had cameras.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then, of course, the military had cameras. We've located a couple of things, and we'll see what happens. But there's other testimony that we're going after as well. It's not just that. And we've had some developments on this end. I don't want to go into too much detail, but there was with help with the gentleman, we filed a FOIA request so long ago that I'd actually forgotten about it.
Yeah.
It was over 2 years ago.
I've heard of people forgetting about them, and all of a sudden they show up.
Yeah, it showed up yesterday, and it's quite telling.
Yeah.
It's quite telling.
I read it, but I'm bidding it to myself.
Yeah,
but thank you.
It's going to be featured in the director's cut of the new film, and I can talk about it a little bit. But essentially, from all the people that I've had look at it, say to me, "This is basically, if there was none of there, they would have said there's no there. They said we can't release this because of national security, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So it's like, it basically implying that if we did release this information to you, and I was asking for the flight logs coming into a specific spot with specific dates. And they won't release those flight logs.
Yeah.
But I have it in writing now.
Yeah.
From the CIA.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
It's kind of chilling to read.
It's kind of chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to just shift gears. We'll talk more about bits and parts of the film, which I think is great. But since you've been doing this, how many films in total about UFOs do we have out?
That I've done?
Yes.
So I did. So I never know quite how to answer that question, because I did UFOs 50 Years in Denial in the mid-90s, and I finished it around 98, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started on Out of the Blue in 99, 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And then sold to people always ask me, like, when do you know a documentary's done? It's usually like you're out of money, you're collapsing, you're exhausted. I mean, and I remember one of my partners, Boris, was in a fetal position crying, his wife screaming at me, "You're killing my husband." And I've been there too. And but it wasn't quite where I wanted it to be, but we were done. We were we were out of gas, we were out of money, we were out of everything, just squeezed dry. And so then we sold that to NBC Universal. The Sci-Fi aired it, because I sold 50 Years of Denial to Discovery Communications, and then it aired on the Learning Channel. And then I got a letter 3 years later, because they bought like a 3-year broadcast option. Everything's changed since then, but a 3-year broadcast option, and that's it. So it goes to one entity. They do their thing with it for 3 years, and then I own it again.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you can put it on all these multiple platforms, and it can go to TVOD, which is transactional download, you can rent, and then it goes to these other things where you have ads. And there's lots of, just so many more options nowadays. But then I got the rights back, and I was like, this film was never quite what I wanted it to be. I'm going to revisit, and I'm going to revamp Out of the Blue, which I spent, I think, 2.5 years doing.
Wonderful.
And in the process of that, I got that director's cut of Out of the Blue done. So I did 2 versions of Out of the Blue. And then I did that National Press Club event with Leslie Kane in 2007. And I made a 2-hour special onto that. That's called I Know What I Saw. And I think I was 39 or 40 when I sold that. And then I was like, I need a break from UFOs.
Yeah.
And I stepped back. I did a cool little film in the BP oil spill called Pretty Slick.
Right.
I needed a break. I really needed a break. And in the back of my mind, I was like, I've tried and I've kind of failed on every time I try to do the ultimate feature-length documentary film on the topic of UFOs. And so when I turned 43, I said I'm going to give it one more crack. And that's when I did The Phenomenon. It took me 8 years.
And that was a tough one to get through. I remember when it was called 701.
Yeah, we had lots of, yes.
A lot of different, but
different
that was a tough one
versions
all the way through, right?
I feel like I was
but
shackled.
It was but it was an amazing film. And
when I finished that one, I remember I was staying up. We had a little loft above my office, like a stair, like literally a steep staircase to go up to a loft, kind of like this loft here, but. And I had a complete. I'd never had one before. I had a complete and utter meltdown.
Uh-huh.
I mean, basically, I won't bore your audience with the details of getting the film completed was an absolute nightmare. Like, just some reason, like as closer you get to the finishing line, it becomes exponentially more difficult. And then there were all sorts of other factors that were coming into play. And then I got the film done, and then because of another whole series of issues, I was getting contacted by a distributor because we were getting threatened to sue because we had done a deal with Netflix, but then the Netflix deal fell through because it was during the, the height of the pandemic had hit, and all the previous deals that we had fell through because we were going to have a theatrical distribution, and all these things happened. So suddenly, like, all these things fell through, and under the cloud of COVID, mistakes were made, and then. Basically, I remember my distributor going, we might have to just shelve this movie because it's kind of a liability right now. This guy's saying he's going to sue unless he gets this, and Netflix is pissed off, and you guys are going after Discovery, and oh my God, I just lost it.
Yeah.
Thinking like I finally did my dream movie. It's the movie that I've always set out to do, that I spent 25, 30, whatever, 25 years to accomplish, and it's probably not going to see the light of day. Or it could not see the light of day, and I just hit my breaking point,
Yeah.
And on top of that, I had gone back and forth to Brazil over a 12-year period investigating this alleged crash case that happened in '96, and I ended up cutting all that out of the phenomenon, right? So anyway, I got the phenomenon.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you saying you had to cut it out to make it stand alone.
Yeah, I did that, and then I set my sights on I'm rambling, but I set my sights on that case and made a whole movie on it, Moment of Contact.
Yeah.
And then I learned that the U.S. was involved in the possible retrieval of some of those materials, bodies, from Virginia in 1996, because one of the Brazilian authorities, the flight control officer, radar, that monitors all the incoming flights in a particular region, came forward on a podcast. On camera. It's like, I watched the flight come in and they didn't have Brazilian government authorization to land.
Whoa.
And I was like, USAF. He kept saying USAF. It's the United States Air Force. This plane came in on the 20th of, I think he said it was the 20th of January, 1996. And then this higher up came in the room and said, let the plane land. So now I've got the connection with the United States. I'd heard it rumored, but now I had a pretty solid information that the U.S. was involved. And so naturally going into the program, I was probably 5 months, I would have never guessed, 5 months after the release of Moment of Contact, that a high-level intelligence officer, David Grush, would testify under oath to a bipartisan group of lawmakers that there's a crash retrieval program and biologics. I would have never seen that one coming.
Right.
Because I really feel like in some respects, Moment of Contact might have been a little ahead of its time. Maybe people weren't quite ready for it.
Yeah.
And so naturally that opened the door for me investigating the program, right? Because I wanted to go to Washington, D.C. and find out what we could uncover about this so-called crash retrieval program. And David Grush opened the door for me. So it was just like divine intervention. I mean, it was a miracle. That happened. I remember when I was watching it live, I was sitting right over here on the other side of the barn, and my son was trying to get me to come outside and play with him. And it was one of the only times I ever looked at him and I just said, not now. And I had tears just streaming down my face as I was like, all this weight off my shoulders because being laughed at and ridiculed. And I thought, this is coming out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe this moment is happening. I never thought I'd live to see it.
Yeah. Me neither. That was kind of a shock, the whole thing, going through that. Let's talk a little bit about you.
So how many docs is that? That's like 6.5.
Oh yeah. I didn't get the number. Yeah. 6.5. Yeah. You remembered.
I don't know what, out of the blue, is that 2 versions? Oh, it's definitely 2 versions.
Yeah.
Does that really count as a half? What is it?
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yourself, I guess I want to ask you, how has this road you have taken affected your development in your life these days? I mean, for myself, I can talk real quickly that since I've started to look into this, in this whole phenomenon, I think it's it's been a gift to me in many, many ways. But it also, it's also, we get these, situations where, people ridicule, they think you're crazy for looking into this. I think I lost a really good job that I had because of looking into this topic. But I mean, it all worked out great. I'm glad it worked out that way. I much rather work for myself anyway. But I mean, how has this affected you and changed your life going down this road that you've gone down?
I get online criticism, now, and it's being called a grifter and all these things, and not a lot of it, but some of it,
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that just goes, this guy has no idea what I've been through, just trying to get to the bottom of this. I mean, to me, it's a personal investigation. I just happen to share my results of my research publicly with my films, right? I bring a camera with me and I document. I'm just a very curious person by nature, and I want to get to the bottom of something. I'm coming to the realization I'm probably never going to get to the bottom of it. But I have to laugh now because I'm going, I had so much criticism for so long in my life, like ridiculed, laughed at, made fun of. I remember I would go to like cocktail parties and I would ask people, do me a favor, and don't tell people what I do. Because initially I was kind of excited about it, but then I just felt under attack, and I would spend the whole night just having to defend my position. And really, quite honestly, at the end of the day, I had no interest in doing that anymore. So now I get criticism, and I'm like, it's kind of like water off a duck's back, because I'm like,
yeah,
you think this is criticism? You should have seen what I've been through in the 90s and early 2000s.
I'm sure you get this one because I always get it. So you believe in UFOs?
No, you're a believer.
Yeah, you're a believer.
Yeah. I think to myself, it's not a question of believing. It's more like you either know about the phenomenon or you don't.
And then the question is, what are they? I mean,
yeah.
Not if you believe. I mean, they're obviously unidentified. Yeah.
Anytime I see anybody, I saw Tucker Carlson talking about it with Michael Schellenberger, I think today online. And Tucker's like, oh, yeah, I know what they are. They're not extraterrestrial. They're, and I got no beef with Tucker, but I'm like, Tucker, you can't make any of those definitive statements. Yeah. I've been researching this all around the world for 30 years, and I have no idea where they come from.
Yeah.
I think it could be all the above.
Yeah.
Could be interdimensional. Could be time travelers. Could be us in the future. Who the hell knows? Could be some interdimensional. It could be some, look at the Betty and Barney Hill case.
Yeah.
They said they're from a particular star constellation. Maybe, just maybe they're interplanetary. Maybe they were interplanetary. Maybe there's some that's time travelers. Maybe some are already here. Maybe some, what I mean? Why not it be all of those answers? I'm just saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
Yeah. And here's a question I ask a lot of people. My own position is that I don't think the government really knows the whole picture. What is your opinion on that?
I would have to believe that. Yeah, I would have to believe that. Obviously they've got definitive proof that they're real. They've got all the sensory data. They've got recovery wreckage. They've got bodies. I'm convinced. But that doesn't mean they have all the answers. In fact, I was talking to an individual the other day who will remain nameless. Someone that I would say would be in a position to know. And this individual said to me that they were quite certain that there was about 20 people that had a bigger picture of what was going on, like a big picture, the bigger picture. Not like they understand all of the complexities to the phenomenon, but the bigger picture, and that it was a little scary.
But do they have a legacy type of situation where it'll be passed down? I mean, people retire and die.
Yeah.
So that always made me wonder about all the way back from Roswell, era to here, what happens to these little secrets as they generationally move forward.
I heard that the 1953 Kingman, Arizona UFO would get taken out every 10 years to see if the scientists had gotten caught up with it yet. They sort of take it out, dust it off, have a new bunch of scientists take a look at it, scratch their heads, put it back in there for another 10 years, bring it back out again,
Now they have AI.
Yeah. And
maybe that'll do something.
And then I remember somebody saying, yeah, it was like they just landed and walked away. I was like, well, how do you know they landed and walked away? How do you know that?
Yeah.
Well, because there was the object was empty. There was nobody in it. It didn't crash. It was a controlled landing, and the doors were open. Oh, okay.
You can sort of assume, but maybe not.
So would that have been a gift? Did the 1953 Kingman, Arizona case, did it just like, was it a gift? Have they figured it out? I have no idea. I don't know.
And there's controversy about that case, if I remember right. Whether
There's controversy about every case.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
There's no crash case that's not controversial.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a crash retrieval or live aliens or dead aliens or whatever, or technology, how could that not be controversial? You can't make that big of a claim without having that's why you have to allegedly, theoretically, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No. Well, since we're on the topic of controversial, let's talk a little bit about Jason Sands, because I think if there's any part of your documentary that people have been saying is a little controversial, is about Jason Sands. So can we talk a little bit about that? What do you?
Okay, well, I'll talk about his encounter, then I'll talk about some other things about him as well, because
I know you have some pictures to show.
Yeah, I do. I can show you. I did bring some, and I also brought a statement. So I'll start off with what I know.
Yeah.
And let's see. I don't know how well you can see this. You can see that well.
Yep, I can see it perfectly.
It's at Nellis Test Range, circa 1993, 94, something like that.
Yep.
Okay. We got another one here.
Whoa.
There's Jason Sands right there.
Yep.
And we got another one here. I've got his wife covered up because she requested.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's why I just put that over her face, because she said, "Please promise me you won't reveal my identity." I said, "Okay, no problem. I'll cover you up." She made me promise.
Yeah.
And here's another one here. Jason Sands right here.
Yeah.
And then I have this. And this is from a congressional source that I met face-to-face with on a couple of occasions. From a congressional source who was aware of his testimony. Mr. Sands testified to 3 congressional committees and Arrow as a whistleblower. His military and intelligence community background, clearances, and assignments were fully vetted. We were not, however, able to validate some of the details of his extraordinary testimony. However, Mr. Sands' testimony provided significant new insights that were later validated by multiple witnesses. Now, Mr. Sands makes an extraordinary claim. I remember working on my first UFO documentary in the mid-90s when, I don't remember which sort of tabloidy TV show it was. Inside Edition, maybe, I'm not sure. And there was leaked UFO footage from Nellis Test Range with the voices of the individuals talking about this UFO that was on the base. It was filmed on the base from all the multiple sensors at Nellis Test Range in the winter of 1994. And I remember that. I almost featured it in one of my docs. According to Jason Sands, 3 days later, he was in a convoy with a number of individuals. We have their names, first and last. There was three trucks, 3 Blazers, Chevy Blazers, camoed Blazers. And I think there was 3 or 4 in the first truck, a couple in the second truck, and a couple in the third truck. And it was really early in the morning, wintertime, very cold. And they were driving up to a place called Quartz, I think it was Quartz Mountain. And they were within the Nellis Test Range. So they're on military area, that, civilians can't get to. And according to Mr. Sands, he claims that they saw an individual on the side of the road that looked like he was wearing a similar outfit as theirs, military gear, that looked like in distress and needed help.
Walking funny, right?
Walking funny, trying to running awkward, almost like it was going to fall over. There was just something odd. And they thought maybe it was like a plane crash or something happened. This individual needed help. And as they got a little closer, he looked like he had a little slight blue tint to his skin. Maybe he was like suffering from hypothermia. They weren't entirely sure. And when they came up on him, on this individual, the guy in the passenger seat, we have that individual's name, first and last, actually got in touch with them. he screams, "He's got no effing ears." Jason was sitting behind the driver in the back seat of the Chevy Blazer, and he gets out the passenger door, and he's thinking to himself, "This guy is in dire need of medical attention, and you're going to make fun of his birth defect of no ears? Like, what kind of person are you?" kind of thing. And he's getting out the back, and he said he's taking his jacket off because he's going to give the guy some warmth. It was very cold. And then that's when he locked eyes on this individual, and he said it was almost like a snake bite, like shocking. Like, this person is this a mutant? Is this what is this? This is not a human that I'm familiar with. The eyes were really, really big. The ears were, all the lobes, everything was on the inside. This was clean cut, and the eyes were really, really big. And he starts speaking some sort of gibberish, almost like Swedish or something, some Scandinavian.
But somehow
language.
he was understanding the words.
But he said, according to Jason Sands, that he could understand everything that the guy was saying. He was looking for some type of metal tantalum or something. He said that another thing he noticed was that his army fatigues running through the desert should have had dust and dirt all over them, but they didn't have a speck anywhere.
That is such a bizarre part of the story.
Bizarre part of the story, exactly. Anyway, I wrestled with this story for some time. First of all, I probably took, The Phenomenon was the first documentary that I ever actually covered alleged close encounters of the third kind, right? I always felt like it was a bit of a slippery slope. I mean, that's a tall order you're going to talk about. I'm sure everyone out there knows a close encounter of the third kind is when the witness claims to see entities, beings, aliens, whatever you want to call them, connected to the spacecraft, or because you got close encounter of the first kind, somebody claiming to see a UFO. Second kind interferes interacts with the environment. In Richard Dreyfuss's case, in close encounter of the third kind, it's when he burned his face and marks on the ground, whatever. So third kind is entities. And I covered a couple of those cases. I covered Socorro, I covered Rua, I covered Virginia, I covered the case in off the coast of Australia, Papua New Guinea, with Father Gill.
Father Gill.
And that
Love
was
that
like
one.
58 or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, and the landing case in Australia wasn't quite a close encounter of the third kind. However, some witnesses came forward and said that might have happened, but that's another story. So I only have his testimony. We have the leaked video from 3 days prior on the base. His credentials checked out. I mean, I talked to everybody I possibly could within the intel about this individual's his credentials. I got his military records printed, over there, and I went through all of that. And I remember because some people were like, he's got PTSD and he's got some issues. There's no question of that. Exposure to things that he's done in his life, and but his story, everything else checks out. I mean, he's named, even like this one individual said, I got in trouble just for asking about the program that he knew the name of. He checks out. Like, he is who he says he is, and he was where he says he was. So I remember I was feeling really frustrated, and I finally got this. We found the individual that allegedly debriefed all the military people after the alleged encounter. That individual would not confirm or deny. I think the way they phrased it is, we're aware of the incident, but we're not, wouldn't confirm or deny, not even on or off the record. There's nothing. So I was really frustrated, and I remember saying, okay, I literally said, well, I talked to a couple of people, I was like, do you think this happened, or do you think what do you think? People that I trusted, they're like, well, despite his PTSD and despite some of his other claims, we think it happened. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to feature this. I'm going to feature it.
But what about the people that were with him? Did you try to?
I have to be careful how I say this, but we did reach out. We did reach out to one, started a correspondence, and as soon as we mentioned the encounter, ghosted.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, how you doing? Long time no see. Blah blah blah. Hey, do you remember the blah blah blah? Blah, gone. That was it.
Yeah.
And then I have other names, and it's an ongoing thing. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love because we have a location, we have roughly a date, we can get the exact date, and we have some names, first and last. So
the crazy thing about his uniform, just wearing a uniform like theirs.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but to me, when a story's bizarre like that, it almost gives more credibility to the story than, just
it's a weird
an encounter
detail
with
to make up.
It's a weird detail. Why would you make that up? It's so bizarre. And so I like those type of stories.
Two other things I thought about too, and Jason Sands had, it's a long, complicated story. He had gone on a couple of I don't know, X. It's like joining a group on X, and Sane's making some other kind of
spaces. I think they call them.
Yeah, the spaces, making some one or two really kind of outlandish claims, and I remember calling him up, going, like, even in the 0.001% chance that is true, like, that's the most discrediting thing I think I've ever. Like, you can't. What do you? Anyway, I was frustrated, but I was like, I was the one that blew his cover by accident. Like, I'm the one that.
Yeah, I heard about that. It was actually the storyboard, like behind you, right?
It was a little clipboard, and it was in the shot of behind the scenes, and it had his name written on it. And if you zoomed in, you could see his name. And so I kind of blew his cover, and I felt bad about it because he hadn't gone through the Dobson process. He wasn't thinking about going public, like, with his name and everything else. It wasn't sure he was ready for that, and that kind of accelerated that whole process. But I remember thinking about a couple of things. One is, I met Robert Bigelow, and it was right after the letter I showed you with Steven Spielberg from 2009. Yeah, so I that film kind of probably came out in late 2009. I know what I saw. And I got an email, which I could show you. I still have it. I got an email from Robert Bigelow's secretary. And she said, Mr. Fox, got a message from Robert Bigelow. Wants to congratulate you on your movie, A Job Well Done. And I thought, I heard about Bigelow. Oh, wow, Bigelow. And so we ended up getting together at his house in Las Vegas. And this was like probably late 2009, maybe 2010. I can't remember the exact date. And so I went to his home. I think I was with my sister. And we had lunch. And he talked about two things that really kind of stuck in my head. One was the politics of disclosure. And he was like, we'd done the study, and, we made the determination after a year or 2 years, whatever it was, that it would have this impact on organized religion. It would have an impact on financial institutions. And he literally said, take all the scandals you've ever heard in life and multiply that by 1,000 or 1,000,000 or whatever. And that is what we think the impact that this story is going to have on the human race, which I'm not so sure I agree with that, but whatever. And then he said, and they're walking among us. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. What do you mean? And he said, they're walking among us. They're walking among us? Well, I'm sorry, what do you mean by that? And he goes, I mean exactly that. They're walking among us. Now, I certainly wasn't ready for that information back in 2009. I hadn't covered any Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I'd heard about some, and obviously I'd heard about abductions, and but I'd always steered clear. I thought, and I wasn't ready for it. But I did have to say that, this guy's put more investment, hired, NIDS and all the intellectual heavyweights and scientific community and all the studies and the contracts with government and I guess he would be in a position to know if it were true. I can't just believe it because it's him telling me that. But then I also thought about, when I got together with Gary McKinnon, and Gary McKinnon was what considered to be one of the biggest computer hackers in the history of, and he was just trying to find out UFO secrets and got caught and nearly went to jail for the rest of his life if he was America. In America, if he was going to be extradited from England.
Right.
And one of the two things he said was, one, he found a list of non-terrestrial officers. That's what he said.
Wow.
Back in late 90s, early 2000s, whatever the year that was, at least 20 years ago. At least 20 years ago. He's like, I found this list. I saw this object. It was a cigar shaped, had this bubble, blah, blah. It was floating in the atmosphere. Really good resolution, no rivets, all that stuff. And then he said, yeah, and I found this list of non-terrestrial officers. And it's like, yeah, well, I guess one could argue that that could be astronauts, I guess. But it's weird to call them non-terrestrial officers. I've never heard that reference anywhere before. But it just got me thinking, because I remember time and time again, like this, the phenomenon's pretty crazy. It's pretty out there. And, just because I hear something, and I've learned this from 30 years, is like, you have that knee-jerk reaction of this can't possibly be true, therefore it isn't.
Yeah.
I've learned to suspend judgment and go, okay, I'll listen to this. And
yeah. Now I remember I remember hearing about him hacking, those many years ago.
Was huge.
Before it was dial-up. And,
when it was dial-up.
How he did it with dial-up all the way back then. And, just amazing. Yeah. But I had never heard, because I wasn't really paying much attention to the UFO world.
Yeah.
I just had heard that he had done it and that he was,
most likely in the news.
Yeah, most likely going to be extradited. And
and facing 60 years in prison or something?
Something like that. Was it
at least 60,
espionage?
maybe 70?
I think it was espionage, or what was the charge?
Well, I remember he told me, he said he knew that he'd been caught when he was in one of these systems at Johnson Space Center, and he was downloading that image.
The image of the Earth and the
craft and the cigar-shaped craft. And he said he saw the cursor move, and then the screen, and he goes, it was my eureka moment, but also that moment where I've been caught. And I think it was a couple months later, he woke up in the morning in London with men in suits over his bed.
Yeah.
Talk about spooky.
Yeah.
And that was it, baby. Just,
Yeah.
Imagine waking up and they're in your house.
And then, you hear that he can't go out of the country now for the rest of his life, basically.
Yep.
Which is really something.
Yeah.
So one of the things I
think you should get a pardon.
Yeah, I do too. One of the things
he paid his dues. He didn't do anybody any harm.
I know this is kind of silly, but one of the things I really love about your documentaries is the narrator, Peter Coyote.
I love Peter Coyote,
his. I wish he could tell me bedtime stories.
Oh my gosh! I'd like to get him. Next time I know what I'm going to do. I'm so glad you made me think of this. The next time I get him to narrate a movie, I'm going to get him. Hey, on this side, can you just say how you reached the voicemail of James Bond? Please leave a message.
Yeah, you should do that. Yeah.
I'll think it's something more creative and fun than that, but yeah.
I used to live out near Marin County. He lives there, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere out there. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he moved. He used to live either in Sausalito or Mill Valley or something.
Right.
Now he's living in Sebastopol or something.
Oh yeah.
He relocated.
Yeah, and I did want to say this, that, and I know we talked about it earlier before the show, but I really feel so sorry for the poor people out in California, and many of them have been on the show that have had terrible situations. It's just a terrible thing ongoing.
It's
I know,
unimaginable.
Yeah,
unimaginable, unimaginable. You're very that's all you. I mean, you're lucky to even have that, your sanctuary,
right?
Your home, your possessions, your bed, and to all just be taken away in a flash,
right?
I mean, it's so devastating. It's just, it's really.
Yeah. So my heart out to all you people out there. And there's no need for these silly conspiracy theories there's all kinds of, all you have to do is open social media and you hear a directed pulses and lasers and all that. And people don't understand this, but I do, because my sister lost her house in a fire, a forest fire. And basically what happened was she had ashes on the floor from an oak dresser, right on the floor, and then 6 feet away was an antique table with a newspaper on it. So what happens is the air pockets of air, the fire does these little flashes,
right?
And that's what people can't understand. They're saying, why are these trees okay when the bridge is burned out? That type of thing. But fire's a strange thing.
And I've seen pictures of a house standing and everything around it burned.
Right.
All the other houses burned.
Yeah.
That's just some kind of weird.
Yeah. And someone that was on the show recently, on my show here, I won't say his name because I don't have his permission, but he sent me a video and his house was saved. The firemen were right there spraying his house while his neighbor's house was burned right down.
I mean,
so, but his house made it with some damage.
Yeah.
But at least he still has it. And yeah, it's really sad. But anyway, on to back onto your movie, the Calvine photo.
Yes.
I love that photo. I had David Clark on a couple of times talking about that. I think that's my personal feelings on that is the best photo that I know about.
Show me a better one.
Yeah. I mean, there's that one in Australia that's pretty amazing. The guy took with the Polaroid.
James Kibble.
Right.
Yeah, I got
that's
him
pretty
to
amazing.
reveal that for the first time in The Phenomenon.
Yeah, I remember
I mean,
that,
that's a good photograph, but nowhere. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an object, and yeah, it's cool. I mean, you can definitely see it. Like
Yeah.
he literally said in his haste, James Kibble, I got him on camera. He'd been hiding for 50 years. He said that he saw the thing. He had his, did he say it was a Polaroid?
I think it was a Polaroid.
Polaroid.
Yeah.
He said he was documenting his garden for his mother.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he got this flash and he looked up and there was his disc. And I think he said it was like kind of doing this, kind of like a leaf kind of falling. And he grabbed his camera and he said in his haste, he hit himself in the face, split his nose open.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But clicked. And as it did so, it went like this.
Yeah.
Boom. He clicked the picture, got one. And then he said it sped off at an unbelievable rate of speed. And I asked him, I was like, can you describe the acceleration?
What the fuck?
And he said it was like being shot out of a gun, like the barrel of a gun.
Yeah.
Just bam, gone.
Yeah.
Really,
You hear that so many times.
really do.
Things just shoot off.
But the Calvine UFO photograph, thank you, David Clark, and all the others that were involved in that case. And thank you to Richard Grieve for coming forward, because that definitely is a big piece of the puzzle that was missing. And I believe Richard Grieve and obviously Craig Lindsay, the former press officer for RAF, Royal Air Force, Nick Pope coming on and commenting on it. I know that
he talked about that photo for years behind.
He did, yeah. I heard about it in the late '90s, and his book, I think, Open Skies, Closed Minds, I think it was. But yeah, I remember I interviewed Nick Pope for pretty much most of my movies. I remember very boyish,
Yeah.
We'd go and I'd meet him at Parliament when he was at the desk of the MOD, and come out and shoot an interview, or maybe go to lunch and have a couple pints. And
Nice.
do this interview, this little young boyish. I mean, he looked like he was like 25.
Right. Yeah.
But I would ask him, like, hey, what's some of the best cases? And he just would always say, oh, there was this
Poster made of it.
I think he said, excuse me for yawning. I think he said it took place in Scotland. And there were two hikers, and they had like 5 prints and this object. I don't remember if he talked about the military jet, but he definitely talked about points of reference and this big diamond-shaped UFO. And I remember thinking, like, what happened to that picture? It was on a poster. I pestered him because I was like, look. He goes, I don't know, man. I left. I'm retired now. I said, well, contact the people that you were working with. They're around. They didn't throw the photograph in the garbage can. I guarantee you somebody kept it.
Yeah.
And what about your predecessor? All this stuff. And all I can say, again, I can't overstate the significance of the work that David Clark did, because they buried that story.
Yeah.
And it would have never seen the light of day had it not been for the work they did. And had it not been for Craig Lindsay holding on to that one print.
Right.
And I asked Craig Lindsay about that, and I'm sure you know this, or maybe you do, or maybe you don't. But I asked him, I was like, well, what did the other 5 prints look like? I wasn't sure if there was 6 or 5 in total, in all. But he said that Craig Lindsay had seen them all. He said that you had that diamond-shaped, disc, diamond, whatever you want to call it, ground, fence.
Yeah.
And then you have what turns out they're almost positive it was a Harrier jump jet.
Yes.
And that, the camera guy got up the courage, because I guess they were hiding under the tree. They were terrified.
Yeah.
What is this silent object just hovering there, suspended in the sky right there? And when the jet came, that's when they got the courage out and took 5 or 6 photos. And he said that the jet, this is according to, and other people said there were 2 jets. I'm just telling you what Craig Lindsay told me. He said it was picture, click, click, object, click, click, click. So the Harrier jet goes right round, and they take a picture.
Yeah.
And the Harrier jet's in a different position, but the disc or the diamond-shaped craft is stationary. And then after that, it just shot off straight up.
Yeah. And that's not going to be one of ours. I mean, there's speculation that it was something to do with some of our, maybe an experimental craft or something like that. But we're not going to have anything shoot straight up.
I mean,
I don't think.
Look, we can't absolutely eliminate the possibility that it was some super secret military prototype, whatever you want to call it. I have a tough time with that because of the technology. That was 34 years ago, 35 years ago. That's a huge story. If that's the case, they managed to keep this revolutionary technology from us. And I'm not saying, look, I can never say never. My inkling, based on all the research that I've done, is that was not our technology. That would fall into the category of other. But I could be wrong.
Right.
I could be wrong. Either way, it's a huge story because if it is one of ours, then it's for all intents and purposes, I guess it would be considered anti-gravitic technology.
Yeah.
Or certainly something that an object with no wings, no visible means of propulsion, didn't make any sound, that could hover, fly, and then go straight up into.
Right. Crazy. So I just want to say goodbye to everyone over at KGRA. We'll be back next week with Ryan Graves, and I also have Terry Randall on from Nova. So that's an in studio with Ryan Graves next week. Thank you at KGRA Radio. Now, James, I'd like to have you on for a little while longer.
Yeah.
And I would like to discuss what you think about the drone situation.
I got a text from this Air Force colonel that was actually helping me
with Ryan Graves, and I also have Terry Randall on from Nova. So that's an in studio with Ryan Graves next week. Thank you at KGRA Radio. Now, James, I'd like to have you on for a little while longer.
Yeah.
And I would like to discuss what you think about the drone situation.
I got a text from this Air Force colonel that was actually helping me dig my teeth into the Varginha UFO case, because he was like, look, if that plane really did come in and land in Campinas, I'll get to this in a second. I got contacted by this guy anonymously for several months. We're going back and forth with emails, and he was very knowledgeable. And I get contacted by a lot of people. This guy stood out. I was like, this guy is really, really knowledgeable. Finally, one day I was like, who are you? And he goes, well, actually, I'm a former United States Air Force colonel. I'm also a fighter pilot, and I had a very dramatic UFO encounter in 1980 in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, that explains
awesome.
it. Yeah. Well, he actually has a cameo in the program.
In the outtakes.
Yeah, exactly. And he texted me a couple of weeks ago when the film came out. And he goes, James, let me ask you a question. How did you manage to orchestrate an alien invasion or a drone UAP invasion to coincide with the release of your movie?
Perfect.
I was like, how did you do that? Because I'd like to know,
That's an expensive ad campaign.
Yeah. And so I was reaching out to everybody I could possibly reach out to, because I knew everyone was going to be asking me those questions. What I find unusual is that the size of the drones, the loiter time of the drones. I mean, obviously, I'm sure that the United States military has highly advanced drones that we're totally not even aware of. I mean, they probably have things that look like a bird that fly out there too. I'm sure they've got. I mean, I remember going to the 1950s and 60s. It's the like the James Bond equivalent museum of like all the high-tech stuff that was done, 40, 50, 60 years ago. Have you heard about that? It's in Washington, D.C. I don't remember the name of it. No. Holy smokes.
Sounds like it got to go.
You're seeing stuff that was obviously classified at the time, but like dragonflies from like the 1950s or 60s.
Really?
Intricate, that could fly, and they look exactly like a dragonfly.
Crazy.
50 years ago. Wow. I was blowing my mind. You can only imagine what they have nowadays.
Right.
You know what I mean? Nanotechnology, NATs, whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm certain there's quite possible there's an element of that. However, there were 50 drones coming in off the ocean that scratching their heads. The government's going, we don't know what they are, but don't worry about it. Everything's fine. It's like, wait a minute.
It's kind of like the UFO thing.
I jokingly said that about the movie Jaws on Rogan, because it was like, you remember Jaws when they were like, the mayor was like, everything's fine. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about, they have this
swim.
Massive tourist-based industry economy, and they don't want to, everything's fine. And it's so funny, like they would say that. It's just like Bill Nelson, the head of NASA. I was so glad that I got that question into him, because he's going, we don't know what they are, but they're not extraterrestrial. I'm like, how could you say what something isn't when you don't know what it is?
Exactly.
So to answer your question on the drone thing, I think it's complex, and I think that if there was an easy answer, they'd give it to us. But something weird's going on, because there's, orbs that are being seen as well. There's a high loiter time. Why would they be flying these things over residential areas night after night after night? I mean, I had friends that lived there calling me going, what the hell's going on? We've never seen anything like this.
And I got to tell you, in my conversation with
I don't know. So to answer your question, I don't know. I wish I did. I don't.
Yeah, the conversation I had recently with Ryan Graves.
Yeah,
he said that nothing is slowed down. It's just the media reporting. He said they're still ongoing, and I still get things sent to me. Like today, someone sent me something. I think it was from Norway, drones over there. I mean, this isn't just the United States and New Jersey. It's, and it was around Christmas time for a couple of years in a row that it happened.
Yeah, I mean, I read a report by a guy named Jeff Nusatelli, I think it is, who was stationed at Vandenberg Air Force Base. I think it was 2003, 2004, 2005, where he talks about these incursions with orbs and these massive football field size, triangles over the base. I think that's a case that so there's nothing. These things have been happening, for the Foo Fighters back in the World War II, orbs. So I don't know, something weird going on. There's no question of that. I mean, why? I remember the former Senate Majority Leader Schumer, commenting, and there was somebody in the crowd screaming, these drones. And he goes, these drones. I'm sorry, you wrote the legislation. You guys are calling them UAPs. Well, we don't know what they are. Yeah, exactly. So it's an unidentified aerial or anomalous phenomenon. It's in the bloody sky, But I think they used the word drones because they knew that UAP had a bit of a scarier, because it's like, that's like, one associates UFO, UAP less, but with otherworldly, not us or not any kind of foreign. So I think they use the word drones because it makes people sleep better.
Maybe that's what it is.
And there might be some of the drones, and maybe there's some drones, some conventional. This is really weird. These are not your hobby drones. I fly drones.
Right.
These are highly sophisticated, very large, long loiter time, hours and hours and hours.
Yep. And then
what are they doing?
Right. And then there was some people reporting that they flew a drone up to one, and their drone died.
Fell out of the sky.
Yeah.
I heard that a number of those instances. Yeah.
So what is that all about? It's another weird mystery. And
that could be military.
Yeah, that's true. It could be big.
Military would have that ability, I would imagine, to drop other things that could be a potential threat out of the sky. I mean, I don't know. I mean, because a UFO, a bona fide UFO, usually has an evasive action. Anytime you go, they usually take off at a pretty high rate. I'm just saying, I don't, certainly would be fitting of lots of incidences in the past.
Yeah. So what do you think is, you mentioned that you may revamp one of your older movies. Do you have things planned in the
that was the
that's
NSA.
Identified?
Yeah. That was the NSA.
What do you have in the future? Planned in the future? Anything planned?
Yeah. Well, I'm going back to Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm going to revamp, just like I did with Out of the Blue. I'm going to do that with Moment of Contact. I'm going to bring it up to 2025. We got some new developments on the case.
Mm-hmm.
We got the FOIA thing. We got a number of new people coming forward, forensic pathologists, things of that nature. Going to get them on camera. I've got a brilliant idea for the whole new. I got it all mapped out, and then I'm probably going to do an event at the National Press Club. I've been talking a little bit about that with Leslie Kane and because things are happening so quickly right now that it would be good, I think, and I could make a movie out of it, just like I did with I Know What I Saw. I could document it, like get all the witnesses out. The common theme would be not totally sure. I'm still thinking it through, but it would be because I'm curious, what is it going to take? Because everyone's frustrated because where are these firsthand witnesses?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, they're terrified for their security and safety, not just their careers, but the fear factor is real, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, and I'm looking into this. Like, what would it take? Let's just say that the incoming administration wanted to wave their magic wand and provide immunity for these firsthand witnesses to come forward and testify under oath in open congressional hearings. Because we know that a handful of them have done it in a skiff behind closed doors, right?
Yeah.
But what is it going to take to get them to the comfort level they need to come forward and reveal the details needed to verify the claims they're making? You know what I mean?
Do you think they would ever let that happen?
Well, when you say they, you mean the people, the keepers of the secret?
Yeah, the gatekeepers, so to speak.
Gatekeepers?
Yeah.
I think they're losing control of the situation. I don't think they're gonna hold on, but I don't think so. I think they probably know it. At this point, it's probably somewhat of a controlled disclosure, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember the closest we ever came to what felt like potential, I wouldn't say disclosure, but certainly a push in that direction, was 2007, 2008, when England was releasing their previously classified files. MOD and the French were doing the same, and other countries were having like things being released. There wasn't a whole lot of traction at the time going on in the United States. However, we found out later that there was, but it was it was all done in secret. Because when I was meeting with Bigelow back in 2009, he was working with OSAP, which eventually evolves into ATIP. So Leslie Kane and I were asking for a new government investigation into UFOs, and guess what? It was happening at that time. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Think about?
Yeah.
We were like, start a new Project Blue Book. Well, it was. And it was OSAP and ATIP, and it was underground. It was hidden, and it leaked 10 years later. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's great.
Something a little factoid.
Yeah, something I have talked about maybe once or twice on this, but I find it really interesting. South Carolina. So I spent some time involved in group strummers who strum our guitars, and talking to a guy there who I did a little UFO presentation there, which was great. We had 250 people show up. I did UFO 101 there.
Is that literally what you called it, or?
Yes. Yeah. For, people just interested in it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I had a really a fun time doing that. But this guy says, oh, yeah, I had a water cooler talk when I worked for the government with the UFO guys in Ohio at
Patterson Air Force Base.
And he says, yeah, I had water cooler talk all the time. I said, oh yeah, when was that? In the late 60s? And he said, yeah, right into the 1970s. I said, wait a minute, not 1970. And he said, yeah, 1970, after 1970. He goes, I don't know exactly when, but he said, you were still talking to these guys about UFOs then. And I said, Project Blue Book closed in 1969.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really interesting. Now I can't, I see him all the time when I'm down there, but I don't think I can get any further than that, but I thought it was interesting.
I think of Project Blue Book, and it's almost synonymous with that one statement by Errol Brown, was the Secretary of the Air Force, when he's got this little shit-eating grin on his face, and then the camera's on his face, and he kind of straightens up, and he's like, we have not been hiding anything.
That's right. I love that.
I must have given that quote so much runtime with because it's so telling, it's like same old
robotic.
I don't know if you noticed with the program, there was a moment during the press conference at NASA where they were just like reeling off the same baloney they've been reeling off for, and then I juxtaposed, the Air Force saying the same thing 50, 60
That's right. I
years
love
ago.
the way you did that.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
Yeah. I love the way Jay Allen Hynek is repeating.
No.
That's exactly it.
Birds, unidentified, misidentified aircraft.
That was
balloons,
beautiful.
I
love that. Yeah. So, I mean, one thing, he and what NASA was doing, they were working with just unclassified information.
So silly. That was designed,
so it doesn't even
designed to fail.
It's of course window dressing, as you say. I would like to play the trailer to the program.
Please,
right now.
let's do it.
Here we go.
In 2017, the New York Times published a story exposing a secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story was kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
Instruments report there is something there. There are flight characteristics that we can't explain.
UAPs are unexplained. It's true. They need to be investigated.
Here we are having a hearing where just a few years ago, we didn't even acknowledge that these things were real.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
You're telling me people have come forward claiming firsthand knowledge of craft of non-human origin?
That's correct. We have sources who have asserted not only that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human.
I'm sitting here today because the American people are being lied to.
We are the American government, and we are open, and we're going to be open about this.
What has been revealed,
non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity.
Is only part of the story.
The pressure's on. The Pentagon, the CIA, they're going to have to answer the mail.
Some are risking everything.
Have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life?
Yes, personally.
To uncover the rest.
What is being done to verify the assertion that the U.S. government has spaceships of non-human intelligence in their possession?
That kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs.
I would go to jail to say things that I've been exposed to in the program.
Here we go. All I can say is bravo.
I got to see that movie. That was incredible. My God, it had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, I want to thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure doing this show with you tonight.
Thank you for having me on. It was good fun. We'll do it again.
I hope so. Yeah. And it's so nice to be here. And what a lovely place you have. And I'm so glad that things have worked out. You know, I know it's a tough thing to go through when all the work you put in and then.
You mean getting ripped off?
Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but part, that part is really tough. But I hope
that was very tough. I'm not gonna lie, that was tough.
I hope you can just keep plowing ahead and, get that behind you in the rearview mirror and keep doing what you're doing. We love what you do. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm also speaking for a lot of people, my listeners. We love what you do.
I think I got a couple films left in me.
Good. Glad to hear.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thanks.
Sick. Be sure to check out the program. Just came out. You can find it on streaming services right now. All right, I'm going to say this one's the last one of the night. This is going to be Disclosure Team on YouTube.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Disclosure Team. Today, I am really honored to be hosting an incredible panel discussion, and we're going to jump straight into it. First of all, I want to welcome my co-host for this video from Disclosure Ladies, Carolina Garcia. Carolina, how are you?
Hey there, Vinny. How are you? I'm doing good. I am super excited to be here. Happy 2025 and to be having a conversation with two of the most influential people, I think, right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for agreeing to co-host this with me. Your input and everything is really important, and you've been doing such amazing work with Disclosure Ladies. So thank you for that.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's welcome the first of our guests. Hello to Diana. How are you, Diana?
Hi, I'm great. I'm so happy to be back here. And it's great to see you both.
You too. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. And finally, our last guest of the day. Please welcome back to Disclosure Team, Mr. Lou Elizondo. Lou, how are you?
Great, guys. You just caught me fiddling around with this stupid mic boom. So this is great. You guys said you wanted it real, so this is real. This is what I have to deal with when I can't afford a really nice rig. I'm stuck with this, and it's a disaster. I won't show it to you because it's a disaster. Let's just say that Hooked on Phonics did not work for me very well.
Oh man, you're taking me back, Lou. Taking me back to the.
I know, right? Well, listen, guys, it's a real honor for me. I love you guys, and to be here with Diana especially as well. Living legend, probably one of the I'd say foremost academics in this topic, and it's just really a pleasure to be here. She was kind of, I mean, honestly, back when I was native, she was already a legend kind of back then with the work that she was doing. So it's great to see her here. And by the way, if you see me kind of dorking around with this thing, I promise you I'll get it right. But please feel free to have your conversation. I just want to tighten this up.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, Lou. That's really nice of you to say, and it's mutual too.
Well, thank you, Diana. Thank you very much. Well, we have mutual friends like Hal and Gary Nolan and everybody, and it's wonderful to see this all come full circle because they're huge admirers of yours, and so am I.
Yeah, and it's great to be a part of that. I was introduced to them a couple of years ago through Jacques and Gary.
Yeah, Jacques.
And actually, yeah, that's right. And when American Cosmic came out, they all got a copy because they, some of them were in it, and they were like, who is this person who, is kind of a person outside of military, really, and in a sense, naive, and just a person who didn't even know that this that ufology and government study of UFOs was a thing. I mean, I was just studying a belief system. So it was really interesting to actually meet people. And then the ongoing story, too, is so fascinating to me as I'm an academic. So I'm doing this kind of peer-reviewed research. And now I do it on the UFO topic. And what I see is that there's such a bifurcation between like academic stuff, and what they're doing, the scientists, like, Hal and those guys, and, they're cutting edge. And the thing is that when I just did this paper and it got peer reviewed and people are like, who's this guy, Hal? Like, we don't know who he is. So you can't have him in your paper. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, it was just such an interesting expose of the reality of the silence of the topic for more than 70 years, and people like Hal, who's the cutting edge, like right on.
100%. Yeah, 100%. I agree with Hal.
It's like invisible to academics. So academics do not know who he is. You cannot even get his stuff published, or not published, but I was having a hard time citing him.
Diana, why do you think that is so? Sorry to interrupt, but I was kind of asking Vinny a question earlier about, does Gary have anything like in a book or anything like that? And what's blocking that there to be able to put things out like this?
Yeah. So, first off, well, I broached the topic in American Cosmic when I talked about the Invisibles, the people who were basically like Lou. Right. So they're working in these programs, but they're not working in, we don't know about them until Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal and Helene Cooper break the story in the New York Times. Right. So ufologists tend to know, though. Right. Ufologists, because they're really good researchers. So they're looking into it. But the general public doesn't know anything about it. I did not know about this. Why? I think because a lot of it is not understood. So there is a phenomenon. And the government doesn't understand what it is, but the people who are working on it have a grasp of it. Hal knows, how it works. At least some of these objects, he knows their physics. But this is not something that is public knowledge until just recently.
Sorry, let me just quickly acknowledge Gary Nolan was due to join us for this conversation. Unfortunately, his internet was down, so just want to send my best wishes to Gary and everything, because he may well be affected by what's happening with the fires over in California right now. So please go ahead, Lou, carry on.
Quick question for you, Diana. Your name was mentioned quite some time ago to me, Wack, and believe it or not, and it wasn't when you had done it, was before your book that you wrote on this topic. What was your field of study? Because your name was already being circulated as a good academic for other things. I'm just curious because, of course, I think from our perspectives, pretty much everybody knows you for for your book and what you were doing on this whole thing on American Cosmic. But I'm just kind of curious, how did you get into this? Because your reputation definitely precedes you.
Yeah. Okay. So I've been studying what you call like contact events my whole life, basically. You know, contact events are these events of aerial phenomena, angels, whatnot, coming down from the sky, contacting human beings. And I have studied those as a person who studies religion. And I never thought of UFOs at all, to tell you the truth. And so, so what happened was in 2012, I published a bit about angel contact events. You know, what are angels? You know, how the angels, you know, why do angels have these specific types of flight patterns, I guess you could call them. And so that always interested me. And I was starting to get email correspondences from aerospace engineers, some of whom you work with, Lou, and you know these people. And they started, some, I think you know them, but I'm not entirely sure. Some of them just, you know, wanted to see all of my data on angel events and contact events. And I thought it was weird. I was like, what do these people want to, like, what are they doing? I've never, you know, I like scientists, but I've never worked with them before. So I started to correspond with them. And then one of them came, you know, and wanted to talk to me in person and took me to New Mexico with Gary Nolan, actually. And so this is how it began for me. I started to recognize that they were looking at these contact events precisely as real events, whereas I was looking at them as historical events. And then, Lou, you said, I've heard you say a couple times, you know, well, what would be, you know, if there was going to be a class on UAP, you know, what would it actually look like?
Hey, I've attended them, by the way. There's some interesting faces in there that I think try to disrupt.
Yeah, they're interesting classes, to say the least. But I wanted to say to Lou, it's acknowledged by almost everyone who's doing this work now that this phenomena has been around historically, right? And so I was going to say, well, look, it's people who do this study that can talk about it, and we can actually, you know, like Jacques, a lot of his work is actually on historical contact events, just like the people in my field. Jeff Kripal, you know, worked on this as well. So it just was like a meeting between my field and people who do this work. It seemed to be like a perfect type of collaboration.
Well, I'm really glad to hear you say that, Diana, because I actually put something out today in response to the new administration coming in. And part of that, I actually emphasize the need to get academic scientific communities engaged. We cannot have a whole of government approach if we do not include the scientific and academic communities. And I think that's something that's been lacking for some time. So I'm really, really happy to hear you say that. And also, if I can, just for you, Carolina and Vinny, first of all, thank you for having me on. I didn't get a chance to tell you that earlier, but thank you. It's a true honor and privilege. And now to be having this conversation with Diana as well, you know, absolute legend in the field. And then you folks that are literally taking this topic to the streets. And really, that's probably one of the other reasons, besides the work of folks like Diana Pasulka here, the work that you're doing every day, day in and day out, having the conversation by the water cooler, having the conversation around the dinner table, having the conversation in your bedrooms or living rooms or wherever it may be. You're making a tremendous, tremendous difference in destigmatizing this topic. So huge thank you to you both. Thank you to Diana Pasulka, and a huge thank you to your audience too, that are just as part of this. You know, at this point, it's really almost like a movement, isn't it? That are part of this initiative as the rest of us. And look at this, right? Look how wonderful this is. Right now, we are 4 people separated by thousands of miles, in some cases continents. We're separated by gender. We're separated by political affiliations. We're separated by virtually just about everything, even including our backgrounds, right? Professional skateboarder, military guy, you know, academic and
an
whatnot.
Amazing saleswoman.
Well, more than that, I heard a little bit about your background with some of the movies that your friends and colleagues are involved with. I'm not sure. I didn't want to say anything if I didn't have permission to say it. But my point being is that here we are having this conversation, and look at the demographics now, right? We have different age groups, we have different genders, and this is the magic that people like, particularly you, Vinny, and Carolina, bring to the conversation. You're breaking down these silos, these barriers, where it used to be just a bunch of old gray white dudes having this conversation. Now it's really becoming a global conversation, and I just want to tip my hat to you and thank you very much.
Well, I really do appreciate that, Lou. Thank you. I really do. I think one of the reasons why I'm really wanting to kind of put this kind of conversation together as well is because, look, it's a new year. There's been a lot happening in time. And I just wanted to see where people's minds are at the moment. So I guess my first question would be, where is your mind focused right now when it comes to the UFO UAP subject? It feels like something's coming. It feels like momentum is really moving. So either Lou or Diana, please, where's your head at right now with this?
I'll let Diana answer that first, and then I'll jump in afterwards.
Yeah, so I was really amazed. First, it's happening really fast. So I didn't expect this kind. I knew that at some point a type of disclosure would happen, especially after, the research that I did from 2012. And at about 2019, I published my book, and I was like, okay, so let's give this 10 years, right? And see how things go. Well, no, it was already happening. And so it's going exponential. And now with, I think AI is an absolute part of this. It's completely exponential. We're interconnected globally. People have phones that can take videos of things and share them. So, I mean, I was really, when Lou started this circuit of like going on Joe Rogan and people like that, I watched everything that you were doing, Lou, because I was fascinated. I actually had no idea that you were a non-believer. And so that was something that I think, kind of we share, in the sense that we didn't get into this knowing what we were going to be doing. We kind of just fell into it. And once that shift happened, so I was going to ask Lou about that. So if he could share like his he shared how he got into it, but what is he, how has that progressed to now, kind of going off of what Vinny just asked?
Sure. Well, I'll answer both questions. Let me start with yours, Dinah, since you asked it. Our development as a human being, we should be always on a constant quest. That quest only ends the day that we die, we take our last breath. We are creatures genetically that are always looking for answers. We always want to know what's right behind the corner, the next corner. And we've been doing it since we've been, crawling out of caves and building cities and empires and nations. And then taking that quest beyond our shores over the great oceans and exploring what lies beyond. And then when we discovered that, terra incognita, the hidden land, then we started turning to space. It's almost genetic. And so for me, the journey's always continuing. There is no end point. And I know for some people that may be a little frustrating, like, well, what do you mean? You're never going to get to your destination? Well, I hate to be cliche, but it's not about a destination, right? It's about the journey itself and our ability to learn and grow and evolve along the way. And if that means we have to challenge our preconceived notions and narratives that we've had, that mommy and daddy told us bedtime stories, or maybe my Sunday school teacher taught me, or my rabbi, maybe some of that stuff wasn't entirely 100% accurate. Doesn't make it wrong. But we're always searching. And when I first entered this effort, I never really considered UAP at all. I kind of joke I couldn't even spell UFO at the time. It wasn't really a focus of mine. And so what happened is, there's really two types of people. There's a person that when they have a preconceived notion or narrative and they're presented with new information, they will reject that information to protect very jealously their own belief system. Then you have the other type of person that presented with new data or new information will then adjust their narrative or their preconceived notion to accommodate the new data. And I like to consider myself under the second category, that I will adjust my opinions and my position as new information, new revelations present themselves. Now, back to the question you had, Vinny, forgive me. I'm still getting over COVID, so I apologize. What's coming around the corner? Well, there's a lot, and I think a lot of people sense it. But let me just give you a little heads up. We now have a new administration, politics aside. So, whether you're liberal or conservative, it doesn't matter. Let's just chair the politics for a second, and let's just talk about disclosure and UAP transparency. This new administration that's coming in, several of the individuals on the cabinet are very pro-disclosure and are advocates for transparency.
So, like, what's going on? Are we like on this brink of like a paradigm kind of shift? So having both of you here together and like having these conversations is like kind of brilliant.
Well, I think the appetite is there from the new administration. So from the executive branch, there's a tremendous amount of openness to this. In fact, a willingness to get to the bottom. On the congressional side, you have more members of Congress now, and by the way, bipartisan, so both liberal and conservative, supporting increased transparency in this topic to the point they're willing to write even more laws and recommend subcommittees to the UAP, which is a big deal. It's probably not going to happen, but the fact is they tried. And there's a lot of members of our Congress that are fed up with the lies, and they've talked to whistleblowers. Now you have also a very major event, which I'm not going to discuss here right now because it's going to be evident anyways, probably within the next week or two, maybe even sooner. But there's some very, very big revelations coming our way. And what I would suggest to everybody is have a little patience, because I think it's really going to be mind-blowing. I know what's coming. And the reason why sometimes I can't say certain things is because I have to let things play out. And there's a legal reason too.
We wouldn't want you to say anything that.
Well, I wouldn't want to jeopardize what's coming around the corner, right? So it's not that I don't trust anybody. It's just the problem is if I tell you four, I can't control who else knows beyond that because we're on a broadcast. So I think people will be very, very pleasantly surprised, and I think it's really going to add a lot to the conversation. And I think people like Diana here, my recommendation is to jump in feet first. You're gonna have all sorts of stuff here that's going to come out in 2025 that is going to continue to change this conversation for forever. And so, I know a lot of people get really anxious and they get impatient and they want their information right now. Why can't you just tell me? Because if we let it play out the way it's supposed to play out, then everybody's going to get what they want. And so this is not about clicks and likes for me. It's not about getting attention. It's just telling you guys, hey, look, I've been pretty accurate in the past when I told you things were coming. It's coming, and it should be really, really good. But Diana's with her background in academia and her intense study in history and anthropology, I'm just curious what she thinks from a human perspective, from the sociological perspective. How does I guess my question to you, Diana, is, and I don't have an answer, and this is why I'm asking it, honestly. You have something called a human being, and that human being from a very early age is provided information and nourishment and whatnot. They grow up to be, adult human beings. But what is the toll on the psyche, on the human psyche, when people are, not young people, because their brains are very elastic and they can conform more or less to things. They're more flexible intellectually, I think, than adults. But as we get older, what is going to be the toll, or maybe no toll at all, on human psyche for those who are right at this cusp? Because there's going to come a point where people will have been either born before disclosure and those people who were born after disclosure, right? And so for the people born after disclosure, it's no big deal, right? Yeah, we know the moon is there. Yeah, we know the Earth is, revolves around the sun. And then the people before, they're going to have to change. But what about those people that are right in the middle, that are living through that transition from one paradigm to another? Is there a requirement for us to be mindful of that, and that there may come a point where some people may require some sort of support mechanism? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm curious.
Yeah, that's of course the most humane, important question. Is the question that Jacques Vallée talks about, and since I've known him, has always put that foremost, the person, and I think one of the things that's important and why people want me to talk to them is because it happened to me, because I didn't believe. And even as a person who is a religious person, I didn't even really believe in angels, even though my religion says they exist. I believed in them in an abstract way. Oh, sure. Even my religion suggests that this type of revelation is of the past. It doesn't happen now. But what my research showed me was that no, this is happening now. These beings, there are beings like this. There are these what we call vehicles, what I don't know what they are, okay? But they're there and they're real, and people have had experiences of them, and often messages and communications, and sometimes, like Gary studies radiation. It's real. And what happened to me was about a year of shock. I went into shock. So I was in shock for about a year. And I still get shocked. But I think that if a person goes through that and is vocal about it, that's what my book was about, was that I went through this, and honestly, it was shocking. But here I am, and I'm still okay. I still do all the things that I've done before. I maintain my family. My kids are going, I'm putting them in college. All these things that Americans do. We're still going to do those things. Nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that now the world is way more interesting. The cosmos is way more interesting, right? And we've got people who've studied that who can come out, like, those people that we know in common.
That's fascinating. And I say this, Diana, and both for Vinny and Carolina as well. We saw some very unfortunate events this last week with the individual, the former military special operator who in Las Vegas killed himself, and there was this manifesto, but then there was this email afterwards that for a while there, even myself wasn't quite sure if it was legitimate and real, and it turns out looks like, yeah, actually, probably real. It actually came from the individual. And in there's some discussion very briefly about UAP and UAP technology, and clearly this topic had an effect on this individual, on the individual who perpetrated where he blew up the Cybertruck. And now there are always people that are going to suffer from PTSD. A lot of my colleagues do. I mean, I've been to enough places where I've had my taste of that as well. How do we prevent this topic from pushing somebody over the edge, perhaps? Or is that just the cost of doing business?
Yeah, that's a great question. What are your thoughts on that?
Wow, well, touche. Good for turn that back on me. Thank you. You're right, and this is why I'm asking the question, because I don't have an answer, and I'm not sure any one person necessarily has it. Maybe it's literally discussions like this we're having now that get to. Maybe there'll be somebody listening to this podcast, right, or this interview, and says, yeah, I fall into that category. I'm really having a hard time absorbing this stuff, and I'm barely paying my mortgage, and I've got stress, and I'm trying to raise a kid and put him through school and put dinner on the table, and now you want me to consider the fact that mankind may not be at the top of the food chain on top of everything else I got to handle. Where are the resources for people to get answers that they need to get comfort? What I'm trying to do is I have a small group of individuals, spiritual leaders, in the Christian faith, and also in the Jewish faith, and even in Islam. And I'm creating, I am not creating. I am facilitating with those other individuals that are part of this. We are together collectively creating a religious group of individuals from all different backgrounds of religions, but they're leaders. They're recognized leaders in their faiths, and having this conversation. Say, what does this mean? And if somebody comes to you in Hebrew school or Sunday school, and kid asks you a question and says, I'm scared, how do you respond to that? Or, you know what, this doesn't comport to the teachings that mom and dad teach me, right? These are big questions.
Lou, are you forming a new religion?
Well, no, that's my point. We can't. No. This is not. This conversation affects religion, but it is not religion. And this is why we have to be very careful, because we don't want to cultize this thing. We don't want this UAP conversation to become a cult, because, by the way, there are a lot of people out there right now that definitely want to turn into a cult, and they want to be the high priest or priestess. And that's a problem. And we need to democratize this conversation. But how do we getting back to the original issue, how do we offer support for people? And even if we don't have the right answer, right? They may be asking a question that we don't know the answer to. But how do we let them know it's going to be okay? And this is a natural progression of human evolution. We're always going to explore. This is just yet another corner that we're peeking around the corner. That's all. There's going to be a lot more corners after that. And we've peeked around a lot of corners already. That's how we got to where we are today. So, how do we do that? One of the ways that I'm doing it is with my colleagues creating a religious discussion. I am going to be going back to Italy. I am going to be talking to members of the Vatican. I'm going to be going to the Middle East very shortly here in the next few months, talking to some people, some leadership over there. And then, of course, my exploits here around the United States. I always try to work in some time to have a conversation with some of the religious leaders. But it's not really up to me, and I'm definitely not smart enough to have that conversation. And that's why I bring it up to you three to consider, because I think ultimately this is how we do it. And we do it as a group discussion. And Diana, I was just curious your thoughts, because, you do a lot of good for a lot of people. I hear your name constantly. And there's a lot of people that look up to you for answers, or in some cases, coping mechanisms. And so I just asked that question out loud. Now that we're at the point where we are, if tomorrow our government says, "Yeah, guess what? It's all real. We've been lying to you, and we gotta move forward with this conversation," what will the impact be? And I don't think we have I don't think we have the luxury to just sit back and wait for it to happen. I think there's an expectation that we need to be thinking about that now.
I can talk a bit about that if.
I'm about to say, the stunned silence is very reassuring.
Just going back to a lot of what you just said, there's a lot of things in the dynamic. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things going on. I kind of want to get back a little bit to elephant that's been in the room recently with the whole drone, whatever it may be. What do you think is going on with this whole thing? We have to ask you guys.
So I do have a lot of friends who are in aerospace now, right? And so I listen to them when they talk to me about, drones and what's happening. Because I'm an uneducated person with respect to that. So I don't know what's going on. And they don't either. That's the thing. They're like, well, we don't know exactly what's happening. Most of them don't believe they're UAP. Okay. So I generally defer to people like Lou and people like, I'm not going to name names, but people who are in the field and have military experience and know about that, because they would know what more so than me.
What about you, Lou? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I spent a good portion of my career in drones, believe it or not, in my early days. I don't really talk about it, but back in the mid and late 90s, I was one of the case agents to protect U.S. sensitive technologies. And one of my portfolios was UAVs. UAVs means unmanned aerial vehicles. It's kind of before we had UAS, unmanned aerial systems. And back in the old days, you pretty much had a remote controlled airplane, is what it was. And if you wanted to carry a big payload, then you would take a Cessna 152 and turn that into a remote controlled airplane. But at the end of the day, it was a fixed wing capability. I worked on some of the smaller platforms called the Pioneer, and then later called the Hunter UAV, which was a twin engine, push-pull, twin Moto Guzzi engines, large platform. It was a platform that was co-developed between Israel and the United States. I worked a little bit on the precursor to the Dark Star. Now, I don't mean Dark Star program that everybody sees in Top Gun. I'm talking about the real Dark Star program, which was an Army UAV program early on, a low observable UAV. So I understand how UAVs work. And my concern with the UAV flap, if you want to call it a flap, is this isn't the first time it's happened. We saw this over it before in Colorado, Kansas, and Arkansas back in 2019 and 2020. I was just, Vinny, as you know, I was over there in beautiful London, visited you guys, less than a month ago, and we were dealing with drone issues there over a joint basis, right? So this is not new. And these are not aircraft that are all being legally flown, because you don't shut down military bases when you're flying legal drones. It just doesn't work that way. So the government, this current administration, I think they're checked out. I think, again, politics aside, not choosing political sides here, just saying, operationally speaking, they're checked out. They don't care about drones. We also know that the National Security Council, the individuals that were there this last 4 years, had no interest in pursuing the UAP topic. So drones have been a problem for a while. And we've known about it for many years. In fact, over 20 years ago, the FBI had an investigation, arrested 2 individuals who were going to place explosives on remote controlled airplanes and fly them into the White House. So this is a threat that we've been dealing with for a long time, and we continue to ignore it. Now, what is a drone, right? Because everybody says that's a drone. Well, if it's an unmanned aerial system, then sure, almost everything could be a drone, right? Chinese spy balloon technically could be a drone then. But I think what people mean when they say drones, they're thinking quadcopters, or they're thinking maybe some sort of military ISR, or what we call intelligence, surveillance, or reconnaissance capability. So there's really only 2 types. You have the private citizen quadcopter type thing that most people see with neighbors' kids flying it around, or maybe your local real estate agents flying a drone around to take pictures of a house that he or she is going to put on the market, right? You have a longevity, a loiterability of maybe 15 minutes before the power runs out, and you can't really fly them very far because you're limited in range, maybe a mile or so, and that's about it. But the drones that have been reported don't seem to be these types of drones. These are not hobbyists. These are not average citizens. Some of these have been described as being larger than an SUV. Some of them have been described as coming out of the water. Some of them have been described as being completely silent. And then yet some of them have been described as being actually having a counter UAV capability, meaning if a drone gets near it, a private person tries to fly it and get a picture of it, somehow the drones are disabled and fall out of the sky, and then the drone that you're chasing disappears, quote unquote, into thin air. So that is not a hobbyist drone. Now, does that mean it's a UAP? Not necessarily. It could be some sort of very sophisticated drone that's being flown by somebody. The question is who has that technology and capability?
Yeah, why are they ignoring it?
Let's take this pen for a second, and let's just say this is a super secret military drone that can fly longer than 15 minutes. Let's say it can fly 5 to 10 hours. Okay. And it can fly not just 2 or 3 miles, but maybe 50, 60, maybe 100 miles. Well, if that's the case, it's flying over the horizon. So now you've got another problem, because these drones are controlled by radio frequency. And these are usually line of sight, meaning they can't go over the horizon. If you want to send a signal over the horizon, meaning the operator of this drone is sitting more than 11 miles away, you have to have a repeater capability, meaning you have to have an aircraft or a space system or a satellite that's retransmitting that signal back down to the opposite end where the curvature of the Earth is, beyond that, so you can still fly your plane. You also have to have a place to launch them. You have to have a place to recover them. You have to have a place to maintain them. You have to have a place to fuel them. You have to have a place. Talking huge infrastructure. This is not just some private group of citizens doing this. This would be a well-orchestrated, very well-planned effort by either a state actor who has the resources to do it, and there's only a few that have that resources. You're probably talking on the adversarial side, China, Russia, and maybe a couple others. Then you have the United States. The U.S. could be doing these, could be our technologies, and for whatever reason, either we're not coordinating it with ourselves, so you have some sort of dysfunction going on, or ineptitude, or it's so secret we don't want to tell anybody. And the question is, why is it so secret? Is it the technology, or is it the purpose of why these things are flying? So then there's that. And then you have another argument on top of that further complicates things. What if some people, the reason why people are having a hard time talking about the drone issue is because we're talking about 2 different issues. You're talking about a UAP issue at first, which is what people are reporting seeing. And then you have a government response of drones to those UAPs to try to go and figure these out. And then people are also reporting on the drones. And that's why they hear the whirring sound and they see the blinking lights and all that. So it might be not as simple as, is it drones or is it UAP? It might be both. and it might be neither. So we really have to look at this topic, and the real issue here is not that we have answers, it's that the government isn't even trying to get answers. And that, for me, is a problem. Just simply telling people these are all legitimate, don't pay attention to them. People are smarter than that, guys. You know, when a drone is over your house and it's not supposed to be there, that's not normal. I'm sorry. And anybody who tries to do that, you know, should probably try to sell you a bridge in a desert.
And your normal camera isn't going to capture to what you see. You know, like our phones are not meant to capture these crazy things. And so,
well, the phones are only one-dimensional, right? And they're only looking at something in a very specific space and time for that moment under those circumstances. They're not telling you the full story. You really need radar data. You need a hyperspectral. You need a whole lot of stuff looking at what's going on to figure this out. And that's what we're lacking right now in our government. And rather than the government acknowledging it and saying, you know what, guys, you're right. We got a problem. We got to fix it. They're saying, yeah, nothing to pay attention here, folks. Just turn the other way and continue eating your Big Mac and fries. I don't think that is an appropriate response. I don't, by any government, whether it's conservative or liberal or anything in between. That's not the right answer. We have to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and I think the lack of government information or official information is kind of people are creating their own theories, and they're almost deciding for themselves what these things are, and it seems to be muddying the waters a lot as well. And you know, I think that seems to be an issue. I mean, Diana, what do you think? Why do people seem to kind of create these narratives for themselves? Is it just for comfort?
I think it's because they have anxiety, and so I think Lou broke it down really, really well. I hadn't heard it broken down that way, actually. And, you know, I guess this idea that, you know, we could be conflating, you know, instead of an either or, it's a and but kind of situation. I hadn't heard that before. I think that's really interesting. So why do people do that? Honestly, I think it's because, I mean, we're between administrations in this transitional zone. That causes anxiety. We just started a new year. That causes anxiety. There's a lot of anxiety right now. So it makes sense that people are doing that. And it also makes sense that many people are not caring about it, right? They're eating their Big Mac and fries, like Lou says.
Diana, can I ask you a question? As it relates to academia, let's take the issue now we have as people. What is the greatest challenge if you were queen for a day and you could just wave your magic wand and fix the issue? Why has it been such a tough conversation to have amongst academics, the topic of UAP? What is the big challenge? And as a non-academic, I find it fascinating because I know the challenge that we have from a governmental perspective, having a conversation from an intelligence and law enforcement perspective and national security perspective. But I'd love to hear your take on what is the big challenge to academia.
Yeah. The problem is, first of all, Blue Book, the Project Blue Book really stigmatized UAP, UFO scholarship. And it did such a good job that academics are terrified. So academics are probably some of the most programmed people. I mean, I am one, and I know what goes into getting a PhD. And you have to toe the line, you know? And if you go outside, when I studied UFOs, I was already a full professor. I was chair of my department, and I had won my college's research award, like the big research award. I felt like I could do this and it would be okay. And I was using a method that was a decent method for studying this. I didn't say it existed or it didn't exist. And so, but academics still will, like I had this issue with publishing this essay where I was citing physicists that are on the cutting edge of this topic. And other academics were telling me that I couldn't use that person's work because that was, you know, that person is a stigmatized physicist. And I was like, well, why is it our government is utilizing his work? If his work is so bad, the U.S. government wouldn't be using it for the last 40 years, right? And really, you know, wanting to know what he thinks. And now he's, you know, all of the things are happening with him that are amazing. So why is that, Lou? I mean, I think it's just it's stagnation within academia, sadly. So if I was queen for a day, I mean, honestly, what I would do would be I would try to help professors make courses fun for students, because learning is actually a human endeavor that's fun if you allow it to be. And that would really kickstart the United States in terms of, you know, right now kids don't even want to go to school.
So how do you do? That's wonderful. I love it. I love it. How do you incentivize that? How do you make it? How do you make it fun? I do talk at universities, and I'm just curious what's your insights to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost ironic that here I am at a university as a professor, because I graduated high school with a GED. I didn't even graduate high school. I went immediately into college when I was 16. I only took classes that I liked. And this is how I self-directed my education. And I believe that this is what we need more of, is that, you know, kids have more agency. I won a grant to teach teachers how to teach. What I did was I said, bring them places, bring them to the military base, you know, let them see the old weapons that we used in World War I, World War II, or I live here where the Civil War ended, you know, let the kids go outside. So yeah, I mean, that's what needs to happen. I don't know why it got to where it's at now, but that's one of the problems that we face right now, is that school is pretty terrible, even college.
You know, we used to have, when I was in spy school and a bunch of the other schools, you know, military, and before that, we used to have a term. We used to call it cooperate and graduate, meaning don't rock the boat, just get through the course and, you know, get your, or we call pay a fee and get a B, right? Just do what you have to do, and don't piss off the professor. But, you know, I wonder if maybe that was bad advice. I'm wondering if maybe we should rock the boat. I'm wondering if we should encourage students, not teach them necessarily what to learn, but teach them how to learn, right? And let them formulate for themselves their own questions, and let them defend those positions, right? Instead of just stymieing them and said, look, this is a lesson. You're going to read pages 1 through 5 today, and I'm going to quiz you on it tomorrow. You know, how about say, look, you can read any part of that book you want, and then you're going to tell me what you read. There's no quiz. Just read any part of that book you feel you want to read. You know, I get you loud and clear, both you, Carolina, and Diana. I think we need to encourage our institutions not to be you know, the middle of the road and just do whichever the teacher's asking you to do just so you can go ahead and get that B. I think we need, and I don't mean it disrespectfully, but I think we need challenge in our academic institutions, and we need the ability to reward and incentivize people who are willing to challenge the status quo. You know, I have a slide I give at a presentation, and I have all these different people in history that were academics, and I have everything from Confucius, and I have these scientists up there like Madame Curie, and I have all these people that are separated by time and space and gender and religions. And I ask, what do these people have in common? And the answer is that they were all willing to challenge the status quo. They were rebels. They were heretical. They were the Galileos of the world that chose to buck the system in pursuit of truth, and to hell with the repercussions. I think we have strayed away from that, and instead we reward drone behavior. And I don't mean, not talking about, you know, drones in the sky. I'm talking about just like honeybee drones. You just do your job, and that's it, and don't ask any questions, and you'll be fine. And, you know, we'll take care of you with a nice degree and a nice job. Both my daughters finished college, and both of them with advanced degrees. And you know, I was dismayed by some of the coursework they took, because the instruction there did not allow them to really think. All they were doing was memorizing and regurgitating, but there wasn't any process actually occurring. And when I asked my daughters, I said, why are you learning this? You know, it's bad when they look at you and they shrug their shoulders and say, Dad, I couldn't tell you. Right? That's a problem.
That's tragic.
Yeah, it's tragic. This is some of our renowned universities, institutions, and this is not just an American problem.
Hey, look, I can say personally myself, I can't even believe I'm saying this, but I graduated. It took me 7 years to get the degree that I got, okay? It's because there was 3 classes that I just could not understand why I had to take them because it did not make sense to me at the time. And so I struggled and I had to literally take these 2 classes 3 times.
Wow.
But I got my degree. I got it because I'm going to finish it, right? But you're right. We are not being challenged. You know what? And as a Catholic myself, we're not also being challenged. Like, for example, like you know, Diana, you said angels, like it's hard to kind of comprehend that. Well, it's hard for me to comprehend the Eucharist and transubstantiation and how that happens. And whenever I take the Eucharist, you know, that is hard for me to understand. And so also like young people, they're moving away from religion altogether because and same goes with academia, because we're not challenging. We think that, okay, these kids, like we can dumb it down for them because they don't really get it. Like, let's just give them something that's going to be like digestible and they're there.
The same thing happened to church that happened to academia and learning. So it became so rote and boring that you should want, if there's a God, let's just say, okay, if there's a God, you'd want to know about this God, right? You'd want to go to a place like church to learn about this God or whatnot. And it's so boring to do that. And the things defy, intelligence, and it makes people, it's not fun, and nobody's going to do it. And so the churches are losing people, and and UAP comes along, and it's like, wow, the world is an amazing place that at least has some type of mystery to it. So I know that about it's a tragedy. So I don't know, the school thing. I don't think, Lou, that we can, honestly, I think it's going to implode on its own and rebuild itself. That's what I think is going to happen, and that needs to happen.
Well, it's the old Phoenix adage, right? Sometimes you gotta burn it down for it to be reborn into something better.
Maybe one of the issues when it comes to learning about the UAP subject is that there's just so many unknowns. How can we teach something we don't know the intent of what these things are? We don't even know where these things originate from. The origins, are they extraterrestrial, interdimensional? We're still having that debate. So could that be the roadblock that's stopping us from really...
Certainly one of them. I would also say, I think our pride and ego. I think there's a lot of people there that want to be right. And in wanting to be right, they're not willing to accept alternative hypothesis. And they have their own understanding and idea of what this topic means to them. And that is a universal truth for them. Now, keeping in mind, there's differences between a universal truth and a personal truth. Now, for some, a personal truth can be just as real as a universal truth. So what do I mean? Well, gravity is a universal truth, right? It affects us all at 9.8 meters per second squared, whether you like it or not. And in my case, I definitely don't like it because I've been gaining weight. But, then there's personal truths like religion or political affiliation, where people are just as sure that those are truths, but they're not shared necessarily with other people, right? Those views. So that's where it becomes a problem. And in the UFO topic, you have people that are so sure something is a certain way, they're not willing to listen to anything else. And then they create these little silos, these little enclaves that then will, if they feel threatened, that their narrative is being threatened, rather than listening and having dialogue, they attack. Right. And you have this weird, I always say that the greatest challenge to disclosure is the UFO community itself, sometimes trying to control the narrative and trying to make a little name for themselves at the cost of somebody else, and the infighting and the backbiting. That's why I don't get involved with it. I know there's a lot of people out there in social media think that I do. And I've got this weird cabal where I, maniacally sit behind my keyboard and ghostwrite a bunch of. So I don't. It's a bunch of nonsense. These are people that, for whatever reason, I guess have nothing better to do, and they think that I have the time to actually sit there and make their lives miserable, which I don't. Sadly, I don't have that time. And if I did, I probably wouldn't do that anyways. But my point being is that we have a lot of a disparate, let's just say, group of individuals, and they all in their own little camps. And rather than working together and coming together and building a much bigger bonfire, they're too busy protecting their own little fire. And they don't realize that that fire is susceptible to the wind and to the rain. And if you want to keep that flame alive, stop hoarding it.
It's like more fog. It's like adding more and more and more and more and more fog, like certain people are. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there. Like, I've watched some horrible just episodes, and I have literally, like, my jaw has dropped, and I've been like, is this really happening right now? Like, just for a view? And it's like adding more and more fog and more, like, you know, just, it's like,
it's the worst of humanity that will sit there, and it's sad. And you take an important topic like this that means so much to everybody, and you're going to pollute it and you're going to adulterate it because, you know, only you, it only belongs to you, the narrative. And
and both of you have dealt with it.
I think all of us have, not just both of us. I think you too, and Vinny, and I mean, we all get crap.
Oh no, people love me, Lou. Everybody, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm sure they love you, but unfortunately, that is not my case. I do not enjoy that same privilege that you do. Let's just put that out there.
I've been told, what was it? For disclosure, ladies. So what is she gonna do? Make a sandwich? And you know what? I make a great sandwich. So thank you for the compliment. Maybe I will.
You know, I had somebody that I respected very much tell me I have to stop thinking like an enlisted soldier and be the officer that I am. And I turned to him, I said, thank you for the most amazing compliment. I take that as as an incredible honor. Yes, you're right. I do think as an enlisted person, because that's where we get stuff done. No, I'm not going to sit back with my heels up on the chair and have everybody else do my work for me. I'm going to roll my sleeves up, and whatever work needs to be done, I'm going to be the first one to get my sleeves rolled up and do the work. So you're right. It's appalling. But I think, again, going back to what we were doing originally here with this conversation, all four of us, this is where the magic happens, because now all four of us can share our ideas. We're not insulting each other. We're not slandering each other. And I'm sure there's lots of stuff none of us would agree with each other on, but that's okay.
That's boring. That's so boring. If we all agree with each other, like, I don't want to, like, that'd be just boring.
Well, I want to put you both on the spot. You put Diana and I on the spot. I want to now put Vinny and you, Carolina, on the spot for just a moment. And I'll start with you, Carolina. What do you think is the greatest obstacle right now for us as a species to have this conversation with ourselves?
To have this conversation, greatest obstacle, I think there's a lot of different obstacles. With ourselves, as in, when you say ourselves, do you mean like me personally, or like ourselves?
As a species, like for you having the conversation with your neighbor, or you having this conversation on a radio podcast like this, or having the conversation at all. I don't want to overprescribe it. I want you to tell me what you think, in your opinion, is one of the greatest obstacles right now affecting us having a conversation bigger, to make this conversation bigger.
A few things. Lack of, media, right? Mainstream media, lack of data, lack of understanding, lack of, being able to study things the way that should be studied because of, let's go back to Jacques Vallée. Let's go back to John Mack, like, there's a stigma surrounded about these things. It's a dogma. Also, it's just, I don't think it's like a hidden secret in like a tomb of Egypt. Like, I think people have had experiences, especially military, that have come across these things like Fravor, which we have probably a ton of data on that. And so, it's been here, it's been there. And so why the hesitation, And, also, like, think about like hidden knowledge, that's why I love the internet and this technology, because like Alexandria went, well, at least we now have the internet, and the data is going to be there. and hopefully we won't lose it. So maybe, just maybe, if we can all cooperate together from, just like you, from your standpoint, from Diana's standpoint, and Gary, who's not here, from his standpoint, all of you together, that's what needs to come. It needs to be a cohesive effort.
Fair enough. How about you, Vinny? What do you think?
I think one of the main struggles is just everyday life. People are, they've got so much going on in their lives that they're just not ready to add anything extra to it. Every day is a struggle for a lot of people. When are they going to pay the next bill? How are they going to do this or that? They've got, everything's, the world is not becoming an easier place to live in as time goes by. It's getting harder and harder. And so to be able to just bring in a topic like UFOs and UAP, it's just so difficult. People don't want to acknowledge it. They just poo-poo it like it's just pure fantasy and science fiction. And I think that goes back again to some of the stigma that's just been so ingrained in this subject for so long that, yes, we're starting to see it break down, but it's really difficult, just everyday life.
Let me ask you, if this topic had the ability to improve people's lives, hypothetically, would that be the impetus then for people to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, I don't have the bandwidth to really consider this right now, but I guess if this is somehow going to make my life easier or better down the road, or maybe my kids, then yeah, it's probably worth having the conversation. Maybe because I think you're right, Vinny. I think, we call it in the military mission creep, where you start getting more and more added to your plate till eventually there's no bandwidth left. If everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority and nothing gets done right or correctly. And so maybe if there's a way to explain people that, look, the opportunities of this, think of the 1960s space race, when for the brief 10 years, the United States was in competition with then Soviet Union to put a person in space and ultimately put somebody on the moon. In that 10 years, over 6,200 industries, not products, life-changing industries were developed as a result. And as a result of that, we have products like the LED light bulb, the CAT scan, things that have long outlived their initial intended design purpose and are continuing to enrich our species and our way of life. And so maybe we incentivize this conversation by saying, look, yeah, I know, guys, it's a lot to consider and we don't know a whole lot yet, but we're getting there. But look at this from the perspective of your kids. Your kids will grow up in a world that maybe we won't have to burn fossil fuels. Maybe we won't even need nuclear energy. Maybe we won't need to live in a resource starved and a resource competitive environment like we do now. We have as a species since, the beginning of time, where we're, always acquiring and accumulating because it's instinctual, right? Because like a squirrel knows with the nuts at the winter, you don't have enough nuts, you're going to starve, right? So maybe this technology is a bridge that allows our species to overcome some of that, where then we don't have to worry about the day-to-day ins and outs. Is, oh my God, I got to pay the cell phone bill. Oh, I got to pay my mortgage bill. Oh, I got to take the kid to PTA. Oh, he's got homework at 9 o'clock in the morning. What? You need a poster board now because you've got a school assignment first thing
You're
in the
still
morning?
going to have to go
What?
to work.
No. Of course. My point being is that you're absolutely right, Carolina. You're absolutely. I don't mean to. I'm obviously being.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, because people say that. Like, I'll have people who be like, "Wait, did you see the drone things? Like, so why am I working?"
Yeah. No, you're right. We have absolutely. It shouldn't change our fundamentally who we are, but it might change how we live. And it could possibly do things indirectly for us as a species in the world. Collectively. That could be very good.
We could easily let people know that this subject can bring us together and it could really benefit humanity further down the line. But don't we also run the risk of repeating history by weaponizing this type of thing?
1,000%. And look, I'll be the first one to say it's hypocritical for me to say, oh, look how it can bring people together, because all you got to do is look at social media and see how we're ripping each other apart on it, right, on this topic. So, I can sit here all high and mighty and say, wow, wouldn't this be great to bring us all together? But in reality, someone's going to turn on and say, like, Lou, have you actually seen the comments on your Twitter recently? So you're right. But I kind of go with what Lincoln said, and that we need to listen to the better angels on our shoulders. And I do think that we can't allow ourselves to fall to the least common denominator, meaning however those people are behaving over there, we can't allow ourselves to do the same. We must take the high road, and we must live by living ourselves as an example of that, right? And that's tough, because why? We're human. We're not a Jesus Christ that's supposedly perfect and can do all this stuff. We're humans, and we're petty, and we need to eat, and we need to pay our bills, and there's things that we have to do. So you're right. It's a very good point, Vinny. But I am also a bit of a dreamer. I do believe, because I've seen it. Look how far we've come in 7 years together. When we do, the rare occasion we actually do work together, brother, it's beautiful. It's music. It's like an orchestra. Right now, you're walking into the back of band practice, and some kids playing on the recorder, and some other kids playing on the slide flute, and some kids banging on the bongos, and it's a horrible racket. But man, you get the right conductor in there, and you get the right players and the right theater, and man, all of a sudden you have Mozart, right? So that is what I strive for. I'm not. I do believe we can play music together, and I believe that we do have that capacity. If we can put our own prides and egos aside for just a little bit and stop trying to eat each other, we stand a really good chance of actually figuring this incredible mystery out. Look, if we don't figure it out, it's not the mystery's fault; it's our fault, because we don't have our shit together. Excuse my language. It's there. It's as obvious as it can be. It's no longer the issue's now with us. We are now have been given this figured out, and if we don't, well, then we got no one to blame but ourselves. It's not the UAP's fault.
Diana, definitely comment on this.
Yeah, so I think that Lou is right. I think that I love the idea of listening to the better angels. So I think that right now we're at a really unprecedented point where the historical tradition in religions, basically, they're the functioning governments of our time up until the secular age, which was modernity. It's now that we actually have the capability and the science to actually look at those events, those contact events, and figure them out. So here we're actually going to be, this is where science and religion actually meet. And I think this is fascinating. I was confused when the aerospace engineers reached out to me in 2012, and I thought, why do they care about this? Well, now I know, and it's the most exciting thing ever. So this is what is ahead of us. I don't know what's going to happen, Lou. I can't wait to find out, what's coming. Okay. But I'm excited by the prospect that we can now take the types of technology that we're being gifted with, right? With, AI supercharging our brains, really, in order to figure these kinds of things out. They look to be higher order beings, some good, some maybe not so, not so good. But they're there, just like Lou says, they're there. It's now up to us. And I think it's actually pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And that just makes me think about, with everything that's going on and it's moving quite fast, something that does seem to unfortunately take a bit of a back seat is the experiencer. So where do they fit into the current narrative, the way things are going? And Diana, please, you've written on that quite extensively. But...
Well, I think first off, I think people have to be careful, because there are more experiencers than report, because many don't want to report. The work of John Mack showed that people who are experiencers are completely normal, except for having this experience. Because remember, people used to think they're delusional, and there's the idea that they're having, delusional things happening to them. But Jeffrey Kripal did the stats, and I'm probably going to get it wrong, but about 10% of the population is, in many ways, these are experiencers, people who are having these anomalous experiences. They shouldn't become, they shouldn't think of themselves as special. I think that what happens is that consciousness is an access point, but we all have that capability. Okay. And some of us just shut it out with caffeine or, nicotine or whatnot, right? Alcohol, whatnot. Too much exercise. There's a lot of ways to shut it down because we don't want that experience. But the thing is that what I found, I like the work of John Keel because he's an experiencer. So if you read his book, especially The Eighth Tower, you'll see, and this is borne out in religions too. If you look at the history of these contact events, a lot of the information given sometimes is just not correct. So so people have to not, if they're having these experiences, a lot of times they attribute extraordinary accuracy to it. This being told me that I needed to do this and that this would be a new game-changing technology. I get these emails every day now, by the way. And well, wait a minute, that being is most likely not right. Or how do you know that this is correct? Or a lot of times it turns out to be just not correct. So for everyone that does, and there have been people who said, I was given this information in a dream by this luminous being, and now they've created this amazing technology. For every one person that does do that, there are probably like 50 other people that have had the same experience, but nothing comes of it. So I believe that this is a normal experience. You see it in every culture. A lot of cultures, utilize religion in order to help people through these experiences. That's what religion used to be about, is helping people deal with mystery and the unexplained and that type of thing. Religion is shifted now. It's something much more like school, right? So religion even lost its connection to these events. But I would submit that back in the day, religion was actually the way that people dealt with these events. It provided ways to deal. It provided people who were knowledgeable about these events. If you go to Indigenous Australia, those communities, they have people that know about these events, and yeah, they're like, no big deal. We can deal with that. So that's what I would say to answer that question.
Vinny, there was a time where the American Psychological Association had deemed anyone who entertained the notion of UAP, it was considered a severe form of deviance. And so these types of labels were very, very effective in helping stifle anybody who wanted to come forward who thought themselves as a quote unquote experiencer from having the conversation, because they were afraid of being ridiculed. They were afraid of being labeled. Right. And it was nonetheless our own medical practitioners that were in some cases recommending people to be on antipsychotics and medication, and in some cases institutionalization, simply because of their experience that they believed they were having with something else. And it's funny because when you look at that experience from a religious perspective, it's far more acceptable, right? Whether you're calling it a demonic possession or an exorcism, or the practice, the very act of religion itself is supernatural. You are praying to something you can't see, touch, taste, or smell, and you have a belief and a connection to this deity. And yet there's no empirical proof for it other than what your beliefs are. And yet when someone has an experience regarding UAP, it's met complete opposite. It's met with almost a disdain, where it's back in the Middle Ages where they would potentially tar and feather you, right, for saying something that was heretical. And we did that to ourselves. We created that stigma. That wasn't created by the UAP. It was created by us, and we have only ourselves to blame for that. And it's reprehensible the way that we treat people, whether they had an experience or not. If they believe they have an experience, we need to, I believe, have an ability to take that data and that information. Because the one thing I've noticed, there's a lot of things that happen to people. Even when I was in the military and over in combat and working overseas, a lot of things that people would report in the field, combat field, that seemed just, there's no way in hell this could have happened, or someone on a Navy ship, reporting a big tentacle of a squid like a kraken. And of course, people laugh until we realize there are things called giant squid in the Pacific, right? And they're real. And they're not lore. We talk about things like mermaids until people realize there's something called a manatee. And kind of looks a lot like a mermaid, doesn't it? Was the sailor really that crazy? Talking about monsters in the ocean. Well, we have things called great white sharks and blue whales. And if you've never seen one before, I don't know about you, I'm an avid scuba diver. And even when I scuba dive and I see a big bull shark, that's a monster. I mean, you can call it a bull shark all you want, but I'm swimming the other direction. And it's something that we continue to do as a species over and over again. We never learn our lesson, do we? We keep stigmatizing people with quote unquote extraordinary claims when in reality they're not really so extraordinary. After all, there seems to be based in some sort of trend, and other people are experiencing it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just like final thoughts for me, really. Going back, kind of tying it back to the beginning of our conversation when you both mentioned something about, there's going to be more information coming out soon. How, and it's the best way for, other people who, what would you say is the best way for other people to either receive it or to prepare for it, or not even prepare, but I want to make sure I'm using the right word, but you know what I mean.
You'll have to ask Diana that, because she's far more expertise at being able to give you an answer. I can just tell you that it's going to be white hot and it's going to be all over the media. How people are going to take it, that's out of my wheelhouse. I think Diana would be far better qualified to answer that question than me, because I wouldn't even know. I know it's coming, and I know that people are going to find out. They're going to know about it because it's going to be very, very public. But with that said, Diana, that's a great question. How do people prepare for?
I mean, is it that big? Is it going to be like?
Well, I mean, I don't want to cause anxiety. I mean, there's going to be a run on Wall Street or anything, but it's major. Yeah, it's going to be, for the uninitiated, it's going to be a holy cow moment. For those who have been in this topic for a while, it's going to be fascinating and interesting, but they're probably not going to be surprised. But the other 99.9% of the population, that's a different story. And that's why I think, Diana here probably has a hell of a lot better insight to that than recommendations than I do.
Well, I'm not, okay, so not knowing what's going to happen, it's hard for me to answer the question, but I have had conversations with people who want to ask me about how will people deal with some type of event like that, should it happen? And, especially they ask me about how will people who are religious deal with it? And I've been in religious, communities of religious people my whole life, and have studied all different kinds of religions, like religious studies has been my life. And I would say that for very orthodox people from different faiths, be it Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, I would say that for them, they're going to be all right, because they already have a framework. And I'm talking about people who actually are, when I say orthodox, I'm talking about people who believe in the angels and believe in those things and believe in the beings that are not human, non-human intelligence, basically. For the people who just go to church because it's a habit, they're going to have an issue. Like, they're going to have the issue that I had, really, when, as an academic, I started to study this, and I was all of a sudden surrounded by scientists who studied it as real and showed me evidence, and I saw their lives and how they lived, and that's shocking. They'll be shocked. But it's not a shock they can't get over. And that's when people are going to be asking you, what do we do now? And it sounds like you're already developing the teams to deal with.
Well, we are, but we have to make sure we can't be prescriptive, right? It can't be, and this is what I keep telling people, and why they ask me, well, Lou, how should we take it? I do get asked that a lot. And I tell people it's not for me to decide that for you. That's a very personal, don't be so quick to give up your sacred right to think for yourselves. I don't want to think for you, and you don't want me to think for you. I can tell you what I know, and then much beyond that, it's up to you. I think it's dangerous. This is why I've said before, there's parts of this conversation that are certainly national security oriented, right? So if I want to know about these things over a nuclear military base, then yeah, I might get the advice from a 3-star general and say, hey, Bob, what do you think about this? But from, this topic is much bigger. And I've said before, this is a topic that involves each and every one of us differently and yet equally, depending on whether you were raised and where you're from and culturally and geographically and whatnot and socioeconomically, perhaps. So this is a conversation that affects everybody from a psychological perspective, a sociological perspective, a philosophical perspective, a theological perspective. And in those cases, I don't want a 3 or 4-star general telling me what to think. Stick to national security. I want to hear from other people. I want to hear from my spiritual and religious leaders. I want to hear from my neighbors. I want to hear from my kids. I want to hear from the academics and the scientists. And then let me formulate my own opinion on what this means to me and how it's going to affect my life, if at all. Right. So that is, I want to enable people. I don't want to prescribe anything. Right. I don't want to be one of those guys that says, here, take 2 of these and call me in the morning. That's not it. Because I guarantee you there's a lot smarter people out there than me that probably have a much better idea and understanding of what to do. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm one of those guys. I'm not. I would defer to people like Diana to answer that question more than me. She's a hell of a lot more qualified to answer that than me. And do you really, at the end of the day, do you want a guy like me? I mean, you're not going to offend me, but do you really want a guy with a military and intelligence background prescribing to you or your family how you should morally or mentally or intellectually take this information? No, I don't think so. I wouldn't want someone telling me that. So I get it, and this is why I'm always very, very careful. And this is why again, going back to these types of forums, this is where you're going to solve those problems. You're not going to get it solved only inside the government with a government think tank. Half the time they're wrong anyways. So, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with this conversation being taken to the streets, which is exactly what has happened, and it has been democratized. Nobody is more important and nobody is less important in this conversation. All voices count. Even the ones that don't want to have the conversation, their voices still count. Even the people that hate me on social media and accuse me of all sorts of horrible stuff, yes, their voice counts, and it should. Arguably, of course, you ask them, my voice doesn't count, but I think all voices count, and I think they should count. I think it's important that we get everybody's opinion, get everybody at the dinner table. Let's break bread over this and have a conversation.
Well said.
I like that.
Yeah, please, if there's anything to add to that, Dan, I think that's amazing. I mean, as we kind of close out this conversation, if there's anything, any messages, anyone, any closing thoughts from any of you guys, I'd love to hear them.
I will with Diana. This is an honor and privilege for me to be here, not only with you guys, Vinny and Carolina, but Diana. She has paved the way. She has put her career at risk, her reputation at risk for championing and following this topic courageously, and has done tremendous work. Like I said, before she ever wrote American Cosmic, I was hearing her name floated around anyways. I never knew who she was, but people were like, hey, you should listen to some of the thoughts of this individual. And sad to say I never had that opportunity before. But I just wanted to say thank you, Diana, for everything you're doing. You're doing really one incredible job and a service for our little species. So thank you very much. And then to you, Vinny and Carolina, thank you for taking this conversation to the streets. This is where it belongs. I don't want it in the ivory palace and only being discussed by the top elites, right? And deciding how we should think about it. I think the more we keep this conversation, look, it's like sunlight, right? Sometimes it's the best, antibiotic is some sunlight, antiseptic. So let's keep this conversation in the light. Those would be my parting thoughts.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I also want to thank you all for being here, and Lou, especially thank you. You've been doing this. I mean, like I said, you were part of the Invisibles until you weren't. And then when you weren't, you and I took a lot of heat for being public. And I always felt a sense that, in that sense, I really respect that, because you know, it wasn't easy, was it? but you know, and we're doing it, and so I respect that. So, and I'm really pleased to have finally talked to you. And we'll see each other. We keep missing each other at conferences.
I know.
I love this.
And hopefully you will be there too, Vinny and Carolina.
Carolina, please, any closing thoughts from you?
I just want to say this. It gives me I don't know, like a really good feeling, and I like. This is why I love doing this, is because, you know, it's a conversation that never existed before, and now we can actually, you know, like it means something, and a lot of people are going to get a lot from it. I mean, especially, you know, both of you at the start of 2025, and I think people are really gonna benefit from this, and this is a message that we need to go into the new year. So again, so cool to do this with you, and you know how much I support both of you. So
Carolina, let me leave you with this real quick, because it bothers me that someone said something about you making a sandwich. Remind them about Joan of Arc, and remind them about Queen Elizabeth and other great female leaders that have revolutionized and changed the face of this planet beyond any capability that any man could possibly ever do. So whoever told you that about a sandwich, you know, I make a good sandwich too, but please know that view is not shared by the vast majority. Okay, so I just want to apologize. Whoever said that to you, I want to apologize on their behalf, even though they probably don't deserve it. I am terribly sorry. I have two wonderful daughters, a house full of girls. Until recently, even the dog was a girl, and I've never regretted it. I've always considered women the greatest creation of God, and far superior to us silly knuckle dragging men. So I mean it sincerely, and I'm sorry that somebody ever would say that to you.
hey, it's part of it's part of life, right? Like being a woman, it's not like, it's all right, you know. You, like you said, like you just kind of have to.
Yeah, well, it still saddens me. Like I said, I've had to hear it from my daughters several times too, and every time I hear it, I keep hoping that we're going to evolve one day beyond that. But you know, sometimes men just suck. I'm sorry.
No, I mirror those sentiments absolutely, Lou. But I just want to finish off by saying thank you to the three of you. I think these conversations are wonderful. You know, it's easy for me to do a one-on-one interview where it's question answer, but sometimes I feel that these kind of more round-table discussions, which we had one recently in London as well, Lou, they just kind of give you that little bit extra as well. So I want to thank you, Lou, Diana, absolute pleasure as always, and Carolina, thank you for being such a wonderful co-host. And of course, everyone that has been watching this, whether you take something away from it or not, please just continue to have the conversation. Let's keep that stigma reducing, and hopefully with what may be coming in the next couple of weeks, we have a great start to this wonderful 2025. But I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Take care, everybody, and God bless. Thank you so much.
I am pushing to the end of the stream. We're getting the end right now. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you learned something. I'm just dropping stuff off in its respected places. Ship is for sand. No. Sick. All right. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you learned something. We'll do more of this. Dang, this shield is fucking crazy. That's crazy. Matches my back. Anyways, thanks for watching. Cheers, folks. Take care. Be there for each other. Have a good night.